One of the con's key messages is the central theme of these podcasts. It is an age-old message. John 3:20 from the New International Version warns us, everyone who does evil hates the light and will not come into the light for fear that their deeds will be exposed. John 8:32 then tells us what we must do to counter evil. We know the truth, and the truth will set you free. All right, my name's Steve Grumbine. I'm with Real Progressives. Today, folks, we are going to be going over something so important to the American story, so important to the here and now. For nearly 50 years, we had financial systems that worked. It was the glory of the world. It did not work because we were lucky, but because skilled, courageous people worked hard to find the facts and make them public in a way that everyone could understand. The phrase elections have consequences is now common. Revealing and documenting evil has immense consequences. Today, we have come together to make clear in a series of podcasts the importance of the docuseries The Con. One of the con's key messages is the central theme of these podcasts. It is an age-old message. John 3:20 from the New International Version warns us, everyone who does evil hates the light and will not come into the light for fear that their deeds will be exposed. John 8:32 then tells us what we must do to counter evil. We know the truth, and the truth will set you free. Today, you will hear directly the words of the real Untouchables. The Con took a simple but revolutionary approach to explaining the epidemics of elite fraud and predation that drove the great financial crisis. It interviewed scores of people that got the global financial crisis right and sought to prevent it and hold the elite predators accountable. The Con blows up the inevitabilities, self-serving excuses of those who failed. The Con shines its light on those who exposed the elite and evil that drove the global financial crisis. With that, we have four guests today. We have Eric Vaughn, who is the writer of the Con series. We have Patrick Lavelle, who was the star of the show that told the story. We have William K. Black, who exposed the savings and loan crisis. And we also have Art Wilmarth, who is the author of the new book, Taming the Mega Banks, Why We Need a New Glass-Steagall Act. And he was on the FCIC during the crisis that was supposed to expose the causes and conditions. And without further ado, let me bring on my guests. Welcome, gentlemen.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Absolutely. So, Patrick, let's start with you for a moment. Tell us a little bit about what got you to do the Con.
Well, like millions of other people, I got buried in the aftermath of the 2008 Great Financial Crisis. At that time, nothing made sense to me, Steve. I looked around, I was listening to what was taking shape in the White House, what was happening in the mainstream media, particularly as it related to Wall Street and the plans that were at that time in the transition, of course, between the Bush presidency and the incoming Obama presidency. And I just had no understanding, based on the experience that I was experiencing at that time, what actually took place to create the Great Financial Crisis and why it was destroying the world that I actually had spent decades building. And so just basically a miraculous moment happened when I was channel surfing on a Sunday morning and I happened to catch William K. Black on a television show. by Bill Moyers. And at that moment, suddenly everything started to make sense. Not long afterwards, Eric and I connected. We went on a trip to start to unpack all of the questions that I had. And it led us on this multi-year, multi-state journey that we crisscrossed this country, basically pulling the thread on every question that we had based on Professor Black, William K. Black's direction, methodology. And the next thing I know, we're meeting the likes of Art Wilmarth. And in this incredible story, and I have to thank you and your team, really the dream always became for me to present this truth to the American people in the way that I learned it, which was just simply the facts. And if you could build the facts of what actually took place, suddenly the light in which you speak that would make evil run for the hills could be explored and understood by all of us. And that's the purpose of what we're doing here today. This is called the new Untouchables, of course, because in government, we do have the people who have the professionalism, who have the courage, who have the dignity and the integrity to function in service of the American people. Unfortunately, we live in an age where a lot of these things have been perverted, turned inside out. And today, we're going to explore through this series of podcasts all of the elements that make that so. And so I thank you and your team. And we are blessed to be here with the incredible dignity and integrity of the people who are willing to participate.
So much. Eric Vaughn, you wrote this thing. Tell me a little bit about the experience and what drew you to writing this to begin with.
The journey that Patrick started, with me and Adam Bronfman, I should say, really, it became very apparent just how critical telling this story and getting this story right was. And creating the con was a multi-year task. And a lot of the reasons for that was because we had to build it up and then tear it back down when we knew that we got something wrong. I mean, I remember, it seems like yesterday that we were just about finished with episode 3 and we had it built, in a way that, the story was like really solid. It made a lot of sense. And then, I had a conversation with Bill Black, about something, and it occurred to me that as tight as the story was, it was completely wrong just because of a couple misplaced facts. And so we had to completely reconstruct it because it was the most important thing that we could do in producing this series was to get the story right. Ultimately, my job was quite simple. We went around and we listened to the people who knew what happened, who understood, who were on the right side of this, who got it right. And it was just my job to listen and to somehow get it in an order that told the story accurately in a way that people could understand. And so, I mean, in writing and in directing the con, that was the basic mission, was that I know nothing, all these people do. Let's get their stories right, and let's make it, and let's tell them in a way that the average person sitting at home who needs to understand these things can.
It's interesting when you guys brought this to me and I was able to finally see this thing through. I literally wept at the end because I was pinched during this. This really affected me personally, and I didn't understand. I was blamed. I felt bad. I felt like it was all my fault. And I still carry the scars from that time period. And so for me personally, being able to have all of you involved in this, I was ready to move heaven and earth to get this story out there because I don't want it to happen again. And here we are in the middle of a pandemic and we're watching financial abuse occur even as we speak. We're watching the same predation that you guys expose in this. And I want to make sure we bring the right people here to make sure that we can bring this thing down. Without further ado, let me bring us to Bill Black. Bill, thank you so much for all the work that you've done on this. Let me tell us a little bit about what brought you into the con and why you feel, this is the most important thing going right now.
Okay, so I was sitting peacefully in Quito, Ecuador, helping the government of Ecuador in fight fraud and procurement and such. And I got this weird phone call. And it was from Patrick, and it was this person saying they'd seen me, as you heard, on Bill Moyers, who is fantastic, by the way. And could I come and talk? And I think we talked for at least 2 hours, maybe 4 hours, that first time. And this is what I do for decades, is spend time with people who actually try to get it right. Right. So if I work with a reporter and that reporter really, really wants to understand, that's someone I'll invest my time on. And it became apparent that every other documentary about the great financial crisis was not simply incorrect, but affirmatively wrong. That they were time after time going to the people who got it wrong. What are they going to do? They're going to do apologias for what happened. They're going to reinvent history. And what you've heard in the introductions, if I would summarize it, it would be listen and learn, right? What everybody told you, if you shut up a bit and listen to people, you can learn a lot. And my great advantage, as I'm sure is true of many people listening to this and participating, is marrying well. Over 41 years ago to June Carbone. And I listened to her, and she told me decades ago the person I needed to be reading and working with was Art Wilmarth. And Art is considered a scholar's scholar, but while he is infamous for the degree of research he does, he's also interested in policy. He really wants the world to be a better place, and he knows how parallel the fraud schemes, the predation schemes, the misuse of political power have been, that we're talking about arcs. We're only going to take it back into the 20s and 30s probably today, but it goes far longer in U.S. history, and before that in international history. And he worked closely with the Financial Crisis Inquiry Commission to try to get them to understand how critical a particular part of legislation was, and how the destruction of it, first by Alan Greenspan, the death of 1,000 cuts by interpretation, and then the final coup de grace by some people who were fundamentally corrupt with a small c. They'll never go to prison for it, but it's absolutely corrupt, as absolute corruption existed prior, as in these prior crises as well. And so I first on my list to Patrick and to Eric was get Art on camera. We had already emphasized, other people before I even got involved in the project, it emphasized Pecora, a name that you may not have heard. My spouse's name again, June Carbone. Pecorino Romano, same root. So this is a lamb, a sheep that became a lion. And with that, basically I'm here just to introduce Art at the beginning, then we can talk a bit about the enormous implications of how we violated the most brilliant rule of conservative thought, which is, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. We had something that worked incredibly well, and both parties came together with a single-minded resolution to destroy it. And for bonus points, Art can even tell the story of how the city manager kept a trophy in his office, but then years later admitted that what he had done was a disaster for America. So that's why Art, and let's get to him as quickly as we can.
Absolutely. And with that, Art, thank you so much for joining us. Please tell us, how did you get involved in this? Talk about your part in this.
Well, I became a young banking lawyer back in the late 1970s. I had practiced a few years in commercial litigation, but I decided to shift firms and shift practice, and was going into the corporate securities practice. But as I came to this new firm, they asked me to work in a banking case, and as soon as I worked on it, I realized, oh my gosh, this is now I understand, that why banks and politics have always been intertwined. As Willie Sutton said, when they asked him why he robbed banks, he said, because that's where the money is. And the politicians figured that out too, that banks are where the money is. And so as I was working on this banking case, and it was sort of a case of the big banks versus the small banks, and the federal government trying to preempt state law so the states would have to let the big banks do what they wanted to do. I began to recognize that big banks, that's where the power was, and that's where the arrogance was, and that's really where this inherent dynamism of more. You could see it working in them, and just about that same time, this is around 1980, 81. The banks began to launch a campaign against. They said, "Repeal Glass-Steagall." And I didn't know a lot about banking at that time. I said, what's Glass-Steagall? If they're against it, I better look into this. And so I looked into Glass-Steagall. And of course, as many of our listeners would know, Glass-Steagall was a statute passed in 1933 during the early days of FDR's administration. It was a direct response to the Great Depression. And Glass-Steagall did a number of things, but it did two very big things. One was that it created a system of federal deposit insurance so that people's money would be safe inside banks. But secondly, and more to our point, it separated banks from the securities markets and the capital markets. It basically said, banks, you may not underwrite or trade in any securities except for government bonds, because banks have always dealt in government bonds. That again shows the link between governments and banks. And it said, capital markets, you may not take deposits, which I think were understood to be short-term debt claims that were payable at par on demand. So we don't want securities firms doing what banks do, and we don't want banks doing what securities firms do. And so I read this famous Supreme Court case, Investment Company Institute versus Camp, decided in 1971. Back in the days when the courts actually thought they should uphold what statute said. And this was a case where Citibank was trying to basically set up a mutual fund. And the court said, you can't do this. I mean, a mutual fund is an offering of securities. And Citibank, you can't do this. And no matter what you call it, no matter what packaging you use, stripped to its essentials, this is a mutual fund, you can't do it. And the court explained what Congress thought they were doing back in the Glass-Steagall Act. And we can get into this, but obviously there had been this enormous boom and bust during the 1920s and early 1930s. It was driven in large part by the big banks that got into securities activities and basically passed off a lot of really bad securities on unsuspecting investors. And the economy blew up, and Congress said, we don't want this ever to happen again, so we're going to separate them. And as I read this case, I thought, this makes absolute sense to me. Why would we want banks to be involved in securities speculation? And the court talked about the conflicts of interest created when banks get into securities underwriting and trading. We can talk about that too. But the court said that the members of Congress were very clear. They didn't want banks serving two masters. They wanted banks serving their depositors, serving their trust customers. They didn't want banks serving the interests of security speculators and other corporate entrepreneurs who were trying to sell or market securities to depositors and trust customers. They wanted the banks to be objective and independent in lending as well as in investment advice. And I thought that makes perfect sense. Why are the big banks trying to break this down. Well, of course, it became more and more clear that the big banks thought they could make a lot of money doing this. And of course, what we find is that many of the things that Congress was talking about in 1933 and that the Supreme Court was talking about in 1971, many of those things absolutely became true for a second time after we first undermined Glass-Steagall, as Bill says, through a series of regulatory so-called interpretations that were really opening loopholes. And then ultimately, when Congress repealed it, in less than 10 years, we had another enormous boom and bust comparable to what happened in the 1920s, early 1930s. So, as Santa Anna said, those who refuse to learn the lessons of history are condemned to repeat them, and that's exactly what happened to us. And unfortunately, the Dodd-Frank Act, unlike Glass-Steagall, the Dodd-Frank Act did not break up what I would call universal banks. Universal banks are basically banks that can engage in securities, capital markets activities, now including things like derivatives. Dodd-Frank didn't break them up, nor did Dodd-Frank break up this parallel system of so-called shadow banks, which are basically non-banks doing bank-like things, including taking quasi-deposits. So money market mutual funds are simply deposits in disguise. Short-term commercial paper, short-term repurchase agreements are simply deposits in disguise. And this is how the shadow banking system got built up. They didn't break that up either. So we're, isn't one definition of insanity doing the same thing over and over and thinking you're going to get a different result? So Dodd-Frank changed nothing about the basic structure of our financial system, but thought they could fix it without changing it. And I think, as you say, the pandemic crisis, and we can perhaps discuss that toward the end. The pandemic crisis simply reiterates that the system that got us into the global financial crisis of 2007-09 is just as unstable, just as dangerous, and just as reliant on government bailouts now as it was in 2007. What we've seen this year is simply another enormous set, maybe even larger bailouts of universal banks and shadow banks than we saw in 2008, which to me is very distressing.
And Mr. Wilmarth, and to Bill Black too, I want to just tap in from this perspective as just a citizen, somebody who didn't go through my educational process, spending my life understanding all of the details of history that would inform policy or, in fact, deregulation through different time periods. But you get to the most prescient point for somebody such as myself. Isn't insanity doing the same thing and expecting a different result? And here we are. And so over and over, the people of the United States, I have seen over the course of the last 12 years, tend to come to this epiphany that the system is rigged, it's working against them, it's working for a specific class of people, but yet they don't understand the who did what, when, and how, and why, and ultimately who allowed it to happen and why. And so in this incredible process, and I'm going to direct this first to you, William, Bill Black, and then into the next phase of this conversation, what can we glean from the historical setting of Ferdinand Pecora and what took place during that investigation that righted the wrongs that created the Great Depression, and what then can we take away from that and put that into our calculus now to what an enlightened public might be able to inform our elected officials if that's a potential solution?
Sure. So my primary appointment is in economics. So if I put my econ hat on, there's an obvious thing that's similar in the run-up to the Great Depression and the run-up to the Great Financial Crisis. And that is finance, which if you ask it, claims it's a middleman function, right? That it exists solely as a middleman function to aggregate deposits and make loans for the most productive uses, right? Well, the efficiency condition for a middleman is really clear: lean and mean, really small. Just before the Great Depression, just before the Great Financial Crisis, the profit share of finance of all industries became approximately 40%. That's insane, right? you can see why they would love it to game the system to do that, right? This thing that was supposed to be a middleman productive thing became a giant parasite in many ways. It was creating a bubble that made the credulous think, and the credulous, of course, was politicians who claimed credit for these marvelous years, the Gilded Age type of thing. And just like to this day, President Clinton claims that he had this fabulous time period. Yes, inflated by the two largest bubbles in the history of the world, the dot-com bubble and the housing bubble, right? So that's the economics of it. But why such a different response, Art? In one, as you said, we created relatively simple rule, a bright line in our, if I put my law hat on and talk to you, rule, that where we didn't try to get it perfect, just close enough in a way that was really enforceable and worked brilliantly for 50 years. Whereas 70 years later, with all the knowledge we should have had as to how to get things right, we got things horribly wrong. And we killed bazillion trees in the process of doing it. Instead of a short, simple Glass-Steagall rule, we ended up with first a law that stretches forever and then regulations that stretch beyond ever that everybody knew would fail. I think, from my view and from what I've learned from you, that getting the facts right through the Pecora hearings was a big part of it, but also the response of FDR to those facts, as opposed to the Obama administration's non-fact-based response, was critical. Do you agree? And can you explain?
Yes, I mean, I think that so we had key people in key positions in 1933 who I think saw what had gone wrong during the 1920s and were determined to make it different. And so certainly Pecora and FDR were two of those people. Carter Glass was a third person because Carter Glass, even way back as sort of one of the fathers of the Federal Reserve, wanted a decentralized system. New York wanted to create a central bank focused on New York and focused on Wall Street and controlled by Wall Street. And Carter Glass was determined that that would not happen. And so what we ended up with was a decentralized Federal Reserve system with a government appointed board running it. Glass, although he wasn't perhaps as determined an enemy of Wall Street as some others, he was incredibly skeptical of Wall Street and certainly didn't think Wall Street should control the nation's finance and economy. And he certainly thought that it was a horror for banks to be involved in speculative activities like commodities and securities, and indeed real estate. He didn't think banks should be involved in heavy real estate activities either, because he felt banks should be essentially financing business commercial operations with relatively short-term loans so that banks wouldn't have this terrible maturity mismatch between long-term assets and short-term liabilities. Then you have Pecora, who is hired in January 1933 as the chief investigator for the Senate committee that was looking at Wall Street. Interestingly, Herbert Hoover set up, encouraged that committee. Hoover didn't get the answer right, but Hoover himself was not a fan of Wall Street and was very distrustful of it. But the committee had started in 1932, but hadn't gotten anywhere, partly because Wall Street did its normal tap dance, and they had a lot of fancy, high-priced counsel, and they gummed up the gears, and not much progress was made. Pecora came in January 1933. He was a very experienced prosecutor in New York and a progressive who focused on financial crime, corruption, financial frauds. He wasn't really focused on banking, but he knew what financial fraud was, and he knew how to sort of deconstruct it, how to do a forensic investigation. He was also a masterful cross-examiner. One big difference between the Pecora Commission in 1933 in the Financial Crisis Inquiry Commission in 2010 was that the committee in 1933 allowed Pecora to do most of the questioning. So he directed all the opening questions, and then some of the committee members would come in later on. But he was driving the investigation. He wouldn't allow the witnesses to equivocate, to sort of filibuster. He just kept driving right at them, and he basically progressively undressed them. Essentially, we can talk about some of the examples of that. But he revealed the scandals that had occurred, the terrible securities that had been sold by the big banks during the 1920s, and the corruption and self-dealing by some of these big bankers, and in ways that everyone could see. And if you go back, and the newspapers were covering it. So if you go back when the Pecora hearings were on, the front page of the New York Times or the front page of the New York Herald Tribune, they would have front page articles every day on the latest revelations by Ferdinand Pecora, so everyone could see them in big banner headlines. When the Financial Crisis Inquiry Commission came along, you had 9 commissioners, 7, and they were divided 4-3 by partisan appointment. And the questioning was done seriatim. So each commissioner would have maybe 10 or 15 minutes at most with a key witness. And if the witness filibustered, it was sort of like a congressional committee hearing. The witness can filibuster and try to talk their way around it. And it was hard to pin the people down, as opposed to having one questioner who just went at them and wouldn't let up. And again, Pecora, he was a truly gifted cross-examiner. And even to read the dry transcripts today, the pages crackle with energy and with tension and with shame. I mean, that when he finally gets these people to admit what they had done, one newspaper said that even some of the revelations were such that even Pecora and his colleagues were gasping at some of what the witnesses would finally admit to. So this was the industry was essentially taken apart for everyone to see. The other thing that of course was happening was that as he began his investigation, the entire banking system was collapsing in the spring of 1933. By the time FDR comes in, he declares a national bank holiday, and all the banks are shut for a full week. So people basically saw experienced what had happened, that the entire banking system collapsed. They couldn't get their money. They weren't sure they'd ever get their money back. There was no doubt as to how catastrophic the crisis was. In 2008 and 9, basically the government rushed in and bailed everybody out and propped everybody up. I mean, Lehman Brothers was the one great exception that they allowed to fail, and the results were so disastrous that they quickly made the decision that no other big institution would be allowed to fail. So by propping everybody up, bailing everybody out, it didn't bring the full pain and significance of the crisis home to everyone. Yeah, certainly people like Patrick, who lost their homes, they understood how bad things were. But a lot of the people who were, in the middle and upper class didn't experience that. They knew things were bad, but they didn't know how catastrophic things really were. They didn't understand how dramatic the bailouts actually were, how much we've mortgaged our future.
If I might just add, though, you touched upon something that I think that we all can, respond to from the perspective of what drove me to have to find these insatiable. I had this insatiable curiosity because what was happening to me was so life-changing and so catastrophic, and it didn't add up to what I was experiencing that was taking place in the mainstream press, for example. And I read the New York Times every day. So when you were saying that the New York Times during the Pecora hearing was revealing everything that was going on, and so therefore the people could respond to their own experience, that's what started to galvanize, I would imagine, the critical mass necessary to be able to elevate the crimes of the financial system so that we could actually move the needle on getting to the solutions. Can you make in both you and Mr. Black?
Patrick, I just want to add to what you're about to ask, if you don't mind, because I think that you're hitting the exact right spot. Because in what you were just talking about there are the three biggest differences that I saw between 33 and 2007 was what Patrick's talking about as far as the media is concerned, how the bankers were questioned, and the healthy skepticism from Washington politicians. And so I think that along with what Patrick's saying, I like, can we do like a bit of a compare and contrast on those three main issues?
Yeah. So, I mean, FDR was called an enemy to his class, right? The FDR did not like Wall Street. He was convinced that Wall Street was corrupt. And a couple of times when Glass kind of wavers a little bit, FDR says, you can't trust Wall Street. I know them better than you. If you allow them an inch, they'll go right back to their old ways. So FDR was a very committed believer in sort of the corruption that existed on Wall Street. So certainly that gave a lot of power. And the banks themselves had been so seriously hurt that they weren't as strong and able to fight back. Although it's interesting, we can get into this too. Even after the banks fought hard against Glass-Steagall, and even after the Securities Act of 1933 gets passed, the banks kind of get a second wind and fight back. And there's another year that goes on when Pecora is still investigating, because the banks are determined to stop the Securities Exchange Act from being passed in 1934, because that act gives the federal government direct control over securities broker dealers and the stock exchanges, which they were determined not to allow. The broker dealers and the stock exchanges had never been regulated before. And there's a tremendous fight. Without Pecora's continuing revelations of what's going on, it's very unlikely that the 1934 Act would have been passed. And in fact, the Wall Street was trying very hard to undo the 1933 Act. So what you see, even in the depths of the Great Depression, with all that had happened, the political power that still existed on Wall Street was determined and fought hard and was only defeated with great effort. In Dodd-Frank, I still remember the day Dodd-Frank was passed, and they quoted one of the key financial executives who sort of said, "Well, this is the end of the first half." He said, "We couldn't stop Dodd-Frank, but now we get to work on the rulemaking, and we can slow this thing down or weaken it through the rulemaking," which is exactly what's happened. The other thing I would say is that for some reason, I think people thought in simpler terms back in 1933, and as Bill said, they agreed on some very clear, bright structural lines that everyone could understand. Banks over here, and securities firms and markets over here, and ne'er the twain shall meet. There's a big wall between them. Everybody understood that. Dodd-Frank, Glass-Steagall was less than 40 pages long in the statutes at large. Dodd-Frank was over 830 pages in length in the statute at large. And it's full of technocratic, rule fixes like, oh, well, we'll set up all these agencies to adopt these rules. And it was this faith that somehow we can fine tune everything, right? That I sort of said, to me, the universal banks are like nuclear reactors, and they're prone to melt down. So you could decide that, we don't want any more nuclear reactors. They're too prone to melt down. They're too dangerous. But Dodd-Frank was like, no, if we would just put better controls on them, right? We don't have to actually change what nuclear reactors are or what they do or how dangerous they are. Just put better controls on them. But that, if the basic structure is unstable and inherently dangerous, that's a very bad response.
Yeah. So to pick up, in 1936, Roosevelt gave his famous speech announcing the start of the second New Deal. He said, "We know now that government by organized money is just as dangerous as government by organized mob. Never before in all our history have these forces been so united against one candidate as they stand today. They are unanimous in their hate for me and I welcome their hatred. Can anyone imagine a modern president of the United States?
This is exactly what I was going to ask. Bill, and Art, what makes that time period so different? Because I'll be perfectly honest with you. As I watch the elections and I watched Hillary Clinton laughing at Glass-Steagall saying, we don't need to reinstate Glass-Steagall. We need a modern Glass-Steagall and so forth. And she was talking about shadow banking, which is all valid points as we've just gone through. Speaking with Robert Hockett about the shadow banks not too long ago, these things are obviously very, very nuanced and so forth. But what Art said was very powerful there. They were very simple. You do this, you do that, and ne'er the two shall meet. What is it about today that is different from then? Because quite frankly, I don't see any political will whatsoever from any of these candidates on either side of the aisle to bring this thing to a head and stop it dead in its tracks. As we're watching people huge out of work, they're losing their homes, mortgages are about to be called in. There's no action whatsoever to take care of the people right now. And you look back then, and it was quite clear that at least FDR was willing to put this Ferdinand Pecora in place to take care of this stuff. What will we need to do now?
I mean, there's so much, it's just the sheer amount of money. I mean, I think that as strong as Wall Street was in the 1920s and 30s, I think it's even stronger now. I mean, Wall Street has been the biggest political contributor to campaigns at least since 1998, possibly before then. But that's as far as records go back that I can find. In terms of lobbying, it's been the biggest expenditure of lobbying money, again, since 1998. Now, that's what we would call finance, insurance, and real estate, FIRE, which should tell you something. Somebody that's fire, we got to be worried about it, right? So the fire sector is the biggest one. Now, unfortunately, big tech is catching up. And I think one of my great fears is now we see moves to actually put big tech and banking together. I think they would each, for different reasons, like to get together if they could be in control of each other or have some kind of modus vivendi. But can you imagine big tech and banking together? And we're not so far away from it. But the money, the sheer money is unbelievable. And that, the big Wall Street banks literally have hundreds of lobbyists, many of whom are former members of Congress, former senior financial regulators. The revolving door spins faster now than it's ever spun. So there are so many people who really have vested interests in not letting things change, right? It's a good deal for them.
Let me pick up and take it from a different lens, because what Art has said is all true. But to start out with your question, again, FDR did not appoint Pecora. A incredibly conservative president of the other party appointed him. And the only reason he was available for appointment is because he was so honest. Even though he had been a superbly effective deputy lead prosecutor in New York, the Tammany Hall bosses would never make him the top prosecutor. And this is, if we situate it, this was literally the era of the Untouchables. This is 1930 to 1932. Eliot Ness takes on a mob boss that nobody could take down. And in a really homage to what will become the future, they take him down with accountants. And they take him down with the tax laws. And with basically, they flip an insider as well. And the mob under Al Capone, there really was such a person, does offer not just Ness, but many of his special agents, as they were called, huge bribes for the time. You know what? So we've been talking about political contributions that act like legal bribes, but these were just straight out illegal to people who were making a pittance. And every one of them said, no, hell no. So there are good people. There are people who are untouchable. You can offer them limitless amounts of money from their standpoint, and they will refuse it. Pecora was an untouchable. Nobody called him that then, but he is of that age, and he had proved in, again, think Tammany Hall. He was working in some ways in a government completely controlled by Tammany Hall, and everyone knew he was completely incorruptible. If you've ever seen A Man for All Seasons, right? This is Thomas More, who will not accept any bribe in an era when it was absolutely normal. The point is, I think, how, yes, political contributions were smaller then, even if we, discount inflation, but they were enormous. They were incredibly powerful. And we had just gone through 30 years of immense dominance by industry, in which there was a particular banker, Morgan, for example, who had power like nobody in the modern era in banking has. So while banking power was in some way smaller, in other ways, it was even more concentrated. This someone who literally ran much of the American economy and almost all of finance if he chose to do so, right? Pecora created the political space in which Glass and FDR could successfully get legislation. Now, yes, the Great Depression also created that political space, as Art explained. But to pick up where Art is saying, I was the deputy staff director of a similar national investigation into the causes of the savings and loan crisis. Art played a consultant role of the Financial Crisis Inquiry Commission. We were very small, and so I was I was sort of the substantive person on everything. We were not allowed as staff to ask a single question. Now we knew, we being me, right, knew vastly more than any of the commissioners. And they would not give up their 15 minutes of non-fame because these things were not being covered on the front pages the way Art correctly emphasizes. Flash forward to the Financial Crisis Inquiry Commission. The lead co-commissioner, but one is sort of more equal than others because the staff reports to him, wanted to make me his head of investigations. But he told me, there's no way I can get you past the Republicans. Right, precisely because I had a reputation of competence, complete lack of care about party, and willingness and ability to ask those really difficult, embarrassing questions. So they structure the commission to fail. And it was different party-wise. The Republicans appointed people to ensure that there could not be any unanimity in the report. That was it absolutely happened. It was absolutely deliberate. So they, from the beginning, made sure it could not have the impact of the Pecora hearings. So again, we know how to succeed, but part of the things we need to do to succeed is get the real facts, and then, as Art says, to put them on the front page of every major paper, not for a day, but day after day after day, where even and Art hinted at this, it isn't just that Pecora was aghast and the people present. It was that it was clear that even the huge bankers were finally embarrassed to have it made public. And that before that date, there was nothing that would embarrass them. They would literally target widows. Indeed, one of the huge things in that era was the influx of women into the stock market.
You know, it's interesting, and I think the people, people back then still understood that there were basic moral rules that ought to be observed or at least recognized. And so it's interesting, on the floor of Congress, one member of Congress makes this point: you cannot serve two masters. And of course, universal banking creates this terrible conflict of interest where now you have securities to sell. And now you can no longer advise your depositors and trust customers independently. You're trying to sell them your stuff. Oh, and your lending is no longer independent because now you're going to make loans to support your securities sales. So now you're going to corrupt your lending process. But no one can serve two masters. And he said, if we would just enact this bill, he said, banking could return to be an honest, moral enterprise. His name was Representative Koppelman, I think from Connecticut. And in the congressional record, it says, applause. They applauded his remarks for taking such a strong moral position. And you come forward to today, and Bill will understand this too. When you talk about lawyers' ethics and bankers' ethics, it's all about, we can manage these conflicts of interest, right? We can manage them. And my view is really fundamental structural conflicts of interest cannot be managed. Incentives matter. When incentives are corrupt and pointed in the wrong direction, you cannot expect people to be saints and not to follow those incentives. As Bill says, you can get a few people, Pecora being a good example, but you cannot expect, by and large, the mass of people to say, oh, I'm not going to be driven by that conflict of interest or that incentive. And they understood that in 1933. I think we've forgotten that in this day and age.
I have to insert one thing right here because this is an intersection of why the con came to be and what the con actually demonstrates. And so, for example, none of this stuff, again, made sense to me, right? And so I had to compartmentalize this, but I had intuition and I understand power. I've been around for a while. So in my own life, I've seen how people can act if someone's not being held to account. And so you said previously, Art, that there was an appetite by the general public once Pecora was able to introduce the details of some of the heavy hitters on Wall Street. Can you address that and potentially compare that to now in the context of what Bill had introduced in terms of how he was able to orchestrate the SNL investigation?
Well, I think Keating would be a good example. I think when Keating's skullduggery was exposed, I think that mobilized quite a few people in the SNL. What you had in the Pecora was multiple similar exposures. So they exposed that Charles Mitchell, who was the head of National City Bank, basically cheated on his taxes by making a structured sale of stock to his wife, claiming a loss that sort of completely wiped out his profits for 1929 when he was the last year he made a big profit, and then bought the stock back, the next year. So the wife suffered no loss, but it was a tax evasion. Albert Wiggin, who was the president of Chase, even went further. He sold the stock of Chase short after the crash of 1929 at a time when he knew, because he was the president and chairman of Chase, that Chase was trying to buy its stock back in the market to hold the stock price up. So he knows his bank is buying stock back in the market to hold the price up. And at the same time, he sells his own personal holdings of Chase short to make money. And that was revealed. JP Morgan, they revealed that JP Morgan had what were called preferred lists. Every major retired politician, including Calvin Coolidge, the chairman of both the Democratic and Republican national committees, up and down several former cabinet members, they would give them stock at favorable prices to make immediate profits. It was like the old spinning game that you had with IPOs back in the early late 1990s, early 2000s. So it guaranteed profits quick, and these were the preferred lists. And again, people could understand. Wait a minute, they're bribing these leading politicians or influential people. They also major corporate executives by giving them guaranteed stock profits right away. And I think that people realize, wait a minute, the whole system is crooked. If you think the whole system is crooked, you're going to support a proposal to basically change the system completely. I don't think that was ever brought home to the American people in such a dramatic way in 2007, 8, and 9, that the whole system is crooked, that and these big guys, the big banks are right in the center of it. Because they kept saying, oh, it wasn't us, it wasn't us. It was a perfect storm. We didn't see it coming. I mean, and as Bill said, there wasn't enough done to sort of expose those lies.
It was even more obscene than that. They said it wasn't us, it was those poor black and brown guys.
They shouldn't have taken on those mortgages, right? They should have known those mortgages were no good when they signed up for them, right? And
yeah, let me give two examples that build on Art's point. One, in the savings and loan debacle, again, political contributions, lobbyists, immense power. Political scientists called the Trade Association for Savings and Loans the third most powerful political force in America, right? And I still have lots of scar tissue from being run over by them in any attempt to get a legislative fix. What worked eventually? As I said, when Patrick called and I spent 4 hours with him, that's 4 of probably literally 8,000 hours I've spent, not here in the great financial crisis, but in the savings and loan debacle. Because we realized the only chance we had, the correlation of forces, as they would say in the military, was everybody against us. And we were really weak. We had no political power at all. But we had the facts. We made them public. So when we would do a complaint, we would put it in plain English. And we would really explain the fraud scheme. And we would and then I would work with reporters for hours and hours and hours explaining the importance of it and how it worked and such. Eventually, this became, because we made criminal referrals as well and got over 1,000 felony convictions, hyper prioritized cases against the most elite, the CEOs, the chairmen of the board, right? Completely didn't happen at all in the great financial crisis. And people started to figure out it's the same scam. Minor iterations 1,000 times. And so once we hit about conviction 300, which is to say years and years of efforts, politicians, as soon as we announced our complaint or the indictment, began to rush to return the political contributions or donate them to poverty. One particularly sleazy member of Congress who was literally working with Keating started wearing a button that was 6 inches in diameter that said, "Jail the SNL crooks." It was completely cynical, but we knew we had won. We had jujitsu-like taken their greatest strength, this immense political power, and turned it into a liability through getting the facts and through publicizing the facts. This is a bit wonky. I'll do it super short. The Australian Royal Commission, a couple of years ago, had skilled barristers do virtually all the questioning. A single appointee in charge, not these 7 to 9 type folks, all who want their 10 minutes of limelight. And so they have a team of like 8 of these excellent people at cross-examination. The other 7 are working, developing their case, and 1 is doing a hearing. So it's blow after blow after blow, if you think in boxing terms, to the stomach. You know, the ones that show up in round 6, where they can no longer move. And brilliant, because they both did the substantive investigation correctly, and they realized what we try to teach people in law school. Narrative, narrative, narrative. We are humans. We respond to human stories. Pecora told stories through the testimony, and the stories were depraved, right? And that's what they did in Australia. So they gave the statistics, but then they also brought out the insurance company that not only knew it was pursuing and hounding somebody with Down syndrome, but didn't sell them once, sold them 3 times, huge policies that they clearly did not understand, where they were trying not to do it, where they were trying to say, I need my father, and with the salespersons pummeling them not to do it. And then the father called in. And by the way, this was established by the commission. The people who handled complaints were called retention staff, because your bonus was for never saying yes to the complaint. And so they tape recorded this, in which they mocked not only the son that they victimized, but the father as, in Aussie parlance, a whinger, a snowflake, a complainer. What's he so scared and upset about that we got, went and attacked deliberately 3 times successfully someone with Down syndrome? You hear that, it's all over, right? Pecora understood that. He understood that when he was bringing out, they paid no taxes. In the Great Depression, where people were on death's door, and these people who are the most powerful, richest folks in the world responded to it by saying, how can I make sure I suffer not even a trifle? You tell that story. We told the story about Keating, that he put, for the first time, the problem with deposit insurance is there's no identifiable human victim. None of us get a bill on our taxes that says you're going to pay $2,000 for Charles Keating. It's frauds, right? So Keating did us the advantage of selling uninsured, worthless junk bonds out of the branches to make it look like insured, and targeted widows, communities, retirement communities. And we could choose between 3,000 victims stories. So we put on the one in which the nice young man, because he were sold by 18-year-olds who knew nothing deliberately. She told her, the nice young man, she was trying to save because she was the sole support for her adult quadriplegic daughter. And her quadriplegic daughter, only joy in life that remained was she loved the smell of the Pacific Ocean. So she was going to save, the mom was going to save to get a wheelchair van so that she could take her daughter. And the nice young man advised her to put her entire life savings in these worthless junk bonds. Now, when we told that story, it was over for Charles Keating, because finally there was a human face on the victim of the savings and loan debacle, and that face was your grandmother. And on top of that, they would go after somebody who was doing everything in her very limited ability to help her quadriplegic daughter. And to the bankers, that was an opportunity to deceive her.
That's just evil. Awful, 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 awful. Bill, I want to bring this back. You and Art both said something very important. Art in particular spoke about the fact that we needed to get this stuff on the front pages every single day. One of the most important infographics that was in the con was the showing of all the banks as the consolidation occurred, as the state banks became national banks and it went down. That same infographic could be done for the media. The media is consolidated. It is programmed. If you flip the channels, you're going to get the same story, the same talking points, the same exact gaslighting, the same lie, same propaganda. As a member of the alternative media, and one of the key reasons why I wanted to be a part of this is that very concept of getting out the information to the world, to bring about the conditions to have a modern day Pecora, to have a Pecora hearing where most people have no idea even who Ferdinand Pecora is, save for this show. This is an opportunity for people to really get serious, because the very things that we're fighting for, Green New Deal, Medicare for all these things that they claim we have no money for, as we watch the fraud, as we watch them bail these banks out, as we watch them take on all kinds of issues within the financial sector to bail them out, we watch the people suffer and suffer more. This right here is the blocker, if you will, to a new world, to a world of non-predation, of people thriving once again. And I want to get your take, to take us out of here. This right here is the core element that without exposure, without that massive push from the bottom to force this into the limelight, it will never, ever come to be. And these people will continue to get away with murder because people are dying as a direct result of their fraud.
Yeah, so my lesson, and it's why so much I wanted Art, the con, to talk to him at length and to, be part of this presentation, is we know how to succeed. We have succeeded. Why do we stop doing the things that work and continue to do the things we know fail? And again, they don't just not work. They actually create such perverse incentives that we guarantee there will be many more and many far worse crises. Why not do the right thing? Why is the con not famous, not just in the United States, but across the world? It is, in terms of any other documentary treatment of the great financial crisis, there is no comparison. There are many levels in between the con and anything else. And again, why? Because the con actually talked to the Art Wilmarths of the world. It talked to the Michael Winstons. It talked to folks like Richard that you'll meet, Richard Bowen. These are the people who proved to be untouchable, who kept on telling the truth. We can listen to them. We can learn. And Art's point is we can do something. We can do something effective. I'll turn it to Art.
The audience needs to understand, too, that non-prime, subprime, scurrilous lending is still going on. I mean, look at the payday lenders, the auto title lenders, some of the bad student lenders. These folks are all financed out of Wall Street. Wall Street is the money behind these so-called fringe alternative lenders. And if you look at the terms of the lending, it's truly shocking. And so we have to understand that Wall Street is, in my view, where the beast lives. And we need to get the beast out of the cave and close up the cave. And I think, break up Wall Street so that actually, people working in financial services on Wall Street could be, once again, honest purveyors of financial services. But the system we have now creates every incentive for predation, and we have to stop it.
Folks, I want to thank you all very much for your time. Art, it was a pleasure to meet you. It's a pleasure to have you on.
Thank you.
Will, thank you as always for joining us. You are just an amazing person. Both of you brought so much information to the table. This just sets the stage for this series. I really, really appreciate it. Eric and Patrick, as always, thank you so much. My name's Steve Grumbine with Real Progressives. This concludes part 1 of our series on the Untouchables. Thank you so much, everybody. Congress, Article 1, Section 8, has the power of the purse, period. So what does it need taxes for, right? It needs that obligation. It needs that liability for you to need that piece of paper. They make it so that you only need the US dollar because you can't pay your taxes in Bitcoin. You can't pay your taxes in Dogecoin. You can't pay it in anything but US dollars. Why do I care about MMT? I went from being a radical right-wing Christo-fascist to a radical left-wing MMT-informed progressive. We've been convinced that spending on the people will cause inflation. They needed the elbow of truth dropped on them from on the top rope, off the turnbuckle. Boom! In fact, taxes cannot possibly pay for public spending. Federal spending, because the government has to spend the money into the economy first for you to be able to pay your taxes. That if you understood that money is the one thing we can't run out of, but we can run out of water, we can run out of petroleum, we can run out of any number of things. So why do I care about MMT? Because it answers all these questions. It answers the immigration story. It answers the healthcare story. And if I'm not mistaken, we're in the middle of an existential climate crisis. MMT answers how we're going to mitigate this to save ourselves from extinction. I'd say that's a pretty good reason to give a shit about MMT, wouldn't you? So it's going to take something other than your annual rite of passage of voting to get her done. And that's going to require knowledge, because that is how we fucking beat back fucking oligarchs, the establishment. I pay attention to MMT. I focus on MMT. I talk about MMT because it is the silver bullet for the left. For everyone, really. For the 99%. It is a true opportunity for a class-based revolution. And that's what we stand on and we organize around. And we don't ask nicely. We demand it.
One of the biggest conflicts of interest is the revolving door, which is where you have people spin through positions in government and positions in the private sector and positions in government. The point of the revolving door has been to enrich the people going through the revolving door, who they, in effect, sell out their public service and engage in influence peddling. And the American people see this process of people going through the revolving door and cashing in, and they're in public service in some particular job for a couple of years, and they go out and get $1 million or $2 million from some big bank or the bank's trade groups, and it sends the wrong message. It's a corruption of the process, and it's one of the most troubling aspects of the conflicts of interest that are rife throughout Washington, D.C.
I mean, just for example, take Citigroup and Robert Rubin and the decision to install Robert Rubin as vice chairman of the board of Citigroup. That led to very large payments for Robert Rubin, I think $120 million over a 7-year period, for duties that were almost illusory. Who has the power to make those kinds of job offers? Who has the power and the wealth to influence our politicians and our regulators and our law enforcement personnel to that extent? Almost nobody. Almost nobody. We're talking about a small handful of financial elites who run the biggest banks in the world.
It's a partnership, unfortunately, between the Washington swamp and Wall Street. I mean, when Lanny Brewer and Eric Holder can revolve right through and go back to Covington and Burling making $5 million a year, Why, and so then they're representing corporations or hoping to get clients on Wall Street. Of course, you're not going to do anything to jeopardize that. And it's not just those two. It's throughout. It's lawyers at the SEC. It's just throughout. Working in Washington has become a resume credential. You get that on your resume, and then you can go back to your firm and make even more money. Because now you know how it works. Now you can open all sorts of paths to further, corruption and between, Wall Street and Washington. And the promise of going to Washington to clean up the swamp, well, we know that was further fiction. Immediately Donald Trump surrounded himself with Wall Street and corporate types.
So the trick is, how do you get people in public office, be they appointed or otherwise, who are willing to forget their loyalty to their prior employer, and most importantly, to their future employer, and that they're not just enhancing their resume to get the bidding up for when they're going out the back door, and they can give them all the inside skinny on what happens in the government to give their future employer an advantage over everybody else, and most importantly, over most Americans.
All right, folks, this is Steve with Real Progressives. Today, we are going to be taking on episode number 2 of the new Untouchables. Folks, this is where you find out that financial crime has victims. It has real victims, real human victims. It's not just digits on a paper. It's not just digits in a computer somewhere. It's not just, nobody gets hurt, white collar crime. This is where you find out exactly the downstream fallout. And the key with that is understanding that the facts are always right there, but the bad guys try their best to hide them in plain sight. We are going to have some guests on today that will show you what the root of all that evil is, and you'll get to see the real impacts on human life. So today, without further ado, our guests will include Mark Dan. Mark Dan is the former district attorney of Ohio. We'll also have Tom Murphy, who is a special agent who helped Mark Dan put it all together. We also have Eric Vaughn and Patrick Lavelle. And without further ado, I want to bring on Patrick. Patrick, tell us a little bit about this particular scene.
Well, it's truly a miracle, really built through devastation and tragedy that defies really explanation. So on our journey to explore what happened and to try to answer these burning fundamental questions that I had as being someone who got crushed in the 2008 great financial crisis, I just simply wanted to understand what happened and suddenly make it make sense, right? And so Eric and I are on this incredible journey. And lo and behold, Eric relocates from California to Ohio. And in the process, he's just looking and researching personal stories of tragedies from the 2008 financial crisis. And he comes upon a story of Addie Polk. Addie Polk is a senior African-American widow. And she seems to be kind of a amplification of what Bill Black was teaching us in terms of who the targets were in the great in the savings and loan crisis, widows primarily, and also in the great financial crisis. And to me at that time, I didn't understand predatory lending. I thought that if you get a loan, you're lucky, right? You checked off all the boxes. You have a job, you can get a loan, you can get into a house, you can afford college, all of these types of things. It never occurred to me that a financial institution would loan money to anyone who, A, didn't meet their criteria, or B, couldn't afford to pay it back, which is one and the same, of course. And so I'm just learning and reorienting my entire life around what's something, I mean, this stuff just is counterintuitive. And when Eric discovered Addie Polk, it was incredible because we had to work really hard to get the sheriff who arrived the day that she had shot herself. And we interviewed him. And by the way, he didn't want to be interviewed. He refused to be interviewed. Our colleague, Alex Tennant, literally went to the door, knocked on Sheriff Fartherly's door and said, we need you to recreate the situation because we're doing this television show. And without you, it's not going to fly. Lo and behold, Eric actually offered some more comments, and Father agreed to go on camera with us. And at the end of that interview, as he's taking off his microphone, he says, there's some guys that I want you to meet. And as it turns out, he introduces us to this task force that was created by Mark Dan and led by Tom Murphy. And as I'm reading this article that was done by, I think, the Cleveland Plain Dealer, it answered this question that Eric had asked from the very beginning of our journey. He said, why wasn't this great financial crisis pegged as a RICO, racketeering and corrupt influences organization like the mafia? Many of us have talked about the idea of mafiocracy. Well, suddenly, here we are staring it straight in the face. And I'll leave it at that to turn over to my colleague Eric to fill in further blanks.
What was really striking about the Summit County Task Force and about the work that Mark Dan and Tom Murphy and Sheriff Barry and all the rest had done was that they did the most simple and basic thing, which was they identified that crimes were happening. They decided to investigate it. They gathered information, was able to prosecute, and was able to get, actual, incarceration, from it. I mean, that is basically what most of us think is how the system is set up and how the system works. If somebody's committing a crime, they pay for those crimes. And what was really amazing about Summit County is that this was a lot of really complex financial mortgage, related things where the entire task force had to ramp themselves up and I'll let Tom Murphy describe this, in more detail. But the point is that similar to what happened during the Pecora hearing, it didn't require people who were experts in finance and in mortgages and what have you in order to successfully prosecute these crimes. What it took were people who understood crime, criminality, corruption, scams. And so that kind of goes against what we so often hear, as far as why we need to have, somebody from a bank who's running this particular agency or whatever the case might be, all the different excuses that are made for the revolving door. Well, no. What you need are people who know how to prosecute, who know how to recognize crime when they see it and actually do something about it. And that's exactly what the gentleman on this podcast did. And so I'll go ahead and get back to you, Steve, and have you bring our guest on.
Absolutely. So, Mark, Dan, please tell us about how you came into this fold here, because this, obviously the story of Addie Polk, which is the shining light of the entire docuseries, The Con, brings about a real human story, shows the real life and death that is brought on, the tragedy, if you will, that's brought on by the predation you guys uncovered. So talk a little bit about what brought you.
Sure. Well, we started pretty early. I mean, we actually started in 2007. Things were happening here in 2007 in America. Things don't matter until they happen on the coasts. And in New York, this didn't hit New York and California until closer to 2008. But in 2007, we started seeing a dramatic increase in foreclosures going on in the state. We had been in a fight in the years I'd spent in the legislature over predatory lending regulations. And so we knew that there were people out there that were very passionate about making sure the law didn't impede them from issuing loans to people that they couldn't afford to repay. And so when I became Attorney General, I made it a priority right from the very beginning. In fact, when I did my swearing in, I talked about how if people were going around the state with guns, taking people's homes, we'd have a dragnet and we'd shut the borders down and shut the airports down until we caught them and put them in jail. But because people are doing it with a computer and a smile, somehow that wasn't the same thing, and we needed to treat this what people were treating as a civil problem as a criminal problem that it actually was.
Very good. And with that, you had a friend that helped you here, and that would be Mr. Tom Murphy. I mean, Tom, welcome. Thank you so much for joining us today. Can you tell us a little bit about how you got involved in this?
Well, I worked for Dan, and Dan came in and had a real interest in this. And as Dan said, predatory lending at first doesn't make sense to me. But I know theft. And so when we put a task force together, all of the people around the task force, law enforcement types, we don't know anything about predatory lending. Just went to the blackboard and put the elements of theft up there. It's all you have to know. You can call it anything you want. Predatory lending, I don't care what you call it. It's theft. So Mark had a commitment to it, which I commend. Okay, and he said, you tell me whatever you need. You can have it. And I'm thinking, yeah, right. But everything I asked for, everything I got. And as the members of the task force started to understand predatory lending is theft, it's one of the very first targets we hit on was a real entrepreneur. And he went into stock fraud. This guy went into everything. He just took it to a whole new level. And as I would talk to Mark at his house, on the phone, keep going. And the task force guys, who are law enforcement types, and what you should understand is that law enforcement types don't have criminal intelligence. They don't have access to what organized crime in the Attorney General has. We have our own intelligence unit. We have, our own evidence people, etc. So I had access to it. And as we put the thing together, the law enforcement types started to think, oh my God, this is huge. If you're talking 5-10 million, I'm not saying it's chump change, but when you're looking at 200-300 million, that's a lot more than 5 or 10 million. And Mark said, just keep going. And that was the largest case I had ever had.
That was the Willen case, correct?
That's correct. He was involved in that. And as we got into it, I got to tell you, this guy was a real entrepreneur. And he started it. He started to morph this thing into everything. And we were undercover. We were in an undercover location. And even as we would send subpoenas out, Mark said, God, just do it. And as we'd send subpoenas out, attorneys would call or try to call, and organized crime is not listed in the phone book. So they would have to call Mark or somebody else. And so, well, we just got this subpoena. So what do you do? So, well, you can either honor the subpoena or go to jail, whatever.
So Mark, Dan, what did you have to be able to do to build the apparatus? And can you quantify the team you put in play and characterize what they were all about to be able to achieve this incredible revelation that the entire world needs to understand?
Well, so we mobilized, and look, cops are not used to dealing. They're used to dealing with blood and robberies and drugs, and so to a certain extent, we had to take some smart old cops and retrain them in financial matters. We actually pulled people from the county auditor's office who were in the valuation business, because for tax purposes, the county of Summit, which is where this investigation was, they every 3 years they value property. So we had government employees who were. So I went to the Summit County auditor or Summit County executive and asked them to loan me some people who weren't in law enforcement at all, but who were accountant nerds, to be able to review that. We hired outside forensic accountants and put them on the team, because there wasn't that expertise doesn't exist in law enforcement, at least at the state and local level. It certainly does. It certainly does at the FBI. I mean, they had all that stuff in house. I mean, and that's what when you get frustrated and thinking about this, they had at their fingertips. The FBI and the U.S. Justice Department had all this stuff. I had to piece it together, like I was building a rat trap house or something. I mean, we took people and and got them assigned and borrowed people from law enforcement. We asked the federal government for help, and they didn't give us much. I think they assigned an agent or two every once in a while for projects that we had to do, but really we took regular cops and retrained them to be able to look at this kind of crime. And what was really fun to watch as we went through the process, none of this was fun because it was tragic, but was guys like Tom Murphy, whose eyes, who all of a sudden realized, holy shit, this is a lot worse than the stuff we're used to investigating. This is affecting thousands of people at a time.
Before we get too far into that, can you tell us how you identify that there were crimes going on to begin with?
Well, you don't have to know too much, except what theft is. And, Mark put me on the trail, and you start looking at this thing, and maybe this is just a little off of the track here. I went in and saw the police chief for the city of Akron, and I said, I have this $100,000 loan on XYZ Avenue. And he said, Mr. Murphy, that street isn't worth $100,000. So I just showed him the loan. And he said, oh my God, it's how they getting the money. And I know, Eric, you're from California, but a home in Ohio is maybe 60 at that time, 60 to 100,000, just a regular home. So that's the kind of a loan value you are going to get, maybe 40 to 60. Well, if you took that and you sent that loan out to California, in California, a garage is $100,000. So they knew that, and they would send it out to the bigger mortgage companies, who would package them. And they were packaged here, then sent them out there, and they were packaged there. And we thought, oh my God, this is pretty slick. Yeah. Well, I suppose I should take a different tack to explaining that. But, Mark was there the whole time. He said, go, keep going, get more. And then as they were running out of money, day-to-day money, the one guy from Evergreen, he started an investment. You buy stock. We were in a 1 or 2% world, and he was paying 8 to 10%. Well, not only were you sticking the people that were buying the mortgages, he was decided he would get money and give these people 8 to 10% back, and started a pyramid scheme.
Which is exactly right. Which is a Ponzi scheme. And I was struck, Tom, the first time that we talked. It was extraordinary to me to learn that when you guys put this facility together to take a deep dive, A, you had incredible secrecy, but B, you had this group of guys that Mark Dan just described that came together to unpack what was obviously a criminal conspiracy. And you did it at the board by figuring out it was theft, but obviously it was theft by deception, deceiving both the consumer and the investor. So can you walk us through what it looked like, that incredible operation that you had and what level of secrecy you had to contend with?
Well, the level of secrecy was Ohio organized crime is under Mark Dan, and it's a separate unit in the entire state. It's separately funded. It isn't even in the office tower where the AG's office is in Columbus. It's somewhere else. And everything was separate. So nobody knew anything. And we got an undercover location where we pay rent and computers. And you do have to get a host agency, if you will. And that was Summit County, who really got hit hard. And they decided, we're going to take this on. We'll take it on with you. And but then who wouldn't if the AG says I'm paying for it? And so we had cars, trucks, whatever we needed, supplies, and it's a big deal. It's a big deal. We had a computer room, we had an evidence room, we had investigative rooms, we had a finance room, we had a cafeteria, if you will, or a conference room where we met for lunch. And that's where a lot of the stuff would come. We would share at lunch, if you will. And the finance guy, we had a forensic accountant, as Mark said, who came on, and we have different peoples from different areas, government. And we even had a civilian that had a business and was retired, but was working part-time for the county of Summit. And his job, if you will, was to question everything. No, that's business. That's not business. That's theft. But he would keep it on. You know, he would ask the questions like a businessman would ask questions. And we, being law enforcement, would say theft, and somebody was going to win. And as it worked out, he figured it out right away. That's theft.
What I learned very quickly, especially when seeking the cooperation and the collaboration with the federal government and the U.S. Justice Department, was and frankly other state attorneys general who ultimately ended up with some action that ended up being good, but not what it could have been. And that was that they couldn't envision a world in which the guys they went to Harvard with, or the guys they went to Yale with, or the guys they went who graduated from Wharton School of Business could possibly be serial criminals. And to this day, the folks in the Justice Department, whether it's been the Clinton or the Bush or the Obama or the Trump Justice Department, and I see nothing different coming from the Biden Justice Department at all. Though they can't look this week, just this week, Boeing was fined $1.5 billion for killing 300 people on airplanes that human beings who worked in the company knew were dangerous and allowed them to fly, and helped each other deceive the government regulators about the dangers that those passengers were facing in the hands of the pilots, not the pilots, in the planes that they created. And $1.5 billion seems like a lot of money, but nobody went to jail.
But it's expendable, and same with your cases involved with the nature of the huge Sackler family settlements and everything else. With the opioid crisis, it's that the consumer, i.e., citizen, is expendable for the bottom line, which is short term, and it's all baked into this black box casino of deception.
Right, but Patrick, the point you make about not learning from history, is so important, because our capital was occupied by a group of American citizens. I think that most of them were citizens anyway. I think they were all citizens, probably. I think they had that going for them. But I got to tell you something, and I would bet you that more than half of those people that were arrested had a foreclosure issue in the past 10 years. The anger and the sense, we have to think about both cause and effect. The reason so many people in the working class and the middle class feel so disillusioned is because they believe in their heart that the government doesn't give a shit about them and that the crimes committed against them don't matter. Exactly what you said. And ironically, they have much more in common. The folks that stormed the Capitol, in terms of how they got to their political philosophy, have much more in common with the people that were marching the streets on behalf of Black Lives Matter than they do the folks on Wall Street that are screwing both of them. And so this is, if you want to lay blame for what happened this week, you certainly can look to Donald Trump, but really he's a symptom, not a cause.
This whole story is so counterintuitive because, especially for those of us who went through it, I mean, really the idea is, look, if I can qualify for a loan and I can move my family and create, a lifestyle that's safe and, I can afford to repay this loan, then, that's all upside, right? But what we find out through this incredible sort of parsing, that there's another side of that. And when we refer to, and you refer to, predatory lending and what you saw, particularly in the timeline, because Ohio had been dealing with for some time, long before the coast did. Can you even further maybe qualify kind of all of the amalgamation of things that were, just bubbling to the surface in Ohio that made you so clear that something like this was a possibility, and to the metaphor you just, laid out, that stealing someone's home with a gun is no different than stealing someone's home with a calculator?
No, look what was going on multiple levels. First of all, women like Addie Polk and tens of millions of Ohioans, like me, when I was a young lawyer, I remember going to the bank to apply for my first mortgage. And my fear was not that I wouldn't like what the bank offered, but what they wouldn't want me. I had to put 20% down. I was self-employed, so I had to show that I was making income. It was a white knuckle experience, but at the end of the day, I came out of there convinced 30 years ago that if the bank thought that I was a good risk, then this was probably a safe deal for me to get into. And so Addie, that was her experience, going to a brick and mortar bank and having those kind of conversations. And so the idea that somebody would offer her a mortgage that didn't make any sense was completely foreign to her and to most, rational Ohioans. But I started to see the problem with it again before I became Attorney General, as we were debating predatory lending legislation. What had happened is Cleveland passed a very, very aggressive predatory lending law. Of course, the movement then in the legislature, which has become kind of typical in the age of ALEC and in conservative legislatures, was to pass a Ohio-based statewide law that would preempt Cleveland's very, very good law to protect consumers. And so in that debate, I remember the bank meeting with the bank, calling up the bankers myself. We have after New York, Ohio at that time was the second largest headquarters of banks. We had National City, we had Key Bank, we have Fifth Third Bank out of Cincinnati. U.S. Bank has a huge presence in Ohio. Chase was a huge player in Ohio. And I called the lobbyists and I said, look, we're going to do something great for you. We're going to drive all these homeowners back to your brick and mortar bank in order to get their loans. So because we know that you've got a reputation and that you are ethical corporate citizens and you would never issue these predatory loans. And two, we can put these other folks out of business and level the playing field for people who are doing things the right way. And they were like, oh, no, we're for preempting that law. We don't want to have predatory lending restrictions in Ohio. And it turned out later, I learned as we got through this investigation that each one of those banks had their own a subsidiary that was out peddling these predatory loans, and those that weren't were buying them from mortgage brokers and the people, the scum of the lending world, like New Century Mortgage and Long Beach Savings and Loan and all the terrible players. So they either had relationships to buy those loans, or they were actually, in the case of National City and Key Bank, they had their own subsidiaries that were in the business of going door to door in neighborhoods like Addie Polk's and convincing senior citizens who had equity in their home to cash in that equity at risk of losing their home, which is, of course, what happened in her case, even more tragically, and lost her life as a result of that. So that's what we were up against. It was not just these small players. It wasn't just the bad guy Angelo Mazzillo that was running Countrywide Mortgage. The whole industry, and it ultimately turned out all of Wall Street knew exactly what was going on. They were providing billions and billions of dollars of capital, and they didn't want their money back. They were loaning this money to these originators like Countrywide, and in Countrywide, if they wanted to pay the money back with cash, the investment banks wouldn't take it. They wanted loans, because they would then take those loans, they would pool them into pools, and then they would resell them on the bond market. And they would pool and without any attention to the quality of the loans. So on one end, they were screwing the homeowner by taking the equity of their home. On the other end, because they had no idea what they were selling to the bond holders, they were screwing the bond holders on the other end. One of the ironies of the foreclosure crisis is that that investors were just as hurt as homeowners. Their interests were about the same, because they trusted the way that homeowners trusted that the folks that were running the engines of the financial business in this country were going to be honest and fair. And we thought with the SEC and the Office of the Controller of the Currency, and there were lots of the Federal Reserve. I mean, banks were very well regulated for the most part. Many states had very strong state regulation of lending, and yet none of those protections worked. And in fact, the big banks and the small banks and everybody in between ignored those rules and went about the business of maximizing their profits at the expense of working class and middle class Ohioans. And that's what, from the very beginning of my time as Attorney General, I talked about it in the campaign. And then I talked about it when I got sworn in, and then we went to work. We harnessed our organized crime task force. So in Ohio, the Attorney General doesn't have a lot of direct prosecutorial responsibility. Just a couple of exceptions. One of the exceptions is that the Attorney General's in charge of the Ohio Organized Crime Commission. The Organized Crime Commission was set up so that resources of various law enforcement agencies could be pooled to take on bigger criminal enterprises, like drug traffickers.
But Steve, think about some of the themes that you're hearing here, right? In the investigation, you have to have the commitment. You have to have the courage. What does that mean? Well, you have to have vision. You have to have the determination to fund this thing, because you can't guarantee a prosecution. What it comes down to is you got to prove the crime, right? And it's so easy. For example, one of the things that stuck in my craw throughout this whole process was President Obama went on 60 Minutes to say that, well, while Wall Street, what they were involved with was unethical, they didn't break any laws. Now, we could spend an afternoon parsing about how that is disingenuous, not correct, or could be correct under certain legal sort of variables, right? But in terms of the actual crime itself, what you heard from Tom Murphy is exactly what it's all about. He knows theft when he sees it. So how do you prove it? And so they put together this ginormous apparatus that was super hyper secretive, because they had the vision to know that they had to represent the people. What a crazy idea, right, Steve?
Absolutely. As I listen to this, it just reminds me that once again, the bad guys have so much more power because we're afraid of them. We're afraid of them. The political will is not there. The quote unquote champions of progress, the champions of the people, are afraid to take this stuff on. They lack courage. They lack the political will. And you watch this as they pander. You see them on television. Now, what goes on behind the scenes, I can't tell. I'm not in those smoky, dark rooms having to wheel and deal, try and get things done. I recognize that is a skill that I don't have. But I also recognize the fact that in order to uncover and to shed light on these things, as Bill Black said, we must have the courage. We must have the courage. We must have the will And we must have the backing. You must have the energy to take on these very, very powerful interests. And so, hearing this at a micro level through Tom's view and understanding inside of Ohio and inside of this specific investigation, what it took to do that. Imagine extrapolating that out across 50 states and territories and looking at every one of these predatory situations. Number one, we already know it's underfunded. We already know that it's understaffed. We already know that they aren't given enough tools to survive through this process. And then we wonder why these things keep happening. And I think probably the most frustrating thing is the platitude salad that we get from our politicians and from the media pundits who just wring their hands and act like, oh, there's just nothing more we can do. There's so many partisans out there that simply will not call out their party. Their party is their family, it's their religion. And unfortunately, this is a nonpartisan issue. This rises above politics and it becomes a matter of life and death. And you see that right now, currently in the political climate today, as people are talking about Nancy Pelosi, Mama Bear, and all these other things. And these are the very people who have done the Texas two-step to keep us from uncovering this and attacking it where it stands. So this is really important. And the Obama failure is every bit as egregious, if not more, than the Bush failure, simply because Obama came in with hope and change. And so many people believed him, were hoping that he was going to save us from this. And in fact, in many ways, he put, some fertilizer on the same corruption and allowed it to continue. So yeah, absolutely.
Well, to that point, though, let's go to Tom, because Tom, again, let's talk about where the rubber meets the road. You're a career civil servant. Your job is to protect the people. How does that go into the formula here as this process is coming to fruition?
Well, the way it worked out is, when you're the director of a task force for organized crime, you report to the Attorney General. Well, to the commission, but to the Attorney General. And as I would meet with local, or as you would run into local politicians, say, and or local big shot attorneys, because they were very, very upset, they'd say, well, who do you report to? I report to the Attorney General. Well, we want this done. I said, well, good for you, but I report to Mark Dan. And if you want to change, you call Mark Dan. Well, if you know Mark, you're not going to call him. They're not calling him because he's the guy that told me to do it, and I'm doing it. And when you have that kind of backing, and they knew it, I was just a soldier, but they couldn't get to the soldier because they didn't want to go to Mark. They were afraid. And Mark, just keep going. You're on the right track. Keep going. And as it got bigger, to be perfectly honest, when it got bigger and bigger and bigger, that was Mark's purview, was not mine. I knew that Atlanta had it. I knew that Indiana had it. I knew that Florida had it. But that was not mine. Mark had to deal with those people, not me. And unless Mark said, hey, you're going down to Cincinnati to give a talk. Okay. Time and date. And then I had to block that out.
So I was just wondering, because as Patrick was talking about how some people were saying that what was going on was just unethical and not illegal, when did you, in your investigation, let's focus specifically on the Dave Willen case, since that's what's featured on the con. When did it become clear that this wasn't just unethical, it was illegal?
Well, when you take the words, I don't want to hurt anybody's feelings, but if you take the words predatory lending and you just erase them and put theft down and put the elements of theft up there, it becomes pretty quick. It comes real quick when you got it.
Elements of theft.
Well, it's taking something of value, taking it from people. So what they would do is they would inflate the property value. They had a house that was worth $8,000, or they bought for $6,000, and put some lipstick on that pig. They put a couple windows in and something. And then they said, okay, this thing is worth $70,000. And they would just get a street urchin to sign up for it, who quite honestly had a wife maybe and 2 kids, and it was going down to 30 degrees or 20 degrees. And they had to put those wife and kids someplace, just sign here. So, well, I don't have that kind of money, but we had the mortgage agreements. So where did you come up with that? So, well, that was babysitting money that we make about $4,000 a year. Well, who put 30,000? Well, they did. Well, oh, so they would inflate it. So we knew right away that they were all doing something wacky. And then they would take this piece of paper and they would forward it on to California, the big mortgage lenders, who would get that money. And what the big mortgage lenders were doing, I mean, you could call it predatory. It's theft. That's exactly what it is. They were stealing money.
Absolutely. You know, you talk about theft, and we talk about this, and let's lay the cards down. You know, these houses were oftentimes completely worthless. They were very, very low value, and they would inflate the actual asset price of it. They would provide loans at that price. Those loans were unpayable. They would blow up. They would have balloon endings on them that would just complete, and then they would be right there to pull it right back and steal it away from them. And in more nefarious cases, they actually have people that behind the scenes taking enough personal private information to act as an attorney, if you will, or acting as their representative, and go ahead and fill out fraudulent loans to do this stuff behind the people's back, and they didn't even know what was going on, and then take that property from them, cash in on the bonuses, the huge bonuses, and literally walk away scot-free. And that, to me, is the definition of theft, just exactly as you stated. Let me piggyback on that real quick with Mark Dan. Mark, at a macro level, at a much larger level, we clearly see that this took place over a period of time and throughout the country. What if any conversations did you have between other states as you were going through this? Did you get to see this happening elsewhere? Were you privy to seeing the larger picture from your seat?
So we had crime victims, we had a crime, and we investigated the crime, and we put people in jail. I don't think that was anything very, very special. Honestly, that's what I was elected to do. That's what every prosecutor in the country is elected to do. And why they didn't do it is as beyond me as you. And the fact that the Democrats running the country at the time, I can almost understand why Bush didn't. He ran on behalf of the banks, and they spent 8 years trying to preempt state regulations, and then eliminate those regulations of businesses. But when the Democrats took over and there were Democrats running the Justice Department, they were just as subservient to their Wall Street masters and their and the law firms that they had come from and that they would go back to after their few years in government. That even when the professional staff, as you proved in the con, were coming to them and saying, "Hey, we've got something here. There's a massive crime wave going on," and they were like, "Well, that's not really crime. That's more of a civil kind of a violation," And then the whole thing gets even more exacerbated, and this is where the hate and the anger that we saw this week comes from. Is when then judges all of a sudden when the bottom fell out and all these houses went into foreclosure, and the judges didn't know what to do, but they couldn't imagine same thing. they couldn't imagine that that a Wall Street that a bank like Chase Bank in Ohio or Fifth Third could possibly present to them in court a note that they didn't have the right to enforce. It was stunning. It was really interesting. This was particularly easy to see in the smaller counties where there are one or two judges who actually have a little bit more time and they can read the Constitution and stuff. And so after I left office and I was defending people in foreclosures, I remember a really great conversation with the judge. He goes, "Well, when before this all happened, it would never dawn on me to doubt what's in the paperwork filed by a bank to foreclose on a house. Because now, after what we've learned over the past 3 years, I don't believe anything they put in front of me.
That's insane, considering that not a lot of those judges have come forth, at least together, to speak in unison about what they actually
saw. Well, but because in the big counties, so in the small counties, justice was possible because there was time, and there were, in a county where there's 100 foreclosure cases a year and it went to 200. In Cuyahoga, it's easy. But in Cuyahoga County, where it went from 3,000 to 30,000 foreclosures in a year, all the judges were thinking is, holy shit, how am I going to do anything else? You saw that in Florida, and you saw that, and those are the judicial states. Those are the places, Patrick, where people have had due process protection. But right. Places like California and Utah, where you live, those are non-judicial states. There was no due process at all.
During the Obama administration, we thought we got a president who came in riding a populist wave to clean up the mess that he was in. I dare say he had a popular mandate from the people, very similar to FDR. And the first thing he does is he puts Eric Holder in charge of the Department of Justice. Where did Eric Holder come from? Covington and Burling. Who wrote all of the legal representations of MERS, which was a huge, huge part of this stuff? It happened to be Covington and Burling.
Well, and then of course Eric Holder went back to Covington and Burling after he left office. So it was just seamless, and he was there to serve the interests of himself personally and their clients. And it wasn't, again, for whatever, we know why it wasn't a priority for the folks in the Obama administration. They blew another huge opportunity, which was as part of their relief bill, as part of the HAMP bill, there was a proposal initially and that Obama supported as candidate to allow first mortgage loans to be modified in Chapter 13 bankruptcy. And Obama punted on that. He gave that up in the negotiation, and that frankly would have saved. The bankruptcy courts were in a much better position to be able to adjust these mortgages and to salvage some rationality from what was going on, and they walked away from that. So they walked away from this potential civil remedies that would have helped people in favor of a plan that really just subsidized banks and paid them interest on the bad loans that they had originated to begin with. That's really what the TARP and the HAMP program ended up doing for homeowners and for banks, and walked away from the ability to fix it civilly when the Justice Department had the opportunity and was presented on a silver platter a case of criminal conspiracy, a classic RICO organized crime enterprise. They chose to walk away from it. We didn't in Ohio, and just because our guy, as I said in the con, just because our guy was wearing a loud sport coat instead of $1,000 bespoken suit, doesn't mean that the guys in the bespoken suit did anything better. They were just smoother, and they're still there, by the way, Patrick. All the folks who were at Merrill Lynch and who were at Deutsche Bank and were at the biggest investment banks in the country, they're still sitting in their corner offices making $1 million a year bonus, doing the same thing.
I interviewed a lady named Kianga Yamada Taylor, who wrote a book on the absolute problems of redlining and post-redlining America. And so much of this played into making housing available to minorities, and they gave them houses that were run down already. And this is before this concept, or at least before some of the stuff that we're talking about happened. But if you look at it, this is happening in the 70s and even the 60s and 70s, as they moved into and started showing predatory inclusion. Predatory inclusion gave way to predatory lending. And when you look at all this stuff here, it shows how they targeted minorities. And I guess, Tom, this question goes to you, sir. Can you talk about how your research showed them attacking minorities in particular?
Yes, I can. And it was obvious who was being targeted. And unfortunately, we couldn't get enough people to say that because it did raise it to another level. And we knew they were going after minorities, and we couldn't. Although I think that the preponderance of evidence proves that. You called it inclusion or whatever you called it. It's theft. I don't get with the fancy names. Predatory lending, inclusion, whatever. You're stealing money. And that's all I had to know. And then when I turned it over to the prosecutors, they could call it whatever they wanted. It was theft. They were stealing money. And when they started the Ponzi scheme or the pyramid scheme, you could call it anything you wanted with stock. It's theft. He was sending them or selling them something of value they thought was of value. And he wound up sticking a lot of people. And to be quite honest, they weren't happy with us, as Mark said. They weren't happy with the AG's office. And thank God the way it worked out is they didn't have my phone number. But we were busy. You couldn't get a hold of us. And it was, Mark was going at the larger level, but we knew that they were targeting minorities the entire time, or people that couldn't afford anything. And they were getting out of the cold. And hey, look, most people are one paychecks away from there. Most people are. So, and that's how myself and the people on the task force looked at it. We're real close to being them.
So Steve, put yourself into my shoes, right? So here I am, kind of a product of what our generation would have thought of as upward mobility, right? I go to college, I get my education, I come out, I become a producer, I do whatever. I get into my first home, and then suddenly my world is in the spin cycle in 2008, right? And I'm just asking questions. And I'm trying to figure this out, and I'm reading the New York Times, and it's not telling me this story. I'm watching President Obama, he's not telling me this story. Nothing makes sense, right? And then suddenly I meet a guy like Tom after this incredible journey, and he's saying it just like it is. It's theft. But I'll take it a step further, because it's theft by deception. That's what fraud is. That's criminal. So there's a way that can be dealt with, as, of course, these heroes.
Well, let me just make one point, Patrick, before is millions of Americans, as a result of the 2008 financial crisis, lost their faith in the rule of law. Addie Polk believed that there was right and there was wrong and there was justice and there was injustice. The members of her church believed that. But when they saw that the rule of law didn't apply to Addie Polk, that the rule of law didn't apply when they were being victimized, when the shaman of QAnon lost his house, he probably did. He maybe when he was got that mortgage and was proud and had his wife and family living in the house, he felt a degree of pride in American citizenship and a belief in the rule of law. But when the rule of law didn't protect him and didn't protect millions of other people, millions of people in the African American community, millions of working class people of all colors and all backgrounds and of all origins, that's the tragedy of it. And we never fix that. And that's why we have what we have right now.
Before everything derails and the train wreck gets even worse than it already is, what can people of professionalism and within the system who understand, what do they have to do to be heard to be able to reset the table so that we can reset our society?
Well, they need to hold the power you have is with your vote, and to hold the elected officials accountable. But the elected officials, need to also recognize where they come from, and they need to be able to, and we need to stop this revolving door in and out of government. I mean, I think that's a huge factor. We have to insist that our office holders appoint people of courage to important jobs like prosecutors or assistant prosecutors or U.S. attorneys or U.S. attorneys general, who are committed to not just justice for drug dealers, but economic justice and fairness in people's lives, and recognizing that. And I think we need to pass laws that are frankly much more direct and much more specific, that go to what's allowable and what's not. One of the tragedies of this, Patrick, is in 2007, if you wanted to start the ethical mortgage company and only offer loans for actual value on people's houses, and you wouldn't be able to compete. You wouldn't have been able to start the ethical mortgage company. And so what we forget, and what Republicans sometimes forget, and people who are like, or the pro-business Democrats, is that serious enforcement of antitrust laws, enforcement of consumer protection laws, enforcement of laws regarding lending practices, and having a strong Consumer Finance Protection Bureau, which is one of the good things that came out of the 2008 process, and hopefully will be re-energized with new leadership shortly, protects ethical business people. Because these CEOs, especially in public companies, they have a duty to their shareholders to maximize profits. And if they're not at risk of something, of going to jail if they commit a crime, then they've got a huge incentive to do whatever it takes to maximize profit. And so that makes it impossible for honest, ethical people to compete. Somehow we got to bring that to an end.
If somehow magically, Mark, you and Tom were put at the head of the Department of Justice in 2007, 2008, what would you have done?
For me, we were told, you're never going to solve this. We've looked at it, and I think it was Atlanta, if I'm right, Mark, maybe you know that. They said, no, you'll never get it. You'll never get an appraiser. You'll never get a lender. You'll never get this. You'll never get that. Well, and they were talking to police, if you will, but they really weren't talking to police. They were talking to a department or organized crime that had criminal intelligence, that had forensic accountants. Of course, nobody knew that. And as we started to put it together, they still didn't know, because we weren't talking to them. But when this thing started to pop, they came back out and said, how did you do it? So, well, we went out and got an appraiser. We got lenders. We got we got everybody we needed, and we do just what law enforcement does. And I thought, well, isn't that interesting? Yeah, I guess. But you do have to, I'm not blaming cities. Cities could never, ever put together what Mark and myself, if you will, put together.
Well, look, like in any organization, you have to make people believe, even if they're asking them to do something different than they've always done. The two challenges in government are always, we've always done it this way, or we've never done it this way. And that's the inertia that somebody who wants to bring kind of radical change to processes faces when they come into a government office. This was an issue that was of particular importance to me. We kept our eye on the ball. Tom Murphy and his team kept their eye on the ball. They worked incredible hours for much less pay, I can tell you, than the people that they were going after, who were living a very, very, very luxurious lifestyle. Worked out of an abandoned church school for a couple of years to bring this all together. But they believed that they were doing the right thing. And once they got their mind around the idea that these people who they had always thought were respectable pillars of the community, the people that sponsored the scoreboard at the high school football game, or who contributed to the something to the church raffle every year, those people can be criminals too. And that once you started to peel the onion skin back, you could see just how tragic that it was. And in our case, we've had both homeowners who were victimized, and investors who were victimized at the same time. But none of them were rich. All of them were people who were for whom it hurt. Losing your home hurt. Losing that whatever investment that was made. These weren't hedge funds or big Wall Street entities that lost their money. These were like regular people who were convinced to make an individual investment in something that was completely unsuitable and fraudulent. And so that's why and we listened to them. And that's the other thing. Government, law enforcement, they need to be better at listening to people and what they need and what's happening to them. It's very difficult sometimes, and these are very difficult crimes to prosecute. So, I'm proud of what we did, and I appreciate the kind things you say about me as a recovering politician. I have pretty much an insatiable ego, so I do appreciate that. But really, I never thought to do anything differently. I mean, this is look. Right, I've got this job. I can protect these people. I've watched them lose their homes. I've had them crying on my doorstep or in my law office or in my attorney or when I was given a speech as Attorney General. I heard from the people who had the vacant houses next to them, whose own property values went down, who didn't get caught up in the web, but got caught up in the web because all their neighbors ended up foreclosed. The properties ended up abandoned and in disrepair. And suddenly they were living in a neighborhood that was no longer desirable or safe anymore. So it wasn't just the people there. The people, when I walk down the block today in Cleveland, 1 out of 4 houses that I walk by, the value is less than the amount owed on the house. They're still underwater here. This is what people were told. They were sold this American dream that, your house is a great investment. Put your money in your house. Improve your house, and then when then you'll have a big nest egg when you retire, and they had no reason not to believe that, and it would have worked if they hadn't if these predators hadn't decided that that's the next way they were going to churn fees on Wall Street, and then convinced the agencies that were put in place in the Depression after the Pecora investigation, the Federal Housing Administration and Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac, who were supposed to be the guardians and supposed to be the ones offering and buying the good loans and offering the good loans. Instead, their reaction, instead of saying, "Whoa, those guys that's all going to fall apart because we know this business and this is what's going to go wrong," they went out and started to compete with them, and they issued their own predatory loans. I mean, it was just outrageous. And we attacked this not just in this RICO investigation. We sued Fannie Mae and we sued Freddie Mac because the state of Ohio's pension funds were shareholders. So we went after them for those stupid decisions. But it all fueled each other. Why? Because nobody at the Justice Department or thought that the guy that they went to college with or the guy that they went to law school with could possibly be the kind of criminal that Tony Soprano is. And in fact, in so many ways, they were worse.
You can call it or talk about it however you want. But these people, if you say, well, the people at the top didn't know, you would have to start that story once upon a time to sell it to me. That won't fly. They had to know. All you have to do is walk down the street and look at those houses, and this thing is worth $5,000, $6,000, and they got an $80,000 loan. Come on, and this story doesn't end that they all lived happily ever after. Maybe the people at the top did, but I will tell you this. Mark scared the hell out of a lot of them too.
Following the Great Depression, Russia went to Stalinism. Germany went to Hitlerism. We went to the rule of law, and we won because of that. And now, this many years later, we're just going to go repeat the mistakes of history unless we get it right.
Well, and let's hope that we do. And I think that we've had enough of a scare that maybe somebody will start to think about and hear some of the things that we're saying here. You got to start putting these corporate criminals in jail. I don't care in what form they are, because they can't be above the law. You can't put the drug addicts in jail and the drug dealers, but not the manufacturers of opioids who knew they were addicting people under false pretenses. You got to put the guy that builds the plane that kills the people in jail. You got to put the banker that steals people's homes in jail. And believe me, none of those people want to go to jail. Nobody went to Harvard wants to go to jail. I can assure you that. I don't know a lot of people that went to Harvard, but the guys I went to Michigan with, they certainly don't want to go to jail. But they also want to do their job and maximize profits. And if there's no risk of consequences for criminal activity, then you're almost incented to commit crimes, serial crimes.
And so I guess I have to ask the question, Merrick Garland, are you listening? Biden, are you listening? And most importantly, the American people. The American people need to listen to what Mark Dan is saying and then repeat everywhere in social media, everywhere in interactions. Mark Dan got a RICO conviction on what should have been the way the entire justice system took down a criminal Wall Street apparatus and didn't. Until we do, we will continue to fail.
And I just hope we elect more people that who were like me, that like couldn't even imagine a world in which that wasn't what you did. You get up and you put the bad guys in jail, and particularly the ones that are stomping on the rights of your friends and your neighbors.
Well, hey, folks, I just want to thank you guys for joining us. The thing that really brings this all together for me is that I'm a project manager by trade, and when I think about the layers, the inputs and the outputs, and all the various components of this, starting at the very bottom, you can see the chain of custody, if you will, of the fraud from end to end, and it doesn't just. I want to make sure I punctuate this. It doesn't just sit on a computer somewhere. People die. And I have said this from day one in my other work. Austerity is murder. And this is a form of fraudulent, just evil austerity, even though it's not government sponsored, it's government complicit. And this is why Trumpers are so anti-government. This is why libertarians have the opportunity even to say we need small, limited government, because government has failed to do the most basic thing, which is to protect the people. And it didn't do its job, and it didn't do its job in a bipartisan way, in a very, very huge way. And the rest of this series that we're going to be doing here will continue to build on this very structural building block. Fraud is not a victimless crime. People died. They lost everything. And I want to thank you, Tom, and I want to thank you, Mark, both for being with us. And Eric and Patrick, thank you so much once again. Folks, this is Steve Grumbine with Real Progressives. On to number 3. Have a great day, everybody.
Thank you very much.
Pecora and would have come over on a boat from Sicily at the same time the mythical figure of Vito Corleone came over on a boat from Sicily. He lived in a basement with his brothers and sisters. He was very religious, a remarkable student. Went to college early. I think he was 17, and in divinity school when his father became ill and had to leave his factory job. So Pecora came back and went to work for the family and also studied law. And he was self-made, self-created. This immigrant with no financial support somehow developed a skill level so that he could sit with J.P. Morgan and master J.P. Morgan and take on these banks with their aristocratic backgrounds. And he was able to do that at the time because he was supported by the public. The public had had enough pain for 4 years, and they knew what had caused it. And so when Pecora headed down this path, he had widespread support. And he brought the heads of the biggest banks. He called them in, subpoenaed them in, put them under oath, and said, "How'd you make your money?" "Oh, you made your money by taking money from the bank and then shorting the bank's stock?" He simply reached in to Wall Street's secrets and put them on the table. This is what happened. He did a report, and as a consequence of the report, we had the 33 and the 34 Acts. And the 34 Act, the Securities Act of 34, created the SEC. Now, Pecora saw the SEC as the cop in the corner of Wall Street. It was the bankers who delivered the Great Depression and the crash. And so the SEC was supposed to keep an eye on these bankers. Pecora called the SEC, described the SEC as the cop on the corner. We're going to have a cop on the corner of Wall Street now. And Pecora warned, if we ever take the lid off, if we ever relax the controls, if we ever allow Wall Street to go back and self-police as it's pleading it should be allowed to do, we'll face another Great Depression all over again. And I think his words were prophetic.
I just had no understanding what actually took place to create the Great Financial Crisis and why it was destroying the world that I actually had spent decades building. And so a miraculous moment happened when I was channel surfing on a Sunday morning, and I happened to catch William K. Black on a television show by Bill Moyers. And at that moment, suddenly everything started to make sense. Not long afterwards, Eric and I connected. We went on a trip to start to unpack all of the questions that I had. And it led us on this multi-year, multi-state journey that we crisscrossed this country, basically pulling the thread on every question that we had based on William K. Black's direction.
I'm neither an economist or a scholar. I'm just an average American who lost my home and very nearly my family to foreclosure when the market imploded. And I've spent almost every day since trying to find out why. Once the dust settled, it quickly became clear that my story was no different than millions of other Americans. We all thought that we were alone. We all thought that we'd failed. But none of us really knew why.
With a gun in her hand, Addie Polk apparently shot herself in the chest as deputies were knocking on her door with eviction papers in hand.
This dramatic increase in mortgage fraud cases was the canary in the mine. It was the warning.
This was money chasing people. This was not somebody looking for a loan.
It was all designed to maximize profits for all of the different players.
The person who sold you a loan made more money if they sold you a higher rate loan.
They were sold a lie.
They're selling to their very clients these loans that they know are a disaster.
I lost my home, not because of money, because of fraud.
I don't believe Addie Polk took out the mortgage on her home. I don't believe she signed any documents.
They just generated all this junk, took home huge bonuses, and then when it collapsed, they said, oh, not us.
This notion that the financial crisis was there wasn't fraud and there wasn't crime is absolutely wrong. It's dead.
They were targeting, in many cases, minorities.
We were waiting for the leadership to say, go. That never happened.
The investigation was suppressed.
This was all part of the same puzzle that was falling apart.
This is the largest conspiracy of lies in the history of the world.
This investigation has just begun.
All right, this is Steve Grumbine with Real Progressives, and we are in part 3 of our ongoing series, The Untouchables. Folks, we have Lori Noble we'll be starting with, who is an appraiser, and she is someone who can give us the inside machinations of the appraisal fraud and the predation within the appraisal community, within the way the structure of fraud took appraisals and elevated the assets and really created the environment, if you will, for fraud. It created all the necessary conditions for fraud. And it was also the early distant warning that told us about fraud. Had we listened to the appraisers, this would have never happened. And part 2 of this episode will also be Michael Winston, who's a countrywide executive whistleblower who saw things ground level and blew the whistle on it. And we'll be talking to him in the second half of this episode. So without further ado, let me introduce my guests. Right now we have Patrick Lavelle, who was the star, if you will, of the voice of the series The Con. We also have Eric Vaughn, who was the writer and the guy who put it all together. And then we have Lori Noble. And with that, let me bring on Lori Noble. Lori, thank you so much for joining us. I want to hit on the guys who wrote this before we dive into your story, but I just really want to thank you for your hard work and everything that you've done to bring the spotlight to this. So with that, Eric, why don't we start with you? Tell us, what about this particular episode is so important to you?
Okay, I don't want to say too much because I want to get straight to Lori here, but I think the biggest thing to understand is that the independent appraisal process is critical to a functioning lending system, and that what Lori and other appraisers like her did was help make sure that proper lending was happening. And when that gets subverted through various means, then it basically creates trouble everywhere else down the line. And one of the other important things is that in the run up to the collapse, they were probably one of the first and most excellent warnings of what was about to happen, because they were experiencing the duress coming from lenders to hit a particular number as opposed to the proper appraisal process setting the value of the house. And so anyway, with that, I'll go ahead and let Patrick chime in before we let Lori explain the whole deal for us.
Well, I appreciate that, both Steve and Eric. And I just want to say thank you to Lori. Lori is near and dear to my heart because I think we both come from the same generation. We've seen a lot of this evolve, really, most of our adult lives. And Lori has been a professional in this space since particularly the late 90s, when a lot of the deregulation and the policy changes took place that Lori was able to see in the trenches of her professionalism. And she brought a degree of integrity to her craft that was literally chipped away at throughout the last several decades. And as this evolved, and given where Lori was in this whole process, like everybody else in terms of this program, Steve, she exemplifies the notion of an untouchable. She exemplifies integrity, courage, and a commitment not just to the craft of professionalism, but to her clients and people as a whole. And we'll get a little bit more involved with what that means in terms of what her sacrifice was. But I can assure you, as you move into this, Steve, to understand, again, what we're revealing is that at every step of the way of this incredible con were heroic people who were professionals who did everything in their power to prevent what took place. And on that note, Lori, why don't you give us an overview of how you look at what created the con?
Thank you for having me. Thank you so much, guys. It's great to be with Eric and Patrick again and meeting these new people too. Thank you, Mr. Black, again. I guess I'm going to reflect a little bit on 2000 and the repeal of Glass-Steagall. That was my initial trigger. Even though I was very young in the business, I didn't realize exactly what it meant. And with the signing of Graham Leach Bliley, it was sold to us as a privacy, as a matter of privacy, so that information could legally cross state lines. Enter interstate banking, and that was the big change. And even early 2000, I got with my colleagues and peers, and we asked, because I could sense what was going on, but I couldn't quite pinpoint it. And between 2000 and 2010 was just an ultimate carnage of the real estate market. And what I'm reflecting on from 2010 until now is that we're still dealing with the real issues because they were never properly addressed. And I'm looking at the economy and the leadership and a lot of people, working to solve very, very complex and difficult problems. And they could really lean back on something like a Glass-Steagall to help correlate and bring things in a more uniform and manageable way. And in the appraisal space, we have no independence any longer. It's really been taken away. And this is something that we're working diligently to, educate the consumer and working with lenders. And information like this is going to be very beneficial to people and individuals when they're making their biggest decisions, of purchasing a home.
What is so important about the independence of an appraiser?
Bill Black really defined mortgage control fraud, and it was something that I was able to, when I finally got that definition and understood and researched it, it really identified so many of the infractions that appraisers are under. And mortgage control fraud is the element that takes away independence from the appraisers to function and serve the customers. There are literally too many hands in the fire, and appraisers represent a very small number of people. So comparatively, the influence that we have is much smaller, compared to realtors or the banks. But that said, we're on the forefront of change, and we see change. It is in our DNA to identify problems. The problem is that we're a small group. So when we speak of it, it doesn't get the attention that it's garnered and should be deserved.
But the general idea, just like, maybe just like tell us, like, in the most basic terms, what an appraiser's position is in the process.
This, though, goes into the area of who is the client, the intended user, and who non-intended users are when it comes to mortgage appraisals. And we really need to grasp that appraisals are prepared for lenders and not for individuals. So the lender is contracting that appraiser to prepare the appraisal for them with their lender overlays. The appraiser is to be allowed to function completely independently without influence, bribery, extortion from anyone involved in the transaction. We have Dodd-Frank and a plethora of laws that rolled out after the crash. It has ultimately led to even more problems. It hasn't answered all the problems.
So, Rory, let me ask you, in context of where you live and where you practice, tell us about how that relates to, predatory lending and this fraud here.
I'm going to speak very personally and very candidly at this point. And I believe that the concept of local banks being involved in the local communities with people who work at the lenders representing the fabric of that community, right? People. So everyone works together. We don't have that any longer. And I'm from an area that was very, very, strong in that level, where the brick and mortar bank, you knew that banker. Everybody knew that banker. Everybody in town knew that banker. So that banker did the right thing. Fast forward to where we went to after the repeal of Glass-Steagall and working in my hometown. I suddenly went from working with local people to people I don't know, and they don't know my area. And that is the evolution that's occurred. So now banking in the mortgage realm functions at this 50,000 degree view. People are trying to figure out problems and saying we need to get down on a granular level again and work in our communities again. But we don't have a banking environment that facilitates that. So, appraisers have evolved through this process, and have taken a lot of big hits, on the backside of it too.
So, Lori, I'm going to chop in here just really quick, though, from a predatory standpoint. You live in West Virginia.
Right.
And this is going to be a national audience. And what we're trying to convey here through the Pecora files, and of course, like you, being somebody who walks in Bill Black's sort of drumbeat, we came to understand that unless you lay out the facts to a national audience to create a connection with what people have experienced, we can't overcome the corruption that's actually choked the system. And so in West Virginia, it probably wouldn't surprise people, and I want to get your sort of experience here to the public, that it was literally a target of predation because you guys had experienced a massive loss of jobs in West Virginia, the coal industry and so forth. And suddenly, fast forward to this time era, Countrywide was doing mortgages and lending like crazy. Can you compartmentalize that, put that together?
I can. It was the craziest phenomenon I'd ever seen. And people, intrinsically interested in the economy, when you see things like that, you recognize it, you know it. So Countrywide in West Virginia during the run-up was we had a lender who was one of the top producers in the country for Countrywide. The reason being, in my market, and it still applies today, is that people have a lot of equity, in their homes. And they were genuinely targeted to take that equity. And I guess that's how the inflated appraisals occurred. I had an instance with Countrywide. I did an appraisal and plainly stated this property does not pass secondary market requirements. And it was on the tail end of them hanging on to their seat, I guess. They pushed it through, and within 2 months, that borrower defaulted on that appraisal. And I got sued for that.
This is what's going to really resonate with you in terms of Lori's story and moving forward to Michael's. West Virginia had completely lost its working class. It had, since the 80s, a destruction of the coal industry, a lot of offshoring, outsourcing, so the working class was no longer. So suddenly, here comes this opportunity of these lenders who are in the shadow sector based on what you just learned from our friends in Ohio, and they're lending like crazy. One of the largest producers of predatory loans, we don't know they're predatory at this stage, is happening in West Virginia. People who don't really know a lot about sophistication within the real estate market are now being offered so much more than they could have ever realized, but for a specific outcome. Lori, can you connect the collapsed working class of Virginia to this predatory lending?
Fortunately, we didn't experience an extreme downturn like so many of the other states did. I can say that. But I'm going to say that that's because of the wherewithal with a lot of the appraisers here holding, steadfast. The target, though, that is on rural America, and it isn't just West Virginia, is immense because the lenders know that there is an enormous amount of equity that they can capture from those markets. They have taken it to the degree that one state, totally allows for appraisal waivers. That's how rural it is, and that's what they pressed for. It's not going to lend well to accurate data. This data is not getting fleshed out and documented properly. So there's going to be some serious distortions on the backside of this too.
Can you talk about the human toll?
After COVID, I'm deeply, deeply concerned with what's going to happen on the backside of this with the housing situation, with the interest rates as low as they are, with the money that's getting put into the shadow inventory. It's a very synthetic system. And the independence that you speak of is daily getting chipped away from the appraisers, because we are the ones that are supposed to be on the front line sounding the alarm. And the mortgage control fraud is coming in from them taking away all of those little elements that we have to that allow us to inform people, ahead of time. So on the backside, that's going to be very, very detrimental to the economy.
How, just to get a little idea of how this actually happened, how were appraisers forced, basically, to hit numbers as opposed to giving the actual value of a home?
From what I gather, a lot of predetermined values were pushed on appraisers before the appraisal was ever done. So when that assignment would come out, that predetermined value was there. So that lender pressure, it existed when that assignment was delivered. And that was, an initial thing. Of course, the blacklisting, many of us have experienced that. It's the most
Can you explain what blacklisting is?
If you don't hit this number, if you don't do what we say, you will no longer get work. And that was a common practice. When I approached the folks at Countrywide here in my rural West Virginia market and explaining that their expectations and reality were two completely different things, they basically told me that that was my problem. There was nothing that I could do about it. And if I didn't like it, they would find someone else.
So how difficult was it financially to be an honest appraiser at the height of the fraud epidemic?
Honest appraisers were completely blacklisted. The work is given to the number hitters, and it's the craziest thing I've ever seen, because on one side you have the client saying, we want the best, and on the other side there's every corner cut that you could possibly imagine. It really wiped me out. Being an honest appraiser isn't going to make someone rich.
Explain to me, I guess, if you will, the impact that it had on you. I mean, as a human being, you wake up in the morning, you go to work, you show up. What does that day look like, knowing full well that the industry that you're in is literally propelling fraud? It's literally the engine for fraud. What does that look like?
It just looks like a daily reminder that when I see those examples, that we can point it out and recognize it and point it out to other people and point it out to regulators. That's the best that we can do. And they try to paint it in a picture like they're beating us over the head and saying, you have to hit this value. It's not that. It is an extensive amount of pressure, lender overlays. The non-bank influence on the banking business has been very detrimental, I think, in the matter of the way that we run the business these days. They've managed somehow to now drive the train. So at the same time, though, they don't have any skin in the game. And that is a problem. And that's like right there in front of people's faces to recognize while they're trying to figure out solutions. But it's not getting addressed.
This brings up the Gresham's dynamic. A lot of bad people in this thing here, man. A lot of the worst. Talk about the Gresham's dynamic in this case.
In this case, for what I have seen with Gresham's, I recognize it today, and I can easily point it out. And historically, Gresham's is where the people who didn't play right were actually rewarded. And they're still in business today. And that makes me very uncomfortable. Very, very uncomfortable. I'm very weary of those bad actors. And we have to coalesce together. Gresham's is so embedded in the thread of now our system since the repeal of Glass-Steagall that what I see are a lot of firefighters running around putting out fires everywhere, problems. But there's nobody taking up, well, what are we going to do to stop these fires from happening? So we're just totally spinning our wheels at this moment. It is a very synthetic system. And because they've broken it out into so many fragmented pieces, it's very, very difficult to say it's fraud because it's been so fragmented. And but that is game. That's the game that they play to hide fraud and to hide Gresham's and to, act like things are being on the up and up when they're really not.
One of the most important reasons why we're doing this series is not just because we're trying to tell these stories. These stories were told eloquently and in the con, and we have lots of good information about that. But one of the things that is vital here is for the regular people to get up in arms, to pay attention, to drive the point home, to get the politicians and the legal professionals to take action. Tell me about your personal experience, a personal feelings, a personal life stories here of the people that were impacted by this. This is the connecting points that the average voter, homeowner, person potentially buying a home might feel in this case. What is the real cost to people?
I need people to ask more questions and not be so comfortable to accept just what they're told. To be more discerning in, what they're doing, because this is the biggest investment that they're going to make. Hiring an independent appraiser gives an individual that advantage above anything. And we need to have people who really want to know the truth. And that's basically, where we're at. We are just not in an economy right now where truth seems to be the most important item. Now, what concerns me on the backside of this is that I don't want people to have to suffer what I suffered and so many other people suffered. We're trying to parlay some information that is very convoluted and complex in a manner that people can actually understand. Ask the questions. And I'd say that the biggest help that I could give people going into 2021, ask what kind of appraisal that you're getting when you purchase your home.
Can you tell us about the personal tragedies that people that you've known have experienced for not understanding the information?
My personal story?
Whether it's your story or anybody in your circle, because I think what we're trying to gather here is the consequences. It's devastating, is it not?
It is. It is the most heartbreaking, devastating thing I think I've ever seen. And we have a pandemic that we're dealing with right now where rent, and payments they've been given forbearance, that those days are going to come due. I'm deeply concerned, with what we're going to be seeing on the backside of this.
My last question, Lori, is what do you make of this rush to automation of the appraisal process?
They're just digging a deeper hole. I'm a proponent of technology, and it needs to be utilized, but they're doing it to benefit themselves. It has nothing whatsoever to do with benefiting consumers at all. And the systems that exist, they're not great. You know, they say they're great, that they are wonderful, but they do get hacked, and they do get, you know, that privacy that the Graham-Leach-Bliley Act allowed, that's where we're at today. And everyone's private banking, you know, information is not as, you know, perhaps safe as we think it is. Wells Fargo, I mean, just the number of data breaches that have existed. And again, it's taking that 50,000 degree view. Everybody's, you know, up in arms and worried about it, but no one is addressing what can we do to protect people. And that is, you know, something along the lines of a Glass-Steagall. The insurance guys don't need to be selling mortgages. The mortgage guys don't need to be selling insurance. Do you see what I mean? They've convoluted and they've blended and they've broken it down into these pieces that make the fraud hard to find. Everybody needs to get back to their specialty. And that's how we serve citizens.
There's a note here that talked about how Cuomo, when he was New York's AG, helped in destroying the independence of appraisers because of WAMU's model that was in place, and then basically he helped nationalize that model. I'm wondering if you could talk a little bit about that.
This is something actually that should terrify people. And I'm going to use the word terrify. The evolution of that New York AG's lawsuit has now created one of the largest conglomerates that has control fraud over appraisers. I mean, they hold our everything from our software to our data resources. I mean, I could just go on and on. And there's something terribly wrong with this. You talk about mortgage control fraud, this is it. Because that is the company that Cuomo sued. And they were able to split, and CoreLogic was able to evolve from that. And of course, they came in and bought up every appraiser tech application that you could ever imagine. And now every appraiser in the country is held at their mercy to a degree. Here's where it really gets good, though. They're taking our data. They're taking our verification, our expertise. They're repackaging it and they're selling it to create these automated systems. And, you know, Fannie and Freddie are taking data too. But the evolution of that, case, it just blows my mind. that company is bigger than they ever were. They didn't get broken. They got bigger. And now they own every appraiser's well-being in their hands. Now, the irony of that is just, it's beyond uncomfortable.
Actually, one thing that we didn't talk too much about was Dodd-Frank and how it, in sort of its, at least its surface attempt to, alleviate issues concerning, appraisal fraud, it actually kind of helped institutionalize it in the form of the management companies. I wonder if you could talk a little bit about that.
Dodd-Frank was supposed to really drill down on that appraiser independence and give appraisers, something to hang our hat on. You can't extort appraisers. You can't deny them work. But by the time all of that goes through the bureaucracy, it's watered down. And right now, we have literally, because of Dodd-Frank and because the unregulated players became regulated, we have an FTC antitrust case against one of the states because they stood up for appraisers' independence. So a whole state agency now is being sued. It's been going on for a few years. We don't have the people in place. The laws exist. We don't have the people in place to uphold them and hold people accountable.
When you watched end to end, I mean, you don't just do with the appraisal, you watch the people themselves have to live in your community. You watch the outcomes of this stuff. What do you see from the average person that was caught up in this fraud? What were the outcomes? Everybody didn't fall apart, but of those that did, what was it that really caused you to say, oh my God? What were the oh my God stories of pain and suffering?
I saw a veteran gentleman lose his home, and he was elderly, suffered a lot of PTSD, and he tried to kill himself. So I saw blood, and that was absolutely, I just knew that we never needed to be in that position from any of it. It was so unnecessary. So unnecessary.
With that, Lori, I want to thank you so much for joining us today. This has been a pleasure, and I really appreciate it. We'll be joining with Michael Winston here for the second part of this episode. Lori, thank you so much once again. I appreciate it immensely.
Thank you, guys. Thank you so much.
Joining us now is Michael Winston, who was a countrywide executive whistleblower, one of the most powerful stories from the con. Michael's story is probably the most impactful of all of them. He was able to witness the countrywide scam from inside, and his story told to us today. Patrick, go ahead and lead us into this.
Well, Michael Winston is of just incredible heroism to me. I had been introduced to Michael from some articles written by Matt Taibbi of Rolling Stone. And as I was trying to understand this big picture, I kept finding bits and pieces of the puzzle that were incorporated into the generic, I call it a cottage industry of media that was around the great financial crisis, but nobody was putting the full story together. And so I found out through Matt Taibbi's writings that Michael Winston had won a grand jury lawsuit against Countrywide, which then became Bank of America. In the transition between what was happening in the predatory lending stages and sequencing to the meltdown of Wall Street in 2008. And right before that happened, Bank of America came in and purchased Countrywide. Well, in that process, Michael was a whistleblower who had C-suite access at Countrywide and brought a lawsuit against Countrywide for a lot of what constitutes what we discovered later as being the con. Unfortunately, in the process, like so many others, Steve, and this is really another part of the con that's almost impossible to believe. But there is corruption in the courts from a standpoint that the banks literally had influence in our judicial system at a level that none of us can comprehend. But that's a story that comes downstream. The place we want to understand and start with Michael is what he saw and what he learned at Countrywide when he actually was recruited to become what they called the gold standard, to make sure that their outward-facing PR to financial publications was such that a man of his professionalism was what it was all cracked up to be. And as it turns out, it was anything but that. So, Michael, I would recommend from the very beginning, with obviously considering your voice, just a kind of a comprehensive perspective of your experience.
If I may, I'd like to read from some documents that recently introduced me, if that's okay.
Please.
I gave, if you can believe this, a speech a week ago Monday with this voice. I had a lot of trepidation about doing it. So here's how they introduced me. Before becoming one of the United States' highest profile whistleblowers connected to the financial services meltdown, Michael Winston spent 34 years working as a business leader, change agent, and organization strategist for some of America's most prestigious corporations. He served as an executive officer for Lockheed, Ford, McDonnell Douglas, Motorola for 14 years, Merrill Lynch, and then Countrywide Financial. Michael was named Best Instructor at the University of Illinois, University of California, Irvine, and Pepperdine. And then it tells me what our new friend said, which is, my PhD was from the University of Illinois, and my master's was from Notre Dame, and I was sent by Lockheed as an unlimited confidential guide to both Stanford and Wharton. And so I had been recruited by many people, many around the time that Countrywide was recruiting me. But Countrywide kept on for 5 years. And I thought, well, I'll help as much as I can. It'll be my last job anyway. But I turned down Hewlett Packard. And I turned down a number of others that were also very promising. The year I joined Angelo Mazzillo was Fortune Magazine's Executive of the Year. The company was one of the fastest moving stocks on Wall Street. And how they recruited me was to say they wanted me to build a Goldman Sachs on the Pacific. Well, I know a lot of guys from Goldman Sachs. I had previously been offered a job by Goldman Sachs. A childhood friend of mine was the president of Goldman Sachs. So they got my attention by saying Goldman Sachs on the Pacific. And I tried until I ran into unmistakable, irrefutable fraud. And of course, because I had worked for really ethical companies, I thought, well, I'll tell the exec, they don't know about this. These guys are going off as sort of rebels, renegades. What I had seen was in such dissonance to their people people, principals, and something else that they used to hide. And so I told Angelo what I had seen. I didn't know that that made me a more alive for the rest of my life, but apparently it did. And I also told Dave Sample, the number 2 guy, and Drew Gissinger, the number 3 guy. And those people are not to be crossed. I could have left easily because I was a known entity in the largest corporations in the world. However, Ireland, pardon me, let me try again. I could have left. However, I had recruited 6 people from companies that used 6 people who used to work for me out of their companies. And all those people, you know, they all had kids. Their kids had to change school. They had to sell houses. Their kids had to make new friends. So I wasn't going to leave them in the lurch. But the abuse and the wrongdoing was just too much for me to bear. So, not related to financial services, but Countrywide did everything on the cheap, and they were sort of bred to be corrupt. And so when a lot of people in the building in which my team was housed complained about toxicity in the air, I went to my boss. She was on vacation, so I went to her boss. Then I went to Angelo. We have a problem. People are getting sick here, and possibly, if this is not treated, they might die in your building. We need to fix this. Anyway, without disclosing too much, I found out that they were telling me they were fixing it, but doing nothing. And so I called Galosha, because people were getting sick. I was the ranking officer in this building, which housed 1,150 people. It's my responsibility. It's not my job responsibility. It's my responsibility as a human being. Oh, and something that I should add. Shortly before I called Galosha, I had a staff meeting in my Countrywide office. It was called the Capo Canyon Building. And I was with maybe 10 people who worked for me. Some of them were waiting outside to access my office. And 1 or 2 was already there, probably my assistant and secretary were already there, handing out what we were going to review. While that happened, I heard a sound from above my head. I was sitting at the table. I heard a sound from above my head. And then I felt like droplets falling on my head. Before I could move my eyes up to see what was falling, everybody in my office was getting sick. Someone said, "Are they trying to poison us?" So I tried to stand up and lead my team out. My legs were rubber. I couldn't move. Now, I had been an athlete in college. I couldn't walk. I couldn't take a step. And my assistant grabbed me from under the arms and said, "We gotta get him out of here." Anyway, Countrywide didn't even respond to our complaint. And in court, many years later, they claimed I made the whole thing up, until, of course, 5 people testified to being in the room at that time. What did the judge say? He said, I'm not interested in Michael Winston's health issues.
Michael, would you mind taking a moment to explain what the actual fraud was? Can you describe the Countrywide model that you stumbled onto?
Can I read from a couple of pages?
That'd be fine.
Sure.
But first of all, though I operated from within the Human Resources Division, my role is like as the organization integrator, bringing the strengths and opportunities from all the disparate divisions, operations, and teams to combine to a whole that is much greater than the sum of its parts. And with the exception of Countrywide, Lockheed, McDonnell Douglas, Motorola, and Merrill Lynch all grew exponentially while I headed up my function. I don't know if it was a direct cause and effect, but I had a huge impact on those organizations. So, when I saw people who told me later that they owned their homes outright and Countrywide was bugging them, they were going to foreclose on them for failure to pay. Well, the reason, it's sort of like me in this house. I have a 9,300 square foot house. I bought it for cash. It would be like Countrywide coming to me and saying, we gotta kick you out. You didn't make your payment for this month. That's because there is no payment. I own it outright. I saw them doing that a lot. And they had such a power to intimidate that people said, hold on, I'll help you out. And when I got to meet the lead fraud investigator, who said, you know, the office supply that they need most in this company is whiteout because everybody's making up stories to get the property sold. So you had these people being intimidated, forced, strong-armed into buying homes they knew they couldn't afford.
So in the con, you described like your first kind of episode with this when you happened upon the gentleman who had the fundum card, and that from there it led you to a request of asking many questions, and that as you asked those questions, people seemed to be less and less interested in answering them. When did it become clear what was happening? That everything that's happening there was intentional and not an accident of bad oversight or bad management.
So you're talking with somebody who was concerned about what he saw, but given my upbringing, given the companies I've been to before, I thought, why do they keep selling properties people can't afford? Those mortgages are going to end up insolvent and on their front door. I never thought there wasn't securitizing, cross-selling. There was no such thing in the beginning. Do you guys understand that? It's sort of like, I didn't think I was selling on Countrywide. I thought I was saving Countrywide. This is why when they started, I don't know, I think I had about 300 people in the beginning, and it was 200 people and 150 and ended up with 2. Now, it's not that I'm dim-witted or slow, but I had just never I had never been exposed to retaliation in my life. And I thought, why retaliate against one person who's trying to save you? But they had Angelo screaming in their ear that he doesn't want any bad loan to be on the books for more than 1 second. If it is, you're out of here. That's the kind of leadership that was provided at the top.
Wow. So what you're telling us is that you've gone into these guys' offices and you're sitting there saying, hey, I've discovered this fiasco, man. I'm here to help you. And they're like, shut this man down. Get him out of here. Quiet this guy. We don't want to hear that because we already know what's going on. Can't say it. We already know what's going on. You shut up. You go in your corner. Is that the essence?
Yes.
So with that in mind, as you parted ways with Countrywide, what was some of the things that, if you were to tell people that were impacted by that time, what would be some of the things that you might tell them today? I mean, obviously, the people that were impacted by Countrywide's fraud are so vast because they had tons of loans they processed, tons of this fraudulent behavior. What do you think you might tell them today? What would be your words to those people?
Well, what I would tell them is that there are people who work every day 10 or 15 hours to try to get them to recognize their damages and try to get them paid for their damages. There are, and I know one personally, he sounds just like me. My case against Bank of America is finally exonerate the victims and have a judgment made against the culprits. So I work on that every day. I was scheduled to give testimony March 15th. However, that's when the coronavirus started, so it was all shut down. But I'm going to do this within 4 weeks now, and I have all the records behind me to prove it. So I think a rescue is on the way. And quite frankly, I needed motivation while taking 26 cancer surgeries. And an implicit promise to fix this is what kept me going.
Michael, it's been a long journey for us. You've been in the trenches.
Me too.
Well, I know, and that's what I'm referring to, Michael. When we first met and I started to understand your story, you come from this level of professionalism that I think that this country expects from the highest levels of operations, as you've established. And when you started to, in your senior role, to make the country, that's kind of a funny slip, but the company, all of the disparate pieces work in unison to maximize the efficiencies for this operation. You had to ask questions. And as you started to ask questions, you started to discover that this entire huge billion-dollar company was something that it didn't appear to be to the outsiders who, quite frankly, the company had relied upon you to be able to project that perception of professionalism. Can you put into perspective for Steve and his audience what it's like to discover everything that's the opposite of what you were told it was, and then what do you do in that circumstance, and what did you meet with?
I'll give you just a couple of points on that. My team became very disaffected, very disenchanted. And one of the guys first name Jonathan, last name I remember, but he said, Michael, I'm embarrassed to say I work for Countrywide. And everybody chimed in. And I said, let's not think of ourselves as working for Countrywide. Let's think of ourselves as working on Countrywide. And we did. It gave us a new outlook because many of us had been strategy consultants in the past, like me. And so if we could take an outside look, we could be more effective. And so that helped. But actually, when I realized a woman named Sharon Doyle, who had worked for me forever at Motorola, she came into work one day and all 10 of her direct reports were fired out from underneath her. Now, Sharon is one of the best employees I've ever had. And one of the most, maybe the most productive I've ever had. And so I did confront my manager, Leora, and said, by what authority do you have to terminate Sharon's team? And she used all sorts of, I'm your boss, and if you say one more thing, I'll fire everybody around you. Just, it was almost comedic to me. It was so sad. And, my world had crashed, but what I was trying to do was fix. There were some really good people who wanted to make the right thing happen. I know that because as my team got smaller, the number of people who dropped by at 7 o'clock at night, 8 o'clock at night, got larger. They just waited until, crying eyes left work and they rejoined me again. So I would say that my team, large or small, at Countrywide, did pound for pound as good work as any of the other teams I've had, and 4 out of 5 were top 10 teams in the United States. Only Countrywide was not. If they had let us do our thing, we would. Their 3 B's were people, passion, principles. Those are the tenets upon which they said Countrywide stands. I saw the worst human resource practices I'd ever seen in 2006. I believe something like 80%, they had something like an 80% turnover rate. Now I'm saying 80, not 8. At Motorola, if we went over 5%, there was a meeting in the tower, but nobody was leaving Motorola because they did the right thing for the right reasons and the right thing. Everybody was heading for the door. And ironically, Countrywide canceled, when that happened, our program called Retaining Talent. So of course they treated their people like crap. If they had a passion, it was the opposite of my philosophy. My philosophy in management, which has worked, is don't pay attention to shortcomings. Everybody has them. Build on strengths. Those are the things that provide sustainable competitive advantage. What can you do that nobody else can do? That's the mode that you want. I'm speaking like a global head of strategy, which I was. That's the mode nobody can cross that mode. the pain was so unbearable that I gave them the court because I thought, well, if we win a court judgment, which we did and do, a jury verdict, then the board of directors will get rid of the guys who are running the place and at least maybe save some of the talented people who work there. I think very few wanted to defraud the public, but the ones who did were the ones at the top.
So this all started at the top. This was not a bottom-up process at all. This was a top-down fraud.
Countrywide likes to say it was just a few renegades at the bottom end. This comes from the material I've submitted to the court as well. Much heralded CEO Angelo Mazzillo turned out to be the ultimate snake oil salesman. Alas, the world didn't realize this until going through much pain and the deterioration of the global economy. As an officer of the place, I felt it. I wanted to fix it. I felt it, and I tried to do my best to fix it. But how do you deal with a situation like this? In a court of law, Angelo Mazzillo claimed he had never heard of Macroeconomics and doubts that he works there. He claimed he did not know me. Ted Matthews, my then lawyer, responded by playing a video in court in which Angelo referred to me by name several times. This included Angelo advising his top 110 officers to heed my wisdom about leadership and ethics. In the same courtroom later on, he would claim that he had never given me the hallowed Countrywide gold-plated cufflinks given to special employees. He said he knew right away I was not Countrywide material. After which I was then asked by my lawyer to pull out the Countrywide cufflinks given to me by Angelo and to give them to the bailiff. I walked to the bailiff, handed him the cufflinks. Angelo had denied giving me. He then handed the cufflinks to the judge. This is going to be in the court record.
Wow.
I've never known people as corrupt as that. You know, my dad was a big guy about being principled. I follow his tenets. My son follows mine. My son is a counterterrorist agent, and he's very highly regarded. And my daughter now my daughter's a therapist, a clinical therapist, and now, as of a month ago, she has her own practice after 10 years in group practice. My kids do the right thing. They've never done the wrong thing. And I'm sure that their kids will do the right thing and never do wrong. I don't know what Angelo's upbringing was or the people he attracted, but it's no place I would want to be.
Wow. Patrick, Eric, any other thoughts?
Just that, thank goodness that Michael isn't Countrywide material.
Amen. What a great one.
That's one of the best compliments I've ever had.
Indeed, indeed.
But interestingly, I was promoted 3 times the first 13 months. So which part of that wasn't Countrywide material?
Michael, let me finalize this with you. Obviously you've been through an awful lot, both personally and professionally, but you also got to experience and witness an awful lot. One of the key reasons why we're doing this addendum to the Con series in particular is to get individuals motivated and ready to fight to bring about what we would like to consider a modern Pecora investigation, to bring about a 1929 style investigation on these fraudsters. We don't want them to get away with it. We don't want them to be able to walk away and smile in their mansions. What would you have to say to average people that are just now picking up on this and trying to understand how they could take action today?
All I can say is they will be ecstatic a couple of months from now if the judge is not on the take. If the judge is a higher, pay for higher kind of judge, then I will have lost all faith in the United States. But we have the right answers. We have the right attorneys. We are working. This is all I do. And we believe, and we're going to advocate on behalf of 7 United States counties, 25 million people. And I don't get a penny. We're seeking to have them paid. And we're expecting that when we win more counties, well, we've had overtures for another 17 counties. More counties will come and join us. The lawyers that I'm helping, they are getting paid if they win. I'm doing this because I believe in public service. That's why.
Amazing. So with that, folks, I just want to thank you so much for joining us. It really means the world to me. This is an honor that I did not expect to be able to be a part of. So I want to thank both Eric and Patrick, of course, and you, Michael. Thank you so much. And Lori, who's not with us, I want to thank all of you for being a part of this. And this will take us into our next episode of episode number 4 of this mini series. I really appreciate you. You really, truly are an untouchable. Thank you so much.
Can't wait for those in power to find it in their hearts to give a crap about the needs of the working class and marginalized communities. Once we educate ourselves about how our financial system actually works through the lens of MMT, then we can build coalitions of people to demand the government take action. Go beyond Republican and Democrat, because we know that both of those are just two sides of the same corrupt coin. We, the working class, can demand policies like Medicare for all and a federal job guarantee.
Kevin Hearn says we need to get our fiscal house in order. He's on the Ways and Means Committee. He's a Republican. That committee obviously chaired by the notoriously awful Richie Neal. And that's just plain not based in reality. And it's actually even beyond that. It's not just wrong. It's illiterate. It's incoherent. Like if I said to you 2 + 2 is 7, that would be wrong. But if I said to you 2 + 2 is orange, that would be what this is. Totally incoherent, totally illiterate. Not at all based in the reality of our monetary system, right? So, and this is unfortunately echoed by quite a few members of Congress and quite a few powerful people and advisors and economists and educators and etc. We have this severe misconception, overwhelming misconception about how our monetary system operates and what spending amounts to and you know, what various bills would mean in a fiscal or economic sense. So the response from John Yarmuth was fantastic. He went into a brief explanation of how how a fiat currency operates, that we are not financially constrained. This is obvious, etc. And then he says, quote, people need an education about how the monetary system works. People need an education about how the monetary system works. This is what we are all about at Real Progressives, you guys. This is so necessary because fiscal implications are often a part of the most major policies that we are talking about. And it's not only important to understand those so that you can combat the disingenuous arguments that are thrown at us. It's important for us to understand them as the people advocating for the policies so that we ensure that we're implementing the policies in a responsible and robust way, and in the most expedited way possible. So we have to understand the underlying economic issues and the politics of all this stuff in order to get the most robust programs and the most necessary programs as quickly as we possibly can. And unfortunately, among many fantastic people on the left, there is somewhat of a blind spot for the economic stuff, and perhaps an unwillingness to address that blind spot. And that is why we are so adamant about making sure that we are educating about macroeconomics here at Real Progressives. So huge shout out to John Yarmuth, you guys. That's like not, that should be easy to do. It's not. Just acknowledging a simple reality about our monetary system, that is really difficult to do in our current political environment in DC, where everyone gets brain rot and starts thinking like Ronald fucking Reagan and going into this incoherent deficit fear-mongering, right?
July 24th, Saturday, Washington, D.C., a big Medicare for All rally, also to be held in 24 cities around the country. I will be speaking there that day, along with others. Let's make a lot of noise. So please look at your calendar, see if it's something that you can make happen. Tell people about it, read up about it, start talking about it, spread the word. We have to make it big. We have to make the kind of noise that even the elected officials in Washington won't be able to avoid hearing. That's what we need to do.
LA, Seattle, and it's just grown exponentially. It's so amazing that it just started with a small conversation. Like, I've had it. They're not doing what we want them to do. What can we do about it?
Get in the streets. That's what we can do. I'm going to be honest. Like I need like my action fix. You know what I mean? Like I've been stuck inside and all this stuff. I'm like, yes, no, bring me to DC. I need to go. Yes.
It does feel really good. And you sit there and you fume and you steam and you want to yell at your TV. But if you actually volunteer and you get active and you get in the street and you do something, you do feel better. It isn't easy. It's a lot of work, but showing up and making your voice heard does relieve some of that anger. So
absolutely. Yeah. I think when I first, started getting into, really getting into politics and really getting into activism and things like that, I was just really pissed off about everything. And I'm like, you know what? I can't sit around and bitch. If I'm not doing anything about it, then I don't have a right to sit around and talk about it. You know what I mean? It's like, you can't complain unless you're doing something about it. You know, I mean, you can, lots of people do, but still, like for myself, nah, it's got to come with the action.
This is Steve with Real Progressives. This is episode number 4 of our series, The New Untouchables, our pathway to a new Pecora hearing. And today, on this particular episode, we have Citibank. This guy's a whistleblower, the largest proportion ever. He has the story that will blow the lid off of it all. He ties all the pieces of this fraud together. And with that, first things I want to do is go through each individual of the team. We have Eric Vaughn, and we have Patrick Lavelle again, and we have Bill Black rejoining us for this episode as well. We will also be joined by Richard Bowen. Richard has been credited by some as the most important whistleblower of our times. Having been in banking and finance for 4 decades, Bowen rose through the ranks to become Citigroup's top underwriter with a huge national staff. Bowen began discovering illegal packaging of MBS that led to an $80 billion a year in fraudulent activities. He tried desperately to end the practice that would devastate both the poor and working class by going to his superiors, then upward to the board of directors, and ultimately Robert Rubin, former Treasury Secretary of the Treasury and former CEO of Goldman Sachs, before becoming chairman of Citi. Bowen risked it all to try to end the practice within, and then later went to the SEC and FCIC, which he was muzzled and obfuscated. The end result was Citi walked with $500 billion in bailouts, and Rubin skated with $120 million. Bowen was then fired. With that, gentlemen, thank you so much for joining me for this episode. Let's start with you, Patrick. Tell us, what about this episode is important to you?
I appreciate that, Steve. And again, thank you to everyone, and especially Richard for joining us. Again, the idea is this concept, of course, is the new Untouchables, the Pecora files. And nobody exemplifies the Untouchables more presciently, in my opinion, than Dick Bowen. I first discovered Dick on 60 Minutes when he was interviewed by Steve Croft, where his testimony basically instilled in me and America writ large that what Citigroup had done was completely illegal. Now, given the format and what 60 Minutes does, they don't actually go that far. What they did was they make a beautiful, porcelain sort of case where you can infer what you need to based on what was pretty clear from his testimony. That's a far cry from an investigation that Pecora would have done, which of course would have laid out with transparency the facts, which we have learned from Bill Black from the very beginning. So when you talk about the apex of whistleblowers, there is no one that exemplifies this story more so than Richard Bowen. Richard Bowen was on the front edge of trying to prevent an $80 billion a year securities fraud perpetrated by the largest bank in the world. And in so doing, he put on notice, because he understood the law, the CEO of Citigroup, which was none other than former Goldman Sachs CEO turned Secretary of the Treasury under President Clinton, who then went back into a position to play cover-up for this institution that would wind up going on to receive $500 billion in emergency backstops and lending as a result, perpetrating the largest fraud in history. So on that note, I'd like to turn it over to my colleague Eric for some comments right before we go into Dick about his thoughts.
The important thing about Richard Bowen is that in terms of our docuseries, he connects everything that preceded it with the story of Addie Polk and the story of Dave Willen, and how his story, Dave Willen's fraud went up the food chain to Countrywide. And then, of course, we hear about all the different, forms of fraud and predatory behavior that was coming out of the non-bank lenders in the next episode. And we hear Michael Winston's story and about how he was able to see, with the front row seat, what the fraud machine looked like from inside the executive suites over at Countrywide. Now, Countrywide was doing as much as they, could as a non-bank lender, but there's this whole other world in Wall Street and then beyond. And Richard Bowen is absolutely critical as far as telling the story that we tell, because he connects everything below to Wall Street and then everything above. And so, as like the main subject, shall we say, of episode 3, he's actually properly placed because he is that bridge between the lending fraud down below, the Wall Street fraud up above, and the government complicity that allowed it all to happen. And so we are extremely fortunate to have Richard Bowen and, of course, William Black, who also, allowed us to understand what Richard Bowen's story meant when we were trying to put the story together. So at that, Steve, I'll be back to you.
Very good. So, Bill, this area of Wall Street is near and dear. We had Occupy Wall Street going on during this time. We saw people in the streets ready to take action. And you could say that this Occupy movement kind of pushed into the Bernie Sanders movement and so forth. But we have not seen the kind of pressure that we need to bring Wall Street to its knees. In fact, we've seen Wall Street come back and double down and become even stronger. With someone like yourself and Richard Bowen, explain to us how this movement can build upon the things that have come out as a result of Richard Bowen's experience and the things that he's seen.
Sure. So I'm going to actually start in a slightly different way of why he hasn't become the national face of the movement, right? Because in any effective world, we started discussing Pecora. He would have been Pecora's first witness, a modern Pecora's first witness. He would be famous across the world, right? Instead, we are twin sons of different mothers. We're both serial whistleblowers, and we're both expert at what at the big law firm I started at were known as CLGs. CLGs are career limiting gestures, right? And so what Dick did wrong, so bit of confusion. He prefers to be called Richard, but he lets friends call him Dick, so we'll do both. I'm sorry for the confusion, and he's a nice guy who'll let us get away with it. Okay. And by the way, his sport when he was in high school was marksmanship. So don't piss off Richard Bowen, that type of thing. He won't miss. And that's the point. He could have been brought into court as a deadeye. How many courts have you testified in front of, Richard, about the great financial crisis?
None.
How many Securities and Exchange Commission investigative hearings have you testified in front of?
I testified before the SEC, but not in a hearing.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, so no actual court cases, right? No actual adversary hearings.
That is correct.
The ideal witness in the entire world. So tell folks briefly about the best job promotion you ever got and when it happened.
Well, in early 2006, Citigroup consolidated all of their many diverse mortgage operations and into one business unit. And I received a huge promotion. I was named business chief underwriter, and I was responsible to make sure that the $90 billion a year of mortgages that we purchased from other banks and mortgage companies. Now, understand, these mortgages Citi did not originate that were in my area. They purchased them from other banks that originated them. And it was my job to make sure that these met our policy guidelines. And you want me to go forward with that, or?
No, let's stop right there.
All right,
okay,
all right.
So that's 2006, but you were a serial whistleblower. You had a career before Citi, and you also blew the whistle, right? And you saved your bank a ton of money precisely because you blew the whistle and insisted on special protective measures so that the bank wouldn't lose, right?
Yes, this was back in the early 1980s. I was chief financial officer as well as over operations for First National Bank of Oklahoma City, the largest publicly traded bank in Oklahoma. And we were a premier energy bank. Penn Square was there in Oklahoma City. I saw what was going on with Penn Square. As a matter of fact, many of my former employees were hired by Penn Square. And I basically predicted to my bank that Penn Square was going under. And I placed all of our business on a cash basis with them.
Right. So let me break in. Maybe Oklahoma seems obscure to you if you don't follow banking. But Penn Square not only blew up, but Penn Square blew up one of the largest banks in America. What was that bank, Richard?
That was Continental.
Continental Illinois, causing what was then the largest run in U.S. history of $6 billion, and only a bailout by the Fed saved it from going glug, glug, glug. So this was a really friggin' big case, right? And Richard did exactly what you would want someone to do. And you know what? We don't want to prosecute people. We want to prevent the problems from ever occurring, right? And that's what underwriting is all about. And that was what your title. And so the 3 C's of underwriting are there so that we never have these disasters. One of the C's is collateral. You heard that with Lori Noble, the appraisal process, right? And she talked about the massive fraud in the appraisal process. Another one of the C's is capacity. It'd be really nice that you actually have the financial capacity to repay a loan. And Richard can tell you that Citi, in addition to all kinds of other insanity we're about to describe, decided to make what the industry itself called liar's loans, in which you do not check whether the borrower has the capacity to repay the loan. And the third C is the one you're familiar with, credit score type thing, right? So underwriting is a super important thing. If you're dumb and you think it's a cost center and something to be minimize any expenses on underwriting, but if you understand banking, you know it's the profit center. It's what lets banks lend profitably and survive. So it's a really good function. And as Richard just explained, if you do it right, you never have the losses. You don't have to be bailed out by the federal government. So he gets, on the basis of a lifetime of skills and professional skills, he's an accountant. Indeed, he's a university level accountant at this point, although that's not really good news because he's going to later tell you that he is unemployed and unemployable in finance 12 years after the great financial crisis for the high sin of what, Richard?
I think it's called blowing the whistle.
Yes, being right and being honest and having integrity and courage. That's what makes you unemployable in every financial firm in America, having that reputation. Okay, so these C's are important. And Richard and I and Michael, who you've just met, were the co-founders of Bank Whistleblowers United. And I have this sweatshirt I'm wearing that we have for all of us. And it's a riff off of the Transportation Security Administration, TSA, that you see at the airports, right? That one says, to recall, if you see something, say something. And that stops, because the assumption is we all know that the third thing is, and TSA will promptly check on what you've told them. Might be a terrorist attack. And the fourth thing is, not only will they check, they'll do something about it. They'll prevent the attack, right? So you might think that when you tell the bankers, the senior bankers, hey, I've discovered a huge problem with this thing, underwriting, that's designed to protect us from losses, that your bosses would A, be concerned, not wanting to have those losses, and B, would do something effective to stop them. But the third line on our sweatshirt says, we saw something, we said something. Then things got very strange. What got strange in your case, Richard, when you repeatedly told folks that eventually 80% of the loans Citi was buying from these third parties were sold under fraudulent reps and warranties? Did they give you a gold star and a bonus for saving them from those losses and immediately stop buying them? That will be option A. Was it option A?
It was not A. We can close that door.
What was option B eventually?
Actually, nothing.
Eventually.
I started issuing warnings in June of 2006 when I discovered we had huge numbers of mortgages that we were purchasing which did not meet our policy guidelines. And yet Citigroup was turning around and selling them and guaranteeing, giving their representations and warranties that they met our policy guidelines.
Oh, wait a minute, Richard. You were putting in writing in the files that Citi knew that those reps and warranties were lies.
Oh, I did email. I made committee presentations. I even cornered people in the hallways.
What do we call it when you make lies about representations and warranties to get people to buy things from you?
I think that's called fraud.
I think so too, and I'm a lawyer. Is that good, committing felonies?
Not that I've heard.
It's not how we were taught, was it?
No, not at all.
We were taught we were supposed to prevent those things. So again, you tell your bosses, and your direct boss says, yes, Richard's right. And then up above, you have this new concept, one of the new developments in finance called risk officers. And risk officers, as the name implies, are supposed to make sure that those operational elements don't get too caught up in doing risky things. And it's supposed to reduce risk, right?
You mentioned, Bill, that my boss agreed with me, and he did. He was the chief underwriter. And he would take my warnings and put his warnings on top of them and send them on to an even greater distribution list. And then sometime in 2007, he had all of his responsibilities stripped away, and he felt like he was compelled to retire. And that's when my new boss was not real happy with all these warnings I continued to send.
And above the new boss still was this risk officer type.
Oh, yes. Oh, yes.
And the risk officer, instead of warning against these kinds of risk, and by the way, when you take a risk without underwriting, what's that like? Let's make a metaphor. What if I decided to walk across the street blindfolded, a highway? I might make it 20% of the time, which is about the loans that actually made it, right? That were actually honest loans when you looked at the portfolio. Is people going to pay me more money for walking across the street blindfolded? No, there's no reward for that, right? What you do is you go bankrupt, unless, of course, you're big enough that you get bailed out, maybe by the federal government for the third time in modern history for Citibank and Citigroup, well, we might mention. Okay, so you get it right, boss get it right, and you send the warnings up, and instead of people being happy and eager to avoid losses, they are furious. And they first smash your boss, and because you, again, are someone I treasure, your response, having just seen your boss decapitated, is not only to continue to issue the warnings, but to, in legal jargon, escalate them up the corporate ladder.
Yes.
And who was at the top right then?
At this point, I had been issuing warnings for a year and a half. And I knew I had to get to the board of directors. And I read in the newspaper on November the 2nd of 2007 that they were calling an emergency board meeting for that coming Sunday. And it was rumored in the press that Robert Rubin was going to be replacing Charles Prince as the chairman of the board. And I thought, that's it. I've got to get my warnings to that board meeting. So I sent an email, actually Saturday morning, sitting at my kitchen table. I drafted an email. I sent it to Robert Rubin who was the next day he was named chairman of the board. I also sent it to the chief risk officer, the chief financial officer, and the chief auditor. They all have legal responsibilities. I'm a CPA, I know this. They all have legal responsibilities under Sarbanes-Oxley to warn the board and to warn investors.
Just stop 1 second. Why do we have Sarbanes-Oxley in that specific clause that you just talked about?
The Sarbanes-Oxley, it was actually put together after the Enron scandal to prevent the frauds that they had discovered that came out of the Enron. And
what a good idea. It was supposed to prevent fraud.
Absolutely.
And this was a huge fraud. And you wanted to make sure that the top leadership of Citi didn't commit a fraud and put themselves on the hook as well, right? The individuals would be on the hook.
I knew, Bill, under Sarbanes-Oxley, that under Sarbanes-Oxley, the executive officers have to swear, they have to certify every quarter that the internal controls are effective. And what did I do? In this email, I said internal controls are broken because I knew that would set the hook.
And indeed, underwriting is the central internal control of banking. And you were what was your title again?
Business chief underwriter.
Oh, yeah. So the absolute top specialist who has a track record of getting this right doesn't commit a career limiting gesture. This is a CEG. This is a career ending gesture. He has the intestinal fortitude, to clean up the usual language we would use for this, to put on written notice Bob Rubin, who is not only about to become the top person at Citi, after, by the way, for years serving, as he phrased it, I have no job responsibilities, but I get $11 million a year. That Bob Rubin. But before that, what was he?
He was Treasury Secretary under Clinton.
Oh, and before that, what was he?
I think he was co-chief operating officer of Goldman Sachs.
Indeed, he was. So he brought it all together. And what does the repeal of Glass-Steagall allow Citi to do?
Basically, it allowed them to merge.
Oh, and they, in fact, had already merged, right?
They had already merged under waivers from the Fed.
With Travelers, making the largest financial merger in history.
Yes.
And if you had to unwind that merger, which ultimately would have been unlawful under Glass-Steagall, would that have been a good thing for Citi?
No, absolutely not. And as Treasury Secretary, Rubin basically led as I recall, led the charge to repeal Glass-Steagall.
Yes, he did. And then he promptly left Treasury to take a position with who? Oh, Citi. That $11 million for no job responsibilities.
That's what I understand.
Baseball been very, very good to me. And so has politics. So you decide to take on the most powerful person in Citi, who is the most politically connected person in America. And you get this chilling, not only reprisal, but then eventually, years later, at the Financial Crisis Inquiry Commission, the most amazing testimony in chilling terms by Bob Rubin. What did he say when he was asked about you by the Financial Crisis Inquiry Commission? He was assured what?
Well, he admitted after he thought about it that he had gotten an email from me and that he gave it to somebody, but he wasn't sure who, and he knew that they took action on it.
No, they said that they took care of it.
Oh, yeah, okay.
And did they? How did they take care of it? That infamous mob language.
Well, I was told not to come back to Citigroup.
Oh, by fixing the problem, because obviously you are the problem, not the $80 billion in fraudulent loans yearly.
Apparently.
Who are they selling that to overwhelmingly?
Oh, they went into mortgage securitizations. And of course, those went into pension funds and everything else.
Oh, workers, retirement type thing.
There we go.
Like Fannie or Freddie, maybe?
Oh yeah. A large part of them also went to Fannie and Freddie.
Did we have to bail them out too?
Oh, absolutely. Because of the bad loans that they had purchased and in turn guaranteed.
Okay. So that's really a good working system, right?
It's across the board.
Okay. So first, we could have prevented the problem entirely. And by the way, just to back up for 30 seconds, Citi, as you said, bought 80 to 100 billion bucks, including the crappiest of the crap liar's loans, which were known to be massively fraudulent, during a time period where the appraisers had warned that appraisal fraud was endemic. How much underwriting did it do before it bought the loans, Richard?
Actually, none.
Oh, well, gosh.
No,
that's a good system,
relied
right?
solely on the representations that were given to them by the selling mortgage companies.
Okay, as an old country lawyer type thing, we call that buying a pig in a poke. Is that how you taught people to do banking? You know, loan
no,
officers, buy it, make the loan first, then we'll check.
Well, they purchased it based upon the representations and warranties of the seller, and then immediately sold them before they were even a sample of was underwritten. And when they sold them, they gave their representations and warranties.
And again, when you did your sample review, which they kept on hammering you to look at smaller and smaller amounts, right?
Right.
You found eventually 80% of the loans.
In my largest area, which was predominantly most of that in my area, I started out discovering in 2006, 60% did not meet our credit policy. And as I continued my warnings through 2007, the volumes kept increasing and the rate of defective mortgages increased to an excess of 80%.
Okay,
And
so
I put all of that in the letter to warn the board of directors and Robert Rubin.
So you were trying, as you had successfully done with your bank in Oklahoma, to do exactly what your job function is, right?
Well, silly me, I thought it was my job.
In fact, it was. But that was the nominal job from your superior standpoint, right? So they were not, as you said, real happy with you. And they forced you out of the organization. And then one of your lieutenants found not only had they engaged in this form of fraud, after the great financial crisis, it was really hard to get any home lending. So which federal agency stepped forward?
You're going to have to help me on this.
The FHA, maybe?
Well, that was part of the fraud that she identified. There was only a small part of it still going on, and this was 4 years after I was gone.
Oh, you mean they continued it after they took care of the problem by pushing you out?
Yes, and that came out in her testimony.
Okay, so this went on for years despite you, your boss, one of your chief lieutenants, despite the great financial crisis, right?
Yes.
And the FHA, by the way, when you cheat the FHA, who are you cheating? Oh, that'd be the federal government that was giving you the bailout, right?
Yes.
Yeah, that'd be fun. Okay, now you're just trying to do your job. And then they remove you and they make it impossible to do your job. So you do the next thing as a citizen, right? What you're told to do, speak truth to power. And so you alert the Justice Department and you alert the SEC.
I went to the SEC. I testified for 2 days before the FCC And this was 3 months before the bank bailouts.
And of course, they made use of your information where you gave them on a platinum platter the most ideal case. And which SEC action should we read?
Well, I gave the SEC over 1,000 pages of documents, many of the warnings and all of the documents showing what was going on.
Right. So there's an SEC complaint that has all this in it, right? That we can go read those.
Well, they told me, they got very excited when I talked to them. I visited with some of the prosecutors in their enforcement division, and they said, Mr. Bowen, we are going to pursue this. And then I never heard from them again.
Oh, so there isn't actually an SEC complaint where we can read the documents?
No, as a matter of fact.
But then you asked for the documents, right?
Many people have asked for the documents.
What happened to them?
Under Freedom of Information Act.
Oh.
And the SEC has replied that that these documents are confidential and Citigroup trade secrets. So I guess that includes the fraudulent representations which were given to the purchasers of mortgage-backed securities, which I printed off the SEC's own website, where you register the mortgage-backed securities.
So they took publicly filed information,
yes,
and declared it confidential trade secrets of Citi?
That is your Securities and Exchange Commission.
Don't you love it when people have a sense of humor? Okay, so this is why in our family we have a rule that it's impossible to compete with unintentional self-parody by these folks.
And again, this was 3 months before the bank bailouts. So you can sort of understand what was going on, because if they ever did release any of the documents that I gave them, it would indicate that the U.S. government had knowledge of the massive fraud that was going on before they bailed them out.
You might even think people would have been upset about those kind of disclosures.
Yes, someone might have been.
They might have not simply said the system's rigged. They might have said, hey, Richard Bowen has provided us with an explanation of exactly how it was rigged. And how it came together both with corporate corruption and elite political corruption to create a system where they were able to cause damages measuring in the hundreds of billions of dollars.
Yes.
And requiring massive federal funds. Americans might have been slightly upset about that.
Possibly.
And you weren't done. You went to the Financial Crisis Inquiry Commission as well to testify.
Oh, and I actually testified in late February behind closed doors before their senior investigative and their legal staff.
I bet they were interested too.
Well, before I even got there, Bill, I had talked to them on the phone, and I told them about this treasure trove of documents at the SEC. They had actually sent two of their investigators over to the SEC. And they spent 2 days digging through the 1,000 pages of documents that I had given the SEC. So when I got there, they already knew the story, but I told it to them anyway. And I gave them some additional stuff.
Okay, and you were open to any questions they had at whatever length they wanted, right?
Well, that was at the hearing. This was at the when I was there personally behind closed doors before their senior legal and investigative staff. They got excited. They got more excited than the SEC did, and they said, "Mr. Bowen, this is very compelling. We may ask you to testify in a hearing." And I said, well, okay.
It's almost like there's a pattern.
And then we got to the hearing.
And a funny thing happened on the way to the forum, apparently.
Well, they told me in a letter and inside conversations that I could give them. They not only did they want it in my presentation, which was going to be carried on national television, but they also asked me to give them up to 30 pages of written testimony. And they even told me what they wanted me to include in the testimony. You know, the damning evidence I had given the SEC and I had told them about.
Oh, good, good. What pages of the report can we read that on?
Well, that's just it. You know, I sent them by 28 pages of testimony. And when they received it, they said, yeah, Bowen, yeah, we know we told you 30 pages, but, you know, it's too long. And so you need to edit it. And we will tell you exactly what to take out of your testimony. And with that, they told me to take out much of the damning testimony that they had originally told me to put in.
You were living Alice in Wonderland's life.
I will tell you, I spent an entire night in prayer on this, and I made the decision it's better to get something in writing than nothing, because I had a very onerous confidentiality agreement with Citigroup, but Citigroup had specifically exempted me from that confidentiality agreement. I could tell the Congressional Commission anything, but if the commission didn't allow me to testify, didn't allow me to go before the commission, then I could never tell anyone anything. And the commission knew that. So I made a decision. I made the requested edits, and I sent them my 20-page edited testimony. And that became my official testimony. And that you won't see much of the damning stuff.
So, Richard, why do you and me and Michael, why do we have to make these difficult moral decisions?
That's
why doesn't Ruben have to make the difficult moral decisions?
That is beyond me. That's just
okay. So we're okay. Now, despite all of this, at the end of the day, the Financial Crisis Inquiry Commission chairman insists on a whole series of criminal referrals, right?
The bottom line is we only learned this when the Congressional Commission, they sent all of their documents over to the National Archives. As a matter of fact, you can go to the Congressional Commission and you will find a list of the hundreds of names of witnesses that they interviewed. And you can go down the list of all the witnesses and you can click on a name and you can download the complete transcript, everything they told the commission. But if you go down that list of all the witnesses, you won't find the name Bowen. That is because the Congressional Commission made the decision that all of my testimony, that is behind closed doors, including everything that I told them behind closed doors, everything I gave them, everything including my original written testimony, had to stay confidential. So it was sent to the National Archives with instructions that it could not be read for 5 years. And it was only at the end of the 5 years in 2016, when the National Archives started releasing documents, that we discovered that the National Archives actually made 11 criminal referrals.
The Financial Crisis Inquiry Commission.
Yes, the commission made 11 criminal referrals. Now, they were charged with doing this by Congress if they found evidence of fraud. And they made 11 criminal referrals and sent those to the Attorney General of the United States, which was the charge from Congress, including one criminal referral, which was based solely on my testimony and evidence.
So wasn't it? It's great. You're the most special witness ever in front of the Financial Crisis Inquiry Commission with unique treatment called the Deep Six treatment, right?
And in fact, much of what I had given them is still in the National Archives. They refused to put it on their public website. And in fact, you actually
because the public reads the public website, Richard.
You
Are
have
you
to
slow?
go to the National Archives physically to read a lot of the evidence that is there, or you have to know specifically the document file name to ask for.
Or you have to watch the con.
I was going to say, or you watch the con.
Okay, so you are this gold mine. You have direct information. You have records. You've been doing the right thing at every step of the stage at Citi. You have a track record of doing the right thing, and you look like you and present like you, right? You are someone who is serious about integrity and morality. So if I put my law hat on, you're the perfect witness. So how many criminal cases have you testified as a witness for the Department of Justice?
Well, understand that the Department of Justice did nothing with the criminal referrals while the 5-year statute of limitation expired.
In light of the rest of your story, that shocks me. The SEC let the statute expire as well, right?
Apparently so.
Yeah, okay. So I ask again, how many criminal cases did the Department of Justice sponsor you as a witness in response to the great financial crisis?
0.
And you're an accountant, so you're really good at numbers. And that was probably an easy number.
0 is an easy number.
Okay, so my phrase for this is you brought the case on a platinum platter in the entire savings and loan debacle. Actually, I don't recall a single major whistleblower as a witness where we get over 1,000 convictions. We got those convictions without any whistleblowers. Are you the only whistleblower out of the great financial crisis?
No, there's many in other banks. I know Michael Winston is one from Countrywide.
And Michael Winston, he's a person of low integrity, right? Obviously, as well.
No, he's a terrific guy. There were many whistleblowers in other financial institutions that experienced the same thing.
And were you a disgruntled appointee who got bad job review? Oh no, you got the promotion of a lifetime. Isn't that what I heard?
Yes, I was lauded as an exemplary employee, went to the annual employee meetings that were lauded throughout Citigroup as being an outstanding employee. That is until this happened.
Of course, until facts intruded. Unfortunate fact. Michael Winston just told people about 3 promotions he got in a short time period. And as you say, many, many other whistleblowers come in all kinds of flavors, right? Yeah. Some of them already were having problems and such. Some of them were eager to go public. Did you rush out to the papers?
No. The very first time anyone heard of this was when I testified before the Financial Crisis Inquiry Commission.
Because you did exactly what Citi told you to do, right? You informed people of what you found within the Citi chain of command.
As well as the SEC.
Well, eventually, that's right.
Oh, the SEC was immediately after my leaving Citigroup. So, and that was before the bank bailouts.
Right. But you didn't run to the SEC as soon as you found this either, right? You went.
No, absolutely not.
That was a year and a half or more later.
It was close to 2 years after I started screaming about it.
Okay, so you're not someone that was in this for the publicity, and you sure as hell weren't in it for the money and such. Would you have liked to work in finance?
Yes, I obviously would have.
Would Michael Winston have liked to work in finance?
I'm sure he would.
Got any job offers for that at high levels?
No. And don't get me wrong, I became a professor at the University of Texas at Dallas, and I will tell you, I attribute that to my keeping what little of my sanity I have left.
We all understand exactly that, right? We are treated as the ones who've gone crazy.
Yeah.
Right? Because the world becomes a Kafka play as soon as we tell these people these things in senior management. Nothing is done the way it should be anymore. It becomes instantly surreal. And the craziest batshit stuff becomes the norm in response.
Well, as it's been explained confidentially to me, companies want team players, and we have demonstrated that we are not team players.
Yeah, actually, companies are incapable of wanting anything. That's personification. CEOs who are committing frauds want team players who will not blow the whistle. In fact, their greatest fear is on screen now, and was on screen in the earlier episode, Richard Bowen and Michael Winston. Because Citi was so big and such a major purchaser, what would have happened if you had put back 80% of the loans and filed damage actions and made criminal referrals to the Department of Justice about the 80% loans, which were, after all, had been sold to you under false reps and warranties?
It would have shut down the massive schemes that were going on.
That's right. In other words, it would have maybe not prevented, because this was 2006,
right,
the great financial crisis, but it would have prevented the hyperinflation of the bubble in 2006 and 2007.
Absolutely.
So even if there was a great financial crisis, it would have been much smaller.
I totally agree with that.
And we know from exponential growth, everybody understands that concept now with COVID. There was exponential growth of the worst mortgages.
Yes.
In that period. So it wasn't a little addition, it was a massive addition. And
yes,
all of that could have been stopped if Citi and if Countrywide, was Countrywide a small purveyor of non-prime loans?
Oh, no. Very substantial. As a matter
the
of
biggest,
fact,
in fact, in the world.
We used to purchase pools of mortgages from Countrywide.
And so if Countrywide had listened to Michael,
obviously they would have, you understand, Bill, if anyone took action based upon my warnings, then they would have shut down this very profitable business model of buying and selling mortgages. And that would have meant significant incentive compensation that would no longer be doled out to management.
I've never heard of that concept. Tell me about it.
There was tremendous incentive of management not to pay attention and ignore my warnings, as well as Michael Winston's warnings, as well as the other whistleblowers' warnings.
You mean you could get $11 million a year for no job description only if the fraud continued?
All I'm saying is that it was a very, very, very profitable business model.
That's what I said. Baseball been very, very good to me. Okay, so that's basically the story that I wanted to get across. I've been talking a lot, or at least asking lots of questions. Would others like to jump in?
Sure. I would like to chime in just for a second. I want to toss this to Steve, because so I've been in the ship that's been getting this information for years now, and it's just stupefying to me to know that this is even a possibility. I mean, we could see in Bill Black's examination just the sheer lunacy of it all, and then of course the testimony and the integrity and the credibility of the witness of Bill Black is at the apex of what is obvious to everyone now that they've heard it. So
of Richard Bowen.
My question to you now, Steve, after you've now seen this much put together up until this point, give us your thoughts, bud.
I think it's more frustrating than ever, because the people that do know this, I mean, there are lots of people that I know, for example, I know for sure that know Bill Black and that have access to high ranking politicians that are in office that have the ability to bring these things out if they thought that was worth bringing out. However, it brings a lot of questions to my mind. Why the hell have they not brought these things out? What is the real game behind the scenes? So I'm enraged. I mean, number one, I'm enraged. It was humorous to watch the exchange just because these are two guys that have been through this so many times that it's almost like ping pong. But for us,
table tennis, please.
There you go. Table tennis. But for those of us who are just now really absorbing this, watching this happen, and literally, after watching the series The Con, I was so enraged and upset. And I look at people like Elizabeth Warren, and I look at people like Bernie Sanders, quite frankly, who, God love him. I mean, I fought my butt off for this guy. And I look at people like AOC, and I look at the squad and others that are supposed to be leading this progressive charge through. This is ground zero. This is why Bernie Sanders is not in a different place, because you watch a Neera Tanden, who I'm sure is complicit to this or excited to be involved with these individuals. I watch the different types of people they're putting in power once again. And I say to myself, nothing has changed. Not a damn thing has changed. We got the same people back in charge that have been doing it. And I look at this and I say to myself, if our government isn't going to take care of this directly, if the people are the ones that have to raise this up, my God, we've got the media against us. We've got the newspaper, which is the media against us. We got the televisions and all that stuff. But we also have the entire deep state political apparatus that keeps this whole thing going against us as well.
Steve, I got to point this out to you, and this is incredibly important to the listeners out there, and why you've got to see The Con, because of what Dick Bowen just explained, right? We went to the National Archives with Dick Bowen, with our cameras. Now, let me explain to you. Do you guys remember the scene at the end of Indiana Jones, Raiders of the Lost Ark, where they hid the Ark in this huge army warehouse where it was never to be seen from again, right? So imagine trying to pinpoint where the location of the Ark would be if you didn't have the information. It would have been impossible. We went to the National Archives knowing, because of Dick understood where they were, you get a specific amount of time to be able to find the exact file, to find the exact testimony that you might have a question about. Without that, you'll never do it within the time parameters that they give you, because you'd have to be searching through thousands and thousands of pages of doc. Two things came together that day, right, Dick? One was we got lucky because we literally opened up the testimony to the exact day that meeting took place, where the board of directors met, where we were able to identify how Robert Rubin was able to maneuver around what would have made him liable under Sarbanes-Oxley. Dick, can you please address that to Steve?
Very briefly, what we looked at was, and they were not publicly available outside of the National Archives, we looked at the minutes of the Directors Audit Committee meeting, which took place on November the 4th, which was the day after I sent my email. And this took place immediately after the board had approved Robert Rubin to be made the new chairman. But what we discovered was that he wasn't made chairman until the next day. That was never made apparent. And the reason was because at the Directors Audit Committee, that is where the Directors Audit Committee approves signing the Sarbanes-Oxley certification, which has to be made, again, certifying that the internal controls are effective. And we had three of the folks that had received my email, the chief financial officer, the chief risk officer, and the chief auditor, were all at that Directors Audit Committee and basically told the audit committee, and this is in the minutes, that everything is fine, that nothing has changed since the last audit committee meeting, knowing that they had received my email the day before.
And let me just emphasize what Richard has explained to us. Sarbanes-Oxley says explicitly that you must represent and warrant that the internal controls are effective. And Richard told them in writing they had collapsed.
And Beth Howard, the chief risk officer, and maybe she was the chief auditor. I mean,
No, she was the auditor.
She was the auditor. How would you characterize her response?
Well, she is very specifically quoted in the minutes as assuring the board members in the audit committee that there has been no new development since the last audit committee.
Your email, it is a matter of record that not only was it sent, but it was received.
And again, as a litigator, it doesn't get this good, except in movies, right? In real life, it never gets remotely this good. This was not a good case, not a legitimate case. It was an overwhelming case that threatened the survival of the entire leadership team at Citi. Threatened them with justice, I might emphasize.
But instead, what was the outcome?
Okay, what was the outcome?
They walked away with the $500 million in bailouts, and Robert Rubin moves on, and maybe Robert Rubin and Larry Summers and everybody else were as influential as they ever were. One of the first things that I ever discovered when I was researching you, Dick, was when I came across William D. Cohen's epiphany on, I think it was Bloomberg at that time, where he was basically after the New York Times article saying, where are the subpoenas? Are they covering up Dick Bowen? I mean, this did reach the highest levels, but then in the end, what you're sensing here, Steve, and what everybody who is involved with this broadcast is, Dick always tells us, who runs the country, Dick?
Well, it's not us.
Okay.
So I just have two quick questions. That as far as the Countrywide, you said that they did a lot of business with Countrywide. Can you give us and you also said that the defective loans and the pools that you were looking at were 40, 60, 80% defective. Were the Countrywide pools basically along those same lines?
Countrywide was actually worse, as it turns out. As a matter of fact, I actually led a buy at Countrywide where I went to with my underwriters to review the files before we purchased them. That was one of the very few instances before we purchased them. And we got up and walked out. We refused to even finish the buy. It wasn't worth our effort. And again, that got me in a lot of trouble at home. But they were pretty bad.
So you were chasing after this for a couple of years before you were asked not to return. Was there any point during that 2 years where it's like you basically understood inside your own mind that this was a business model and not a mistake?
It was a dawning process, and it became clear after a while. And there are many instances that happened that exemplified that. But nonetheless, there was. No one could argue with me with regard to what I found. No one could argue with me. They would just say, well, these are just technical exceptions,
What would you say the toll has been on your life for raising your hand and being a whistleblower?
It's pretty dramatic, quite frankly. Just very briefly, without going into too much detail. I mean, when I was at Citi, my stomach would turn in knots when I was in meetings arguing this. And it was after I had left Citi that basically I had a ruptured colon, almost died. And every doctors agreed that it was, obviously stress related. It'll take a toll on. I tell my students, it takes a toll on you personally. It'll take a toll on you professionally. It will take a toll on you physically. And it's very dramatic. I will tell you, at one point in time, there was a great deal of concern for my personal safety.
Would you do it again?
Yes.
Wow. You're a true hero. You're really a hero. Thank you so much for your time. I really appreciate this. This was an absolutely epic, untouchable moment. You are one of the untouchables. You're one of the people that I think that we should be gunning towards being a lot more like, because we need a lot more of you out there. That's for damn sure.
Thank you so much, Steve.
I hope the whole country understands the name Dick Bowen, and sooner than later.
Thank you.
Let me just give 5 seconds.
Yes.
The reason we succeeded in the savings and loan debacle is because we investigated effectively. The very first thing we would have done is go to the Richard Bowens of the world if they were available to us. Every competent investigator would do that. If they don't do that, it's not because they're incompetent to that degree. It's because leadership has decided there will not be effective investigations because they do not want the facts in the record. Because if the facts are made public, they will have to act because the public will demand it.
Bill, let me ask you on that note, Obama knew this stuff. Eric Holder knew this stuff. They took no action. Nothing was done whatsoever. What does that say about our ability to get the highest office to take this seriously?
We had to embarrass the Department of Justice into prosecuting in the savings and loan debacle. They weren't eager to do it. We did it by making public every month how many criminal referrals we had made and how many criminal prosecutions there were. And one number kept on getting giant very quickly, and one number stayed very tiny. And eventually the Department of Justice got embarrassed at the highest levels and decided at the Attorney General level, Thornblatt, that it needed to come in and create the top 100 list to get us off the backs. So I always expect the people in senior positions to be reluctant to do these things. Again, we have to motivate people by making things public to get the facts. Obama, this is in the literature, consciously decided not to try to be an FDR of his time. The times desperately needed Obama to be equivalent. And I don't mean he should follow the, path of FDR slavishly, but he needed to be the equivalent. And he refused to even try. So I don't know exactly what he knew and how much was willful blindness that Holder made sure he didn't know, so he'd have deniability. But it's still on him. Truman was right. The buck needs to stop with the president.
With that, I want to thank every one of you for being a part of this episode. Bill, thank you so much for helping lead this charge here. Eric and Patrick, thank you once again. This was a great episode. Folks, thank you very much for this. We'll be back with you and see you next episode. We're out of here.
Hey guys, it's Steve with Real Progressives. I wanted to give you guys a picture when I talk about the sectoral balances that drive whether or not we should deficit spend or not. Here we go. We have our inputs, right? We have private debt and we have foreign sales. You see our economy, and the economy is based on those three things pouring money into it. Down here, we have this drain. And this drain is made up of taxes. Taxes remove money from the economy. They don't pay for things, they just remove it. The bottom here would be leakages as well. Leakages might be tax avoidance. It might be having a trade deficit. So we look at the three areas for sectoral balances. There are public deficit or surplus? In other words, are we spending more than we're taking in taxes? As far as private debt goes, is the country at a point where it's saturated, like it doesn't have enough money, liquidity to be able to pay its bills? It's stuck in a debt bubble, like student loans or the housing market. And then, again, down here, the other one is the rest of world, the balance of trade. So we come back over here to our tub. We're draining lots and lots of money from our tub.
It's a vortex, look! Hey, Zach, you think that sucked down a stick? I got one right here. Oh, yeah!
All that money is going over to some other country right now, which is fine. Let's go ahead, and use it to our advantage here. We can do it morally. We can do it in a way that is green. We can do it in a way that is above board. Let's say we're a net importer as we are today. That means our money, our dollars, go down here. It's not just taxes. Now all of a sudden, instead of it just being taxes,
China joined the WTO. China joined the WTO. China joined the WTO.
Trade. Taxes and the trade deficit are diminishing our flow line. So now all of a sudden our tub is less full. So what could we do to increase our tub? We can tell everybody, go ahead and get a massive private debt. Take a bunch of money out. Here's us. Okay? There's my Meshuggah hat. Instead of being able to borrow more, we're at this point right here. We got nothing left to give. We know we can't take on any more private debt. So as a net importer, we're losing $500 billion a year. It's not losing, we're gaining products and services for paper dollars that are leaving the country. We know that we can't solve our problems with trade. I wonder if Steve said this before. That's right. Sovereign spending, AKA deficit spending. So we get rid of the sovereign spending now. So what happens to our economy again? This is where we are right now.
Should we go and have a bath? No. Let's go and have a bath.
No. And we still got lots and lots of people that are completely and utterly out of work or underemployed. Why would this in any way, shape, or form be inflationary when our tub is down there? Let's think of some of the things that we could deficit spend on. So we have Medicare for all.
Oh, yeah.
Infrastructure.
Yay!
Job guarantee.
Woohoo!
Let's see, what else could we spend money on that wouldn't hurt us at all? Research and development. Hey! Now, what happens over here if we cut the military budget? Oh, this line's right here? Well, that line would suddenly be down here. I wonder if we shift it. Not to put too fine a point on it, right? Think about all the things that we could do. Now, people say, well, what about manufacturing jobs? Look at this here. Is that blue collar work? Infrastructure? Yep, sure is. Or we could go ahead and take Social Security and start it at 45 years old and fully fund it. But all the while, the tub is getting full, right? You notice taxes don't fund spending, do they? Taxes don't fund spending at all. So, this is me from the proper angle for a change. And again, my name's Steve Grumbine. I am with Real Progressives. And I'm trying my ass off to teach you guys how to save the world. You guys have a great day, okay?
About 6 or 7 years ago, a lab at Yale started to document a surge in evictions. And what had happened was that through a combination of a couple of bad precedents and a couple of statutory adjustments here and there, a cabal of high-priced landlord lawyers had figured out how to streamline eviction and take a thing that had once been really rare and required a high evidentiary burden and a lot of compliance into something that was like the robo-signing epidemic.
All right, this is Steve Grumbine with Real Progressives. This is the conclusion of our mini-series here, our pod series on the new Untouchables, a pathway to the new Pecora hearing, the new Pecora files. Folks, we have two gentlemen, including Paul Peltier, was one of the nation's foremost prosecutors, having a career that spanned 3 decades working for the Department of Justice, came up in Miami, busting crime syndicates, busting money laundering and tax evasion. He wound up spearheading white-collar prosecutions for DOJ and DC and was in charge of DOJ's white-collar prosecution department. His specialty was and is accounting control crime. He was third in line at DOJ behind then Attorney General Eric Holder and Lenny Brewer. He was forced to resign out of disgust when Holder's department refused to allow him to prosecute AIG. Now he's on the side of whistleblowers who know corruption has overrun Washington. Also, Chris Swecker, like Peltier, has a long and impeccable record of working for the FBI. Like Paul Swecker, came up in Miami where he spearheaded the nation's aggressive response to the international cocaine market led by none other than La Cosa Nostra. He worked his way up the ladder, become the assistant director of criminal investigations at the FBI, and in 2004, discovered the massive mortgage fraud syndicate. He put together a nationwide dragnet to take it down. He was blocked by then Attorney General Alberto Gonzales, diverted budget from white-collar crackdowns to porn. Roland Arnault, the CEO of AmeriQuest, that was later nailed on 49 state, $475 million takedown, was former President George Bush's largest contributor. We also have Bill Black joining us again for this episode. And of course, Eric Vaughn and Patrick Lavelle. I'm going to do what I've always done. I'm going to start with Patrick. Patrick, tell us why this episode matters.
Well, this is the Grand Slam. What you're looking at here is the Bronx Bombers, and these guys are all cleanup. I mean, I'm telling you, it doesn't get more dramatic for the Untouchables than this team right here. So as we started this conversation earlier today, Steve, remember, I had no idea what the hell was happening in this country. I just got buried like so many people, and I just started asking questions. Once I started pulling the thread, it led to a couple of miracles. The first, of course, being Bill Black. And then after that, it was basically, my colleague Eric Vaughn finding Addie Polk, which just was able to lead us to the White Collar Task Force and the RICO convictions in Ohio. Now, growing up in this country, I mean, like all of us, right? I celebrated the good guys. I believed in the League of Justice. I believed in Superman. I believed in life, liberty, and justice for all. But above all, because of my family, I believed in integrity. And so I didn't understand how in the world, as a guy in my middle age, I was coming to this situation where nothing made sense. Nothing made sense from the media. Nothing made sense from attorneys that I talked to after the great financial crisis in my personal matter. Nothing made sense in terms of the policy that was surrounding me. I knew enough just to be dangerous, I suppose. So instead of just going away and disappearing, we forged ahead and we eventually found this incredible team of guys that answered every question that Eric and I had from the very beginning. And to that point, and I'll just toss this to Eric, one of the greatest moments in this journey for me was I started to hear about Chris Swecker. Chris Swecker from the FBI, Director of Investigations of the FBI, who put together a nationwide dragnet. And I started doing some investigation, and I found out Chris Swecker was one of the top guys that was blowing up La Cosa Nostra in Miami, drug deals. We're talking criminal, major international drug dealing and laundering and all of the rest of these complicated crimes. And here's this, guy at the Federal Bureau of Investigations trying to end, before it ever got me engulfed in this situation, what we found out later was mortgage fraud. So when I picked up the phone and I called Chris Swecker, I'll never forget it. I remember he said, I've been waiting for this phone call for 6 years. And what did that mean? Well, it ultimately meant that the media in this country, who could have easily done what we didn't have the resources of the New York Times. We didn't have the resources of the Washington Post. We didn't have the resources of the FBI or the DOJ. What we had was the leadership of Bill Black. And Bill Black took us on a journey, and we just got more determined than ever to find the truth. And with these remaining final 3 pieces, what you will have is the full picture of what could have happened and what didn't. And I believe it's these gentlemen with the professional everything to be able to set this country in the right direction.
You'd like to have effective regulation so that you never have the crime wave, right? Prosecution is not what we want to happen. And so we started with Art Wilmarth, one of the world's experts on Glass-Steagall and the SEC and the Pecora Commission, and showing how effective that was. In just 15 seconds with my economics hat, we knew how effective it was as economists because American stocks traded at a premium globally. Why? Because you could trust them much more than in other place. So law really works. It really makes honest business people able to prevail. But we also need the ability, when regulation breaks down, to be able to prosecute. Because otherwise, again, economics, criminology, common life. It's the Gresham's dynamic. When cheaters gain a competitive advantage, they drive honest people out of business. They drive bad ethics, drives good ethics out of the marketplace. And that's a tragedy for all of us. So it's not anything anti-market to have effective law enforcement. It's what allows effective markets, is having people like you see before them. Now, we've emphasized throughout this, you've got to get the facts. And when you get the facts, you can't sit on them. You actually have to issue a warning. So I introduced the con team to Chris Swecker. Now, not because I personally know them, I didn't do that kind of introduction, but I said, you've got to talk to this man. He issued one of the 3 great warnings about the great financial crisis. Any one of which, if it had been listened to, would have prevented the great financial crisis. The first one, and we had Lori Noble on, was the appraisers, where that warning actually starts in 1998. And by 2000, it's a public petition that goes through all the top federal regulatory agencies, warning of an epidemic of appraisal fraud. And from my days as a savings and loan regulator, when we made criminal referrals and when I trained FBI agents and AUSAs and served as an expert witness, I'm free as a government employee as an expert witness, right? I knew how effective appraisal fraud is. I would explain it to a jury. You know, it's the great protection against loss. No honest banker would ever inflate an appraisal. And I could watch the jurors within 15 seconds nodding to each other, you know, and going, yeah, of course, that makes sense. And that's what we want in cases. We don't want complicated economic theories. we're telling a story that human beings can understand, that they can relate to. That's how you get effective prosecutions. And ultimately, it's how you get effective pleas, because we don't want to prosecute, in fact, most cases because of our limited resources, right? And so the appraisal fraud is itself a fraud. It's a federal felony in almost all cases. No action was taken. None. Not a single federal regulatory agency operated. And we had seen in the savings and loan debacle that appraisal fraud was one of the key drivers of the fraud epidemic that caused that scandal. Chris comes, and Chris is not some random special agent in the FBI. He was a senior position with responsibility, formal responsibility assigned to him to deal with mortgage fraud. So when he testified in front of Congress, again, it wasn't like they picked some random person. They picked one of the world's experts. And Chris, I could tell, because I had done these kinds of things myself years earlier, was deliberately, and I mean this as a positive thing, trying to get as much publicity as possible. He wanted the public to know this. He wanted the regulators to know this because he wanted them to take action. And so he spoke in plain English. He wasn't a bureaucrat. He used the word crisis in his testimony and in his media appearances. He said it was going to produce a financial crisis if an epidemic, his word, epidemic of mortgage fraud was not stopped. And he specifically said, we have to learn the lessons of the savings and loan debacle, right? He compared and said, we're going to have a crisis at least as big as the savings and loan debacle if we don't act. And the third great warning, public warning, was by the industry. The Mortgage Bankers Association own anti-fraud experts. When they said, hey, 90% of these liars' loans are fraudulent. And the industry responded by increasing liars' loans substantially, right? And then we've talked about the internal warnings. Richard Bowen, right, at Citi. Michael Winston at Countrywide. How if either of them had been listened to, the secondary market would have collapsed and non-prime loans would have collapsed. The hyperinflation of the housing bubble in 2006 and 2007 would have been prevented. So this is the tragedy, the first level tragedy. But then Chris and Paul can tell you about the second level tragedy. Again, what we really wanted to do was stop it. Chris understood that. He wasn't sitting, oh, good, well, look at the resources we could get for prosecuting and investigating. Wow, this will be great for us. He was doing everything possible to prevent the disaster. But of course, we know that we didn't. We know, in fact, that federal regulators actually worked to preempt state efforts to go after the worst frauds. They actually actively made things worse. And so we had our last line of defense, which is the criminal justice system. And we had had enormous successes in the criminal justice system against precisely these kinds of cases. The savings and loan debacle, of course, but Paul can tell you about the successes in the Enron era. And the Enron era frauds are by much larger institutions and in many cases more sophisticated accounting fraud techniques than we saw in the savings and loan debacle. And in these cases, I think both Paul and Chris will explain what our experience was repeated, which is when you go after the CEO, They will spend money like water to stay out of prison. And they will hire the best criminal defense lawyers in the world. And I will tell you, America has the best criminal defense lawyers in the world. This is no small thing. And then somebody like Paul and Chris in prior life has to actually go into court and prove beyond a reasonable doubt and get unanimous agreement among 12 jurors that that standard has been met. With the key difficulty typically being proving the intent of the CEO in those circumstances, CFO, chairman of the board type of thing, which they work with general counsel enormously effectively to make it hard for us to do. The key advantage of an elite white collar criminal is that you get to talk with your lawyer first. In the blue collar sphere, you meet your defendant in jail after they've been arrested and after typically they've made incriminating statements. It's a little late to be an effective criminal defense lawyer. But as someone who's been a general counsel of a major bank, we can give you all kinds of opinions in advance, CEO, that what you're going to do is lawful. And we can write for you a whole series of dozens of hundreds of memoranda in which you urge everyone to do the right thing and employ the most moral means possible. You can be an icon of virtue in this incredible written record and such. Again, they're very effective. So what we have is a huge advantage. We have a person who gave the second earliest warning in all of America at the highest possible level, the most credible source you can imagine, and ask him what the response was. And then Paul can tell you, and Chris can tell you, and I can add, we knew how to succeed. We had succeeded despite all these disadvantages that I've talked about. And Paul will tell you why we were not allowed to even try to succeed. And Chris can tell you that as well. So that's what I would hope actually the two of you would go sort of back and forth and explain how the FBI and the Justice Department, and when there were regulators, financial regulators, go about getting successful prosecutions against the most elite folks, because this is a team that has done it in practice.
Chris, tell us, what is your role in this, and what was your experience? Take it from the top and we'll get you back and forth to Paul.
All right. Well, look, you have to go back to 2002, 2003 to get some perspective on this. I was the head of the FBI in North Carolina, and like all SAC, special agents in charge, we were looking at corporate fraud. We had, Paul knows this, he was top level at the Justice Department and in the white collar area. We had an epidemic at that time of corporate fraud. We also were dealing with the post 9/11 era and all kinds of other violations, investment fraud, securities fraud, et cetera. But I started to notice that more and more mortgage fraud cases were popping up on my radar screen. Now, we had two major banks in North Carolina at that time, Wachovia and Nations Bank, which later became Bank of America. So we had a lot of white collar crime, but we started to see a real influx of mortgage fraud cases, appraisal frauds, mortgage flipping, getting mortgages on loans on properties that didn't exist in some cases, or developed, loans on property that wasn't developed. And they were all different variations of the mortgage fraud scam. I took that with me when I went to Washington in 2004 as head of the FBI's Criminal Investigative Division. And there I got to look at all the cases across the country, all criminal cases across the country. And I noticed again that this was not just confined to North Carolina, this was across the country. wherever there was, red hot real estate markets, Southern California, Georgia, Florida, in the Sun Belt, we saw just rampant mortgage fraud. As I said, there's so many different variations of it. The banks didn't help. And the banks, in fact, were the enablers. They were the cause. With the exotic products that they had come up with, we looked at we said, what's going on here? Let's study up on this. Let's get some analysts on it. And they were looking at the very exotic mortgage products that were out there countrywide, being sort of the poster child for liar loans, no doc loans, no down payment loans, all kinds of different variations of loans that kind of threw out basic banking principles, collateral, ability to repay, et cetera. So we decided to get on our soapbox, and we saw some problems. We knew there was a secondary market out there where mortgages were being bought and sold in bundles. And I'm oversimplifying that, but the banks had figured out a way to bundle up these mortgages and sell them and slice them and dice them in tranches and sell them to investors across the globe. And they had no idea what they were getting. If the core asset is flawed, no matter how many times you buy it and sell it and slice it up and bundle it, the entire package of mortgages becomes flawed and fraud. And it at the very heart of it, it was fraud. So we tried to get out in front of this. We set up task forces across the country. We tasked all the agents in charge to get out in front of this mortgage fraud situation. We talked to the Mortgage Bankers Association. We talked to some of the banks. What we saw was very little interest in governing themselves, the banks themselves. I mean, I liken it to steroids in baseball. If somebody takes steroids and hits 62, 65 home runs and nobody does, and everybody knows what's going on, and the ones that are supposed to be watching, the regulators, whoever they are, let it go, then the honest ones out there are going to either take it on the chin or they're going to join in. And so I sort of call it that steroids dynamic that we saw in baseball during the steroids era. So we did have several mortgage fraud takedowns at a national level. We used that. We bundled up all these cases across the country, called some press conferences, put them out there, and talked about mortgage fraud. And we tried to alert the public and alert the regulators, who were, I'm sorry to say, asleep at the wheel at the time. They were either outgunned or outclassed or outsmarted, because even the ones who were embedded in the banks seemed to not be too concerned about it. So 2006, 2000, and we go from 2004, 5, 6, 7, and it just accelerates. So I retired in 2006 and went to a bank, Bank of America. And oddly enough, I was part of the risk team. I never once heard anyone discuss the risk of mortgage-backed security, which was surprising to me. And the rest is history. But I'll pass it off to Paul. I know Paul has a lot to say about this. We were the investigators. We were screaming from the rooftops. We were trying to get attention. I ended up testifying up on the Hill about this, and we tried to get some attention around it and actually get some resources. We were not pandering. What we needed, this is the post 9/11 era where criminal agents were scarce, and we had to pass off a lot of our criminal agents over to the counterterrorism program. So it came at a bad time. We were undermanned at the time, and we needed more resources, and we asked for more resources. We went across the street to the Justice Department, asked them to support a budget request or a series of budget requests for at least 150 more agents to work mortgage fraud across the country. Unfortunately, to answer your question, what happened when we asked for it? We heard crickets.
Can you tell me how many banking regulators called you when the top FBI person said that there was an economic crisis coming because of an epidemic of fraud? You must have been overwhelmed by the calls you got from the regulators.
Nice setup. None. Not a one.
A lot of crickets in this world, apparently.
It's interesting. I'm not going to name names, but as someone in my neighborhood was the chief regulator for Wachovia Bank at the time, and was at the helm when they went down. And he leaned on the fence one day and he said, how do I make a criminal referral?
That was good.
Laughing because back in the S&L crisis, they made thousands of them.
No, we made over 30,000.
Yeah. So it was apparently a lost art.
How many criminal referrals did you get from the banking regulatory agencies?
I don't recall any. There may have been a trickle, but I don't recall any. They should have been coming in on SARS like a flood, like somebody had opened up a spigot, but it didn't happen, unfortunately.
Yeah, I think that sets it up for Paul quite nicely.
Yeah. I guess you started off in 2004, Chris, and I'd like to start off in 2004, but I'd like to also say that Patrick sort of compared us to the Bronx Bombers, but I'd like more so to compare us to the 2004 Red Sox, who were facing the abyss and hopefully ended up making something from it. But anyway, not a Yankee fan at all. But I just want to back up. I do want to back up a little bit. I'm going to sort of back up to 1984 and 1985 because that's my experience. And I just wanted to walk you through my education about how these complex cases are prosecuted and what I learned as a prosecutor before I came to Washington. In 1985, I came to Miami, and Miami was, as anybody who reads books or watches the news knows, was being inundated by drug traffickers and drug trafficking. And as a prosecutor, of course, it was like dying and going to heaven. But at the end of the day, really what was going on is Congress, the FBI, the law enforcers, DOJ, they were all getting together to develop both laws, regulations, but mostly laws, in defining how we were going to approach and attack drug trafficking so that we could make a difference. And lucky for me, I worked in Miami at the U.S. Attorney's Office with some terrific prosecutors, worked with the most unbelievable FBI agents I've ever worked with DEA agents. Chris Swecker was one of those, where I met Chris Swecker in Miami. And I saw what teamwork could do as it relates to law enforcement and making an impact. And ultimately, Congress gave us money laundering laws. It gave us minimum mandatories for these drug crimes. And we were able, I thought, to make a real big impact. I think ultimately we drove the drug traffickers out of South Florida into Mexico and those type of places. But we were able to use the laws and teamwork and experience to actually make an impact. Now, what else happened during this point in time? Well, in 1988, 89, the financial crisis, the savings and loan crisis is going on. And I don't know Bill Black at the time, but I see these bank fraud task forces and I see what they're doing out there. In Miami, we had David Paul, Centrust Bank. I actually see what, in the white collar space, what task forces and concentration of effort and teamwork can do and the impact they make. So that's just what I'm observing as a prosecutor. I was not a savings and loan bank fraud prosecutor, but ultimately I began to prosecute white collar crimes in Miami. And then in 2002, we fast forward to 2002, and we have the what I call the Enron accounting fraud scandals. I go to Washington, I get invited to Washington to work in the fraud section and participate in an effort to see what we can do to tackle these new accounting frauds that are devastating or damaging our economy. And what do I learn there? I learned the same thing, that when you task force agents, when you task force regulators, when you task force Congress to all work together on a particular issue or problem and to train up prosecutors to do that, train up agents to do that, it actually can make an impact. And while we didn't put as many executives in jail as the savings and loan crisis, we put nearly 1,000 executives in jail. So I saw actually government working. I saw regulators working, I saw Congress working, and I saw the Department of Justice and law enforcers working to actually do their job, make an impact, and make a difference out there. That seemed to end in 2007 and 2008 when the great economic crisis hit. And I'm going to leave it there for now, just because I think there's probably other places to go. But obviously, we didn't do the job.
Paul, do you remember when this extraordinary meeting was called with all the U.S. attorneys, all the special agents in charge? President Bush came out and addressed us. The Attorney General addressed us, and it had to deal with corporate fraud.
Yes, I do. July 22nd, 2002. Right. I do remember that.
That's what an all-out effort looks like. And to your point, this was U.S. attorneys. It was all the other agencies that had anything to do with white-collar crime. Some of the regulators, the President of the United States, the Attorney General came together in one place at one time and said, we're putting a marker down. We're going after this. We're not going to have 3-year paper chases. We're going to have, hard-hitting, fast-moving prosecutions. We'll roll the middlemen. We'll make deals. The prosecutors will make the deals. We'll get to the top ranks, and we'll get there quick. And we'll have a visible deterrent for anybody else who wants to engage in this kind of.
I was there. I was very impressed, and it was sort of what my experience had been in the Department of Justice. It was what I expected. And I also, just like you said, in Miami, I learned you indict the case, you move. And that's what we were doing. And I do remember that Jim Comey at the time said, the perfect is the enemy of the good.
I remember that.
These cases have to be made today because the juries out there, the people in the juries are the ones being affected by this activity.
Right. Justice delayed, justice denied. Unfortunately, we're on the tail end of it. We're the deterrent. If it's gotten to the FBI and to the courts, then the first 2 lines or 3 lines of defense have failed. The lines of defense, this line at the banks or the brokerage house or wherever, the compliance people inside the institution. Then you have the regulators, and we're way down on the other end where if you come to us, we're trying to put somebody away for a visible deterrent to deter that kind of conduct. Unfortunately, pretty much all of that broke down, right, Bill?
Yeah. If either or both of you could just briefly mention, explain to an audience that doesn't know this, the United States is very unusual in its ability to flip witnesses compared to, say, England, for example, where you can't make the kind of plea deals. So we explain how we get to the top.
In any complex case, you need an inside person to give you the playbook. And you can try to do it from the outside. You can try to do wiretaps. You can try to get historical evidence and do a paper chase. We call it a paper chase. If all you're doing is using subpoenas to get documents, grand jury subpoenas, they take forever. The best way to go about it is, if you can't get a live source in the organization, is go after the people who have the playbooks, the sort of in the middle management ranks, if you will, the people that have all the knowledge, the people that are the doers, and they're the ones that are getting the marching orders from people above them. You want to basically flip them over to the good side. So we would make that effort as investigators, and we had to have the consent of the prosecutors and the participation of the prosecutors to do that. So that's where Paul will come in.
Yeah. So, Bill, that's a great point. So in these kinds of cases, as you said earlier, the intent is the big issue, right? So if you're putting a bunch of paper down in front of a jury, it's very difficult to get over that line of reasonable doubt. As Chris said, you need a player, you need an insider that's going to walk the jury through the criminal activity. So how do you get that? Well, like you said, these defense attorneys sometimes are the first, they're talking to the executive before law enforcement, but not always. And so what we spent a lot of time doing in conducting training exercises for this corporate fraud task force, for this accounting fraud, we would train prosecutors, number one, and agents, by the way, how important knock and talks were in these types of cases, where you could actually be the law enforcement agent could be the first one on the scene. So that's number one. And number two, it's a different dynamic. When you're a drug prosecutor, the last person you want to be showing your case to is the defense attorney or the defendant or the target. In a white collar case, particularly accounting fraud or any type of financial crime, what prosecutors do that's sort of different is that what I did a lot of is you do what I call reverse proffers. In other words, you're bringing in that middle level executive that Chris is talking about. And what I'm doing is I'm showing him, usually through a PowerPoint presentation, how I'm going to convict him. Why am I doing that? I'm doing that because I don't trust his attorney ever will. But I need to flip somebody in order to get them to go up the chain so we can get to the top of the food chain and take out the entire organization, hopefully. So in a reverse proffer, and we train prosecutors and agents how to do these, but it's usually prosecutors because there's always a defense attorney there. The job is to make that target know that you're going to take this otherwise drab evidence and you're going to turn it and turn it into a way to convict him, and he's going to jail. White collar targets don't want to go to jail. So my desire in every one of these reverse proffers was to make that person cry before it was over. Because then if I did, I knew I had him. But again, as you said, this is how you flip people, because if you're in a trial and for 5 days you're trying a case, or 10 days or 2 weeks, and nobody said, hey, by the way, we committed a crime and I did it with him, and him, then you've got a hell of a burden for yourself. You're probably not going to get a conviction at the end of the day. So in almost all of these cases, it's vitally important to get someone to say, I committed a crime and I did it with him. And that's what the whole flipping and reverse proffering thing's about.
So a real anecdote out of the savings loan debacle, Charles Keating was the most notorious fraud. He had a president who was notoriously tough woman, and two defense counsels were talking, for different folks in front of me and saying, oh, one said, oh, she's so tough, she'll never flip. Second one asked, does she have children?
Mm-hmm.
And the answer was yes, 6 and 8. And then the attorney responded, 15 minutes.
Exactly right.
Because you have the discussion that says, I see you, this picture of your daughters, they're really wonderful. You will perhaps be out in time to go to their wedding, but certainly not their prom. And that has a way of bringing reality to witnesses.
And remember, a lot of these white collar defendants, even though they've committed crimes, they don't wake up like a lot of fraudsters or like a lot of criminals. They don't wake up every day and say, oh, I can't wait to go commit that crime of the day, right? They have convinced themselves to a large degree that what they've done is okay. It's okay. That's their sleeping pill. It's how they go to work every day.
Okay, so
what you do in these reverse proffers is you work on that. You make them understand how that's going to be exposed.
Right. So most of the cases we make by flipping folks when we get to higher levels. But let's briefly tell people the limits of that. What kind of instruction is given when we put that person on the stand?
Oh, that a person who has pled guilty, that you should critically evaluate their testimony, as they have an incentive to not tell the truth. It affects their credibility, all that stuff.
And because of that, we try to get independent confirmation of events, and you do things often in important cases like even polygraph the person to see what they're really telling the truth, right? And not that it's admissible in court, but because you don't want to sponsor false testimony, right?
That's correct. But short of a polygraph, and I don't like polygraphing people, but short of a polygraph, you corroborate the hell out of what's going on, so that and again, this is where the FBI comes in, is that they spend a lot of time corroborating the story, because first of all, if he's not telling the truth, and you don't figure that out before you put him on the stand, you're going to lose the case, right? So you've got to make sure that your witnesses are telling the truth.
Right. And we go back and forth between testimony and documents, and we test those kinds of things.
Yeah.
But here's the point. Somebody is much more ideal as a witness, and that somebody is one of the major features of the documentary series, The Con.
Whistleblowers.
And whistleblowers come in lots of different flavors, but whistleblowers who were star employees, not disaffected, that got promotion after promotion, who did not take it to the press immediately, but did everything internally, and have a documentary record as well as the oral record. and then everything they can testify about makes no sense for an honest bank and bankers, how would you evaluate them as witnesses?
Well, Enron was that case, right? Enron was started with a whistleblower and nobody believed her. But she was that employee that you're talking about. She was a star employee, and she saw what was going on, and she was shunned. And
Susan Watkins,
and she ended up being, not only a star witness, she ended up being the truth teller.
Okay, so what we had in the savings and loan debacle, to my memory, I don't recall a single whistleblower testifying. Zero. Now, I don't know all the cases because there were over 1,000 successful prosecutions, but I know a hell of a lot of them, right? In the great financial crisis, we had thousands of whistleblowers for the first time. Did you have thousands of whistleblowers in the Enron era?
No, very few. Very few.
So what would you, Paul, if you had ever gotten the call, if the bugle had ever sounded, to unleash you in effective task forces that we know how to create and how to make them successful? What would you have done? And what, Chris, if you had still been with the FBI at that point, would you have done in terms of enlisting that army and of the best whistleblowers that you could put on the stand?
All I can tell you is when I saw that 60 Minutes episode where they exposed the whistleblowers in Citibank, and I'm like, what? This is it. This is gold. This is how you make these cases. Who was hiding these whistleblowers? Why weren't they being brought to the attention of everybody? And I will tell you that I lived it. I know exactly what happened. I know why they weren't. I know what happened. I know the difference between the Savings and Loan Task Force, the Enron Task Force, and the no task force that effectively handled the great financial crisis.
I'll remind everybody that the previous episode featured exactly what Paul is referring to. We just had an hour with Dick Bowen from Citigroup, who was that actual guy on 60 Minutes.
And because I like alliteration, I call it the platinum platter.
Yeah.
So what would you have done with him?
That's pretty obvious and pretty simple. The first thing I would have done, and
I'm a country lawyer.
First of all, I would have said to the FBI, why haven't you brought this guy? What the heck's going on? But so what happened in the I want to call them the Enron accounting fraud scandals. What we did, as I said, we brought all the prosecutors, and it started with President Bush, right? We brought all the prosecutors, all the agents together and said, what can we do to make it so you folks know that every day when you get up, that your job is to investigate and prosecute these accounting fraud scandals? And the recipe was fairly simple. First of all, train prosecutors and agents how to do these accounting fraud cases. All right. It's not about accounting standards and not about anything like that. It's about lying, cheating, and deceiving. How do you prove that people are lying, cheating, and deceiving?
And got rich from it.
Well, I get it too, but as you know, at the end of the day, a lot of CEOs, it's very difficult to put that money directly in their pocket when we're talking about the great financial crisis, right?
Right. It comes from bonuses.
Right. And what you do, the profit's always gravy, right? But you got to show the jury where the break was in the crime, right? Why isn't it just ordinary behavior? How they lied, how they cheated, how they deceived. And so we trained prosecutors. We worked very hard to train prosecutors and agents how to prove those cases, not to talk about, not to call experts and talk about accounting rules and things like that, because that's nonsense, right? And so, and then we spent a lot of time every month. We would get together at Main Justice. Who's working what case? Where is that case going? How come there are no cases being made here? What's going on? Do you need any more resources? And so that type of activity is what you do when you institutionally want to tackle the problem. That in the great financial cases, what I'm telling you about right now never happened. So nobody knew where these whistleblowers were percolating up. Nobody knew what the evidence, nobody knew what was happening in California. What did we see on TV? We saw Countrywide being slapped on the wrist and the CEO of Countrywide being told, we're not going to prosecute you, literally 10 to 12 weeks after he took an SEC settlement. So how does that happen in a world where people give a shit? And I'm just telling you, that didn't happen with respect to the great financial crisis. And we saw it happening in slow motion.
And 2 episodes ago in this podcast, the chief whistleblower at Countrywide talked to us about how he could have delivered on a platinum platter. Right at that level, the CEO Mazzillo. He personally had the conversations with him. And given intent being difficult, what happens when we are able to present testimony of the senior people saying, I brought to attention and I quantified that the percentage of fraud in our representations and warranties we're giving to Fannie and Freddie is 80%. And in response, I got fired.
Well, that's not a very good story to tell in front of a criminal jury. And remember, the reason everybody, I mean, when you watched Laney Brewer on TV, when you watched Eric Holder on TV, what they always talked about was how complicated these cases were and how, lawyers blessed all this stuff. Well, that was just pure nonsense, right? In reality, what people were doing was lying about valuations on the front end and lie about valuations on the back end. That's very easy to prove if you're a prosecutor, if you have a witness that can back that up. So it was really about lying about valuations. Either you're lying about the value of the stuff as you're putting it into the market, or you're lying when the market figures out. You're lying about what's happening to your portfolio as the market's collapsing around you.
And do we have a doctrine that helps us prosecute if the CEO makes sure that he doesn't hear bad facts?
Yeah, it's called deliberate ignorance or willful blindness.
Yeah, willful blindness and such. And we can actually get an instruction from the judge to the jurors that this can establish intent, right?
Right. And what jurors and what common sense dictates is that we don't have a bunch of people acting in a major financial institution, acting as sort of rogues, doing these. People know that in these companies, it's a fairly orderly system. You don't have a lot of rogue behavior. And so it doesn't take jurors much to understand that the boss usually knows about this stuff when it's happening. Because the worst thing that could happen to you if you're an underling is if the boss doesn't know something you're doing, you're going to get fired. So anyway, jurors understand that as a sort of a common sense principle.
Right. But it's nice to have a whistleblower who personally wrote to Robert Rubin and to put him on notice.
Right. You call it a whistleblower. I call it an eyewitness to the crime.
It's exactly what I would call them if I was wearing your hat.
So, in this incredible revelation of everything that you guys are bringing now, and also what we got on camera and what we're presenting in the con, one of the things that just dumbfounded me, Mr. Swecker, was when you had put into context that you thought La Cosa Nostra was sophisticated. How then would you characterize the CEOs of this control fraud?
Yeah, I mean, they there's no comparison. I mean, the LCN applied their trade. They knew their trade. It was prostitution. It was gambling. It was labor racketeering and all that good stuff. That doesn't compare to this type of white collar fraud. It's very complex. It's a business related fraud. It's fraud in the business environment involving business processes, and it can be incredibly complex to unravel. Hence the need for the whistleblower. One of the reasons, Patrick, that we went public so aggressively was we wanted people out there to know that we were open for business. We wanted those whistleblower calls. We wanted them to come forward and know that it wasn't going to fall on deaf ears and that the risk they were taking was worth whatever the reward would be. you know, after Paul talked a lot about the corporate fraud crisis, after the corporate fraud crisis, they created laws that incentivize whistleblowers. But we just weren't getting them in the mortgage fraud area. We really were trying to prime the pump to get those phone calls. We got a few. Complex the fraud, the more you need the whistleblower, the more you need the insider.
Right, because what the whistleblower does is it gets you from A to Z a lot quicker than if you're trying to unravel it without sort of understanding what the map was.
Let me draw an analogy. I mean, police officers ride around in cars and they get a call and they go to the scene of the crime because somebody's reported something going on. In the world of white collar, you've got to dig up the crime. It's not going to fall out of the sky. It's not going to land in your lap. You've got to go looking for it. And you've got to be sophisticated enough to find the crime. It's not coming to you. So you have to go develop strategies and techniques to sort of mine the crime out of all of that other, chaff. And that was an incredibly difficult part of the mortgage fraud dynamic. I mean, I think, Paul, we got to it in the corporate fraud area. And I think we, through that all out, all hands on deck, flood the zone effort, I think we created some very visible deterrents. But then, along comes this other type of fraud, and it's a different animal, but it's not totally different. Mm-hmm. What we needed, though, and you pointed it out, was that aggressive prosecutive push, that an investigative push, and it just didn't seem to materialize when it needed to.
Had you received everything that all the resources that you were hoping to get when Mr. Swecker, you went to the Bush administration and eventually what would have been to Congress, what would have happened? Like, what were you, if you got all the resources that you were looking for, what might have been different?
Yeah, what we were looking for was the same effort and sense of urgency that we had around the corporate fraud. Paul's describing it as the accounting fraud, the Enron. We had an inventory when I retired from the FBI. We had an inventory of about 400 cases, and about 20 of them were losses of over $1 billion. And there was a very quick sense of urgency around all of that corporate. Enron was sort of the bellwether case, but for whatever reason, we needed the resources. We needed to get out there and investigate aggressively. We needed to let people know we were out there. And frankly, I'll tell you, we had little more than 100 FBI agents working mortgage fraud. That was nowhere near enough. 9/11 was an influencer. We were still in the throes of the post 9/11 era when it was all about terrorism and counterintelligence. But we desperately needed another 150 or so agents. Paul can't prosecute unless we bring him a case, and we needed more prosecutors too. We really needed that all hands on deck effort.
Let me put together this prioritization and numbers that you're talking about from my perspective as a regulator, but also as a criminologist, white collar criminologist. When I was Ed Gray's principal lieutenant in the re-regulation of the industry, he made it really clear, a la the Bush speech. Your number one priority is getting the frauds out of control of the institution. Because as long as they're in control, they're going to cause losses to grow enormously, right? Your number two priority is to assist in every conceivable way and pressure the Department of Justice to prosecute them, right? So that was our mandate. And we created, if you recall back then, there actually wasn't even a uniform SARS, criminal referral.
Right.
We actually created, as part of that process, that system, and then we created coordinators in every one of our offices. And those coordinators were not little people or people who had failed. They were highly successful people within our organization. And they had responsibility for meeting with their counterparts in the FBI and the AUS, assistant U.S. attorneys, at least every quarter, and on every major referral, getting feedback. What had we done wrong? What could have been strengthened? How should we make this process work better? And then they would go and retrain our people and make it better. In jargon, this is continuous improvement. type system. So eventually, on major cases, our criminal referrals were 40 pages long with 200 to 300 pages of attachments, but with super user-friendly, designed for precisely what the FBI and the AUSAs needed, right? And then on really big cases, we would detail one of our most experienced examiners to the grand jury investigation, right? So that the 6E type secrecy issues, they could continue as the internal expert on banking. And as much as, FBI agents try to get expert, you can imagine we live our lives with financial institutions. We know a heck of a lot about them, and we know about how to put it into plain English. We pick people that could testify in English as opposed to a whole series of numbers, right? And at peak, we had 1,000 FBI agents assigned just to the savings and loan case.
We were transferring agents all over the country.
Yep.
Specialty transfers to the hot spots.
Right. And we had in Dallas task force alone 100 FBI agents. But and both of you know this, but to the listeners, but they're not just FBI agents, right? So we had postal inspectors, we had treasury specialists, we had IRS forensic accountant specialists, and of course this huge contribution from the regulators making all these referrals and then actually testifying in the cases. And we trained our regulators how to ask the questions in writing and demand written responses. And we had tight questions, not the ones you could evade, in which they either had to admit that they had violated the regulation or lie. And as you know, lying to a federal regulator with the intent to deceive is itself a federal crime. So hundreds of the people convicted in the savings and loan debacle were convicted because they lied to the federal regulators, because we actually had rules that you could violate. It was this whole process. It was super high priority. Eventually, it became the thing that if you took one of these top 100 cases, we hyper prioritized the cases at Justice Department request. The 100 most serious fraud schemes, 600 individuals, 300 institutions. Virtually all of them were prosecuted successfully with a 90% conviction rate. Again, we need to get across to the viewers. These are incredibly difficult cases. Anybody who tells you bringing an elite white collar case is simple is bullshitting you. But that doesn't mean if you get really good and do it right. And again, Paul's lesson, Chris's lesson, my lesson, we know how to do it right. You can have enormous success. And my guess is that the three of us have all spent many hundreds of our hours of our lives training people.
Yeah. And so Bill, I agree with you that these are complex cases, but we're not putting a man on the moon, right? We're not the man on the moon. So the way I see it, and the way I see it is sort of the 3 C's of success. And what you're talking about, what Chris is talking about in terms of the sense of urgency and putting the pieces together with the stakeholders, that's the first thing. That's commitment. You want law enforcement, regulatory, and political commitment to tackle the problem. We did not have that in the great financial crisis. There was not the commitment from above. And what's the second C? You also talked about it's competence. Do you have competent leaders in charge? And do you have competent people, like you just talked about, addressing the cases and addressing the investigation? From a leadership perspective, we did not have, and by the way, in the accounting fraud scandals, we had Larry Thompson, Jim Comey, at least from the Department of Justice perspective, we had the most competent leadership of senior prosecutors who were empowering us to go forward and do this. So we had the second T as well. We had competence. We did not have that in the great financial crisis in our leadership at all. And then the third component, which I think is the most important component, if you've nailed those down, the third C is courage. You got to have courage to bring cases that you just might lose, right? You just can't worry about losing. And you have to have the courage to do what nobody's done before. And that was lacking in the great financial crisis as well. That's the way I think it boils down to that. And I do want to stress is as complicated as these cases are, it's not putting man on the moon. There is a recipe to do it.
I agree. And by the way, our lesson was the same, of course, as you know.
Yep. We
didn't bring shotgun, super complicated economics cases. We simplified. Can we explain in common English that somebody deceived somebody and they did it deliberately?
Gentlemen, I want to jump in real quick because what I'm hearing here is that these crimes, which affect millions of people,
tens of millions,
tens or hundreds of millions,
hundreds of millions of people, right? These crimes that affect so many people, cause so many suicides, cause so many deaths in general, cause families to break up, cause destitution, cause people to be homeless, not be able to eat, you name it. All these crimes. There wasn't the political will, there wasn't the courage to chase after that. But yet for the average person who gets arrested for a joint or gets arrested for not paying a fine on time, a $50 fine, or gets arrested for any number of petty, easy, kind of clunky crimes, these easy to try. Oh, there you go. Easy, takes no political will, no courage whatsoever to attack. These are the people that are losing their homes. And we have to be able to make them see the tie-ins so that they can get angry enough and focused enough and direct enough to bring about what we're talking about, which is a new modern Pecora hearing. We want to bring justice to this situation. And it seems like you guys are the best in your craft. We're the best in your craft. Understand this inside and out. You've told your story to anybody that will listen. People have not listened, or if they have, they haven't put it all together. I'm hoping that at the end of this effort that we're doing here, that we've presented in the combination of the con, other things that have happened, other newsreels, and this series right here, that people will have enough information, enough energy, enough, feel like they can have the courage to push forward and demand justice. What would you say to an average person who's watching these guys? Literally, I would call it murder, because the deaths are direct from their behavior. I'm sure there's somebody that would fight me over the technical definition of murder, but regardless, I call it murder. What would you say to them as these people walk free? What would you say to them to help them understand and how to channel their anger?
What I would say to people is what I say to everybody anyway. And look, as a prosecutor for almost 30 years, I prosecuted from street crime, drug crime, all the way to high-level white-collar crime. It is very clear that there's a different judicial system, a different system of justice for the guy with the joint, the person of lower socioeconomic needs, the person that doesn't have the money to fight. There's a different justice system for those people, and I fought it, but it exists. And what I would say to them is, when people tell you that maybe there wasn't a crime here, maybe it was too complicated, maybe to trust your gut, that's nonsense. It is complete nonsense. And you've got to demand that our justice system treats the CEO of Wall Street the same as it treats the guy on Main Street selling crack on the corner. They've got to do it, and they can do it. We have the capacity to do it. We've done it. So at the end of the day, I believe that people can't let either politicians or leadership in law enforcement off the hook by agreeing that somehow the dynamic is so different that one you can effectively tackle and one you can't, because we've proven that's false.
How about you, Chris?
I think you got to get the public engaged in this type of thing. And I think we did a pretty good job in the Enron corporate fraud crisis. The media can help too. I mean, we have to demand the same type of effort out of our prosecutors, our agents, our regulators, our legislators that we did to take care of that crisis. And to get into on the prevention end of it, we can't forget what happened in 2008, 2009. That's not ancient history. Our mortgage market right now is red hot. Real estate is red hot. And I see the same bubble developing right now that I saw in 2007 and 2000, the lead up to that financial crisis. And we seem to be oblivious to it. So it's the very reason I'm participating in this is because I don't want that to happen again. And I really total awareness, getting the media out there to talk about this again, to make sure it doesn't happen again. Talk about the mistakes that were made back then. That's what we're talking about right now. So I just think that total complete awareness of what happened back in 2008, 2007, and that mantra of never again.
As I look at the Biden administration filling up the cabinet spaces and stuff like that, I'm not exactly convinced this administration is lining itself up to be an ally in this fight. Would you say that?
Banks have an incredible lobby. They spend a lot of money on elections, and they just finished spending a lot of money. And I worry all the time that that money buys you a lot of goodwill on the part of the very people that ought to be going after them when they do something wrong.
I'm an eternal optimist, and I believe that I think school's still out. I believe that the Biden administration can get it right. It has the intention to get it right, but I believe how they staffed in the Department of Justice and who they put at cabinet levels over the agencies that have responsibility for these types of financial crimes is going to go a long way into the competence component of success, in my view. I think it's possible, and I hope that, and I certainly hope that they will put the commitment to that effort that's necessary.
One final question. When you guys look at the understaffing, I know that Chris made the mention that we were in the midst of, counterterrorism work and having to move agents and so forth there. But do you see a consistent, small government-minded approach to limiting government to the point where it's ineffective, too small to actually jail, if you will, in this case? Do you see a subversive element there that makes it so that these staffing decisions are such that we don't have enough there? Or do you think that's just happenstance?
My experience has been, and remember, the Department of Justice has over 2,000 prosecutors, okay? And so my experience has been that when you have competent people, trained people, people who are up to the job, that they find a way to get it done, right? Because I've worked in the Department of Justice for a long time. There's a good 30% of people that don't do a heck of a lot in government, throughout government, right? So you've got to train and empower the people who want to do it. And so I've never been this guy who says, oh, we don't have enough resources. Yeah, we always want more resources. But there's over 2,000 prosecutors across the country that, for the most part, most of them took the job to do exactly what we're talking about. So it's a matter of, again, getting them trained up to do it, getting them committed to do it, and then having leaders with the courage to ask them to do it. So I don't see that dynamic that you're talking about, but my view and my perspective is from the Department of Justice.
Can I tell you from what I think is our joint perspective, but I'll let people speak for themselves. As you say, lots of people have been trained to believe, from the president and the attorney general and the head of the criminal division, either that this wasn't criminal conduct or that it was impossible to prosecute. And they are frustrated hearing those things. And they don't ask the next question, well, then what is your proposal to fix it? If it's this destructive and it's not currently a crime, what bill are you sponsoring tomorrow that's going to make it a crime so that we can actually prosecute it? But I believe, again, speak up if I'm wrong in this, the three of us know that both of those things are untrue.
Yes.
They were overwhelmingly crime. And we could have prosecuted them successfully We knew how to do that. And so for people like us, if I can use the word us, it just, my stomach is sick thinking about this, because I knew we could succeed, and the people at the top never even let us try to succeed. They ensured that we would fail in this response. In the savings and loan debacle of those 1,000 felony convictions, to my knowledge, not a single one of them reappeared in the great financial crisis. But in this crisis, now they have all the skill set developed, and none of them have criminal records. They are incredibly dangerous.
I think that what we have here, very early on, we spoke to a couple gentlemen from Summit County, Ohio, who successfully prosecuted some low-level players in this crime epidemic, that led to 2008. And I think that the question that we ask is, why didn't this happen on a national scale? And I think that the really incredible thing that we heard here is that we have three gentlemen that represent the fact that something could have happened on a national scale, that these crimes could have been prosecuted, and that is something that provides me with hope, knowing that there's people like Phil and Paul and Chris that are out there, and have been out there, who have been working so incredibly hard to make the right things happen, that I'm not going to let go of my optimism that that we can right this ship. And I think that is like probably one of the key things that I'm taking away from this discussion.
And Patrick, you had something to say.
Well, I want to echo Eric's sentiment, because we've been joined at the hip, Eric and I, literally, years and years and years. We've crisscrossed this country more times than we can possibly count in search of the truth. And, when I grew up, my grandfather always told me that, you can achieve anything you want to, but you got to be willing to put in the work, right? Never did I think in a gazillion years it would have taken us this long, and it would be this uphill of a battle with our partner, Eric, to get to the point of literally talking to the Untouchables, right? Steve, what we are witness to here are the people that should be not just on a podcast between us, but sought after by every single politician who's ever said that they serve the people of the United States. I can think about 5 or 6 on my hand right now that have told us over the last several election cycles all the stuff that they're going to do for us, all the stuff that they actually stand for. But did they ever go to these people? No, they didn't. We did. And so the bottom line is, I hope that our listeners out there will demand that everyone that's here in this show that they've heard, the new Untouchables, the Pecora files, gets elevated in a way where it's like the critical mass has to rise to the level of what this criminality is. Like Paul said earlier, like Chris said earlier, like Bill said earlier, we're talking tens of millions, if not hundreds of millions of victims of a situation that has gotten completely out of hand. In fact, when we started, I thought this thing couldn't get any worse. Every day we're reminded that this thing can get worse, and it seemingly is getting worse. If we don't step up to if the professionals don't step up to the plate to be able to do what we expect of our country, right? Who knows what happens next? All I care about is the fact that today we've delivered on a platinum platter the truth. Now it's up to the people.
Yes. And with that, as founder of Real Progressives, and the opportunity, the incredible opportunity to be able to be a part of this. I mean, I'm humbled to the point words escape me. This has been such an education for me, from watching the Con series to talking to each of these individuals on the show, and to be able to talk to you all offline. I want to see action come from this. I don't want this just to be infotainment. I want this to be something that people take and act upon. And I think between us here at RP and others in the alternative media and hopefully mainstream media, hopefully everyone picks up on this, that they take direct action and that we bring this to justice and we create laws like a new Glass-Steagall that bring this corruption to a halt, stop it dead in its tracks so no one else gets hurt. But with that, I want to thank each and every one of you all for being a part of this. Bill Black, thank you, sir, for being just a great friend and just a wonderful resource. Paul, it was so nice to meet you on this. Thank you so much for being here. Chris, I really appreciate you taking the time to be with us as well. And Eric, of course, you have been just amazing. And to my team at Real Progressives who has worked on this from the back end, every one of you is a superstar in my book. And to our listeners, I hope that you take this seriously. I hope that you take action. Find a way to be a part of this. Find a way to contribute. Find a way to take this information and get it into other people's hands so that we can stop this once and for all. And with that, thank you all very much. Have a great one.
The currency is a monopoly. All the congressmen think the government needs to get our money to be able to spend, but we know we need the government's money to be able to pay the tax, we collectively. We need their money, they've got it, that's a monopolist. To respond to questions about, well, that's going to add to the public debt, okay, the deficit. You say, well, look, the public debt is just the dollars spent by the government that haven't yet been used to pay taxes. And if you say, well, how do you pay it back? Well, we've already spent it. Those are just the dollars we've spent that people have. They can use it to pay taxes or they can hang on to it. There are no other choices. Well, what about all those treasury bonds and everything? Those are the dollars we've spent that are in accounts at the Federal Reserve called treasury bonds. And if they want, they can move them to other accounts called reserves, or they can have cash. But they just sit there in one of those, as dollars spent that haven't been used to pay taxes until they want to use them to pay taxes. They're going to be out there forever in the private sector until somebody pays taxes with them. The guy taxing is changing numbers down at the Fed, and the guy spending is changing numbers up. They don't even have each other's phone number.
Our economy over-relies on money creation through private bank lending and underutilizes the power of money creation through public spending. Unemployment, you name it, the environmental crisis, climate control, affordable housing, income inequality. We really have the power and the potential to solve some of our greatest challenges if we utilize the power of money creation. For people to really think about that we can really fund our greatest priorities without this over-reliance and burden of taxation, particularly on the middle class. We are underutilizing fiscal space and potential that we have to solve some of our greatest crises. The first question politicians debate is, well, how are we going to pay for it? But we need to liberate ourselves from this idea that taxes fund spending. The one thing that unites us in America is our need for and reliance on money to buy goods and services, to settle our debts and obligations, moving towards a moral economy that works for us and not against us.
The job guarantee is a public policy that completes the safety net. That as we have conceptualized the welfare state, we have figured out ways to guarantee some basic necessities, right? When people are missing retirement income, we guarantee retirement income through Social Security. When people are missing shelter, we guarantee some shelter. If people are missing education, we guarantee public education. If we're missing a job, we are not guaranteeing a job. So we are providing training, education, various other things, but we're not guaranteeing what people desire, right? What people need. So it's a employment insurance is one way to think about it. Okay, instead of unemployment insurance, we guarantee a decent paying job for all. We are saying that the job guarantee is the perfect way to stabilize the economy, and that completely transforms.
The government's budget is nothing like a household budget. This is the problem. They're not like us. Their budget doesn't work the way our budgets work. Deficit spending by the federal government isn't the same as you and I spending more than we make year after year. Borrowing by the federal government isn't the same as you and I going out and putting money on a credit card. One of us issues the currency. They do. The other one of us, you and I, are merely using the US dollar. So we have a distinction to make between currency issuers and currency users. The issuer of the currency, the federal government in this case, can never run out of it, can never go broke, can never have bills coming due that it can't afford to pay, can't become insolvent, can't end up like people you may know, right, who took on too much debt and got into trouble and were forced into bankruptcy.
All right, this is Steve Grumbine. This is the new season 2 of the new Untouchables, the Pecora Files. Season 1, we focused heavily on the technocrats, the people that were pulling the levers of power behind the scenes. This season, we're focusing on the victims, and we have got some stories to tell you folks. This is happening right here, right now. This isn't just something that happened a long time ago. The tools, the trade, the entire way of doing business has never gone away. It was never put out of business. People weren't put in jail. The only thing that happened was that people lost their livelihoods. They lost their homes. They lost their families. They lost everything. And this season, we're going to bring out their stories. So without further ado, let me bring on my guest, Patrick Lavelle, my co-host, Patrick Lavelle. Patrick, tell us what we're in for here, sir.
Well, it's a great honor to be with you, Steve, and to bring these stories to life. Our system, if you want to think of it as a machine, has done beyond science fiction in terms of covering up what I call financial terrorism. It's not hyperbole. We have a system supposedly in this country of justice, particularly as it relates to the housing market and everything that determines the function of what we call standing in any sort of proceeding with regards to ownership in real estate. And there's a whole process involved. There's a whole process of getting people involved with mortgages and home ownership. There's a whole process involved in foreclosure. And what happened in the wake of the great financial crisis is we learned in season 1 that there was a pipeline of engineered predation and engineered fraud in which every piece of the puzzle was incentivized to lie, steal, and cheat to be able to approve loans in a way that created incredible volume. There was an appetite around the world for securities. There was literally $70 trillion in 2005-6-ish looking for investment opportunities, and Wall Street offered it over the course of many years in the form of mortgage-backed securities. Now, anybody involved with home ownership understands that there's a whole lot of different ways you can get involved with a loan. There's a whole lot of different ways you can refinance a loan. There's a lot of different ways you can acquire real estate, and you can use that as business operating expenses. And there's a whole variety of laws that are baked into the system. But what we're going to find out here, as it pertains to, quite frankly, in this episode, African Americans. There was a lot of directed predation that followed what we called redlining, which were decades and decades of basically preventing African Americans from getting into home ownership. What we replaced that with was a diabolical system of predation. And that works in a variety of different ways. And of course, we were able to show in the con through Addie Polk's story exactly how that worked out. In fact, I would like our audience to get their heads around the notion of straw buying. Because straw buyers could literally insert themselves with fraudulent paperwork to make themselves out to be somebody else to steal equity in their houses, to literally steal the home. We showed that in our series. It happens over and over. And before I heard that, I thought, wait a second, you got to be kidding me. Because, we could all wrap our heads around street crime. We could all wrap our heads around maybe, auto theft, any variety of different kinds of theft, right? But stealing a home through fraudulent paperwork, how could that be? Well, as it turns out, it was a multi-billion-dollar business that the FBI was trying to root out as early as 2000. And by the time we get to 2008, the whole ship derailed. But what happens ultimately in these particular stories is a lot of people think that the 2008 great financial crisis is ancient history. It's not. It's destroyed the lives of millions of people. And I'd say the percentage of people that fought in the courts successfully are probably like 1 in 1,000. Now, I don't have the actual data in terms of what the corollary is, but center screen for me right now is a woman by the name of Cindy Brown. Cindy Brown is an Olympic medalist, gold medalist, played on USA Basketball. She was a professional in the WNBA, owned her home, and many years later, after being in a foreclosure situation, well, instead of me tell her story, I'm going to turn it over to her. Cindy, thank you for joining us. Can you give us as brief a journey as you can in terms in what your story is and what you want the world to know?
Well, you really hit it on the nail. And thank you for having me here to share the story because I'm still on this journey of finding the truth as to what happened in my case. And it's pretty clear that the person that took the loan out on the home was not myself. In fact, what they've done is they've perpetrated the identity theft in a lot of these cases so that they can get to the equities to the properties. The whole scheme here is to use that straw buyer's name, use your personal information so that they can access the equities to that property because they never intend to pay it back. They're just going to get to the equity and then get the property in default, and then they're out of there. And then the burden's on that person who owned the home. Now, I don't know how many cases are out there that are have entered the foreclosure form like mine, but I recognize that identity theft is the biggest fraud that's going on right now, and the courts are fully aware of it. And they're signing and forging documents and then submitting it to the courts. They're not examining the documents. The court's allowing these documents to come in by presumption. You're not able to object or rebut the documents. It's basically like it's everything that you just said. It's so shocking. Today I'm still homeless. About 6 or 7 months now, and I'm trying to recover and just participate in court, and it's very difficult without having all the tools I need to litigate to bring forward the fraud. There's a substantial amount of fraud being used to take over properties.
I want the audience to understand who you are. Okay, Cindy, you are literally, based on the story that I've been able to delve into, and why I'm so moved to bring this story to this country that refuses to listen to this this nightmare of what I call financial terrorism. And again, it's not hyperbole. You're someone who is representative of what I construe as the American dream. You served our country as a representative on our U.S. Olympic team, gold medal. To perform at that level and to become a professional athlete, we have a fixation with professionalism in our country, particularly athletes. Can you convey to us, in the average person, what a betrayal this betrayal feels like to you, encapsulated in the battle that you have waged in the courts, and what you had to go through to wind up literally homeless? They came to your house, I believe, with a lot of people to foreclose on you. Can you paint all of it for us?
Well, that's spot on again. In fact, it's the greatest betrayal because that home absolutely represents everything that I have done for this country. And they knew that when they entered that home to foreclose on November 16th of 2020. The placards, the gold medals, proclamations from the Olympics had been, everything's displayed on the wall where, I've invited people in to actually see these things, to inspire their kids, or to just see my journey through the Olympics. The actual eviction was unlawful. They forged up paperwork and had the sheriffs to sign off on it. But the way in which they did it was so traumatizing that my Ring video caught the experience, which the sheriffs didn't know about. But how they staged it was so traumatizing. It was very hard for me to put together all the Ring video links, because it's just something you would never think as an Olympic athlete. You're going to be stormed by 15 to 20 sheriffs with military grade AR-15s surrounding the whole house with other deputies in other persons' yards. They're breaking security cameras and spray painting the lenses so that they can't be seen. Sounds to me like what criminals do. Then they used batter rams to enter their property. And by the way, they couldn't get to the threshold, so the panel of the door caved in, so they had to crawl through a hole. I mean, it's just, when you go through the first link in November 16, it's going to explain everything. They're actually talking about it, how they're going to access and enter the home, and screaming through the whole entire house when they know it's only one African-American woman and a dog, by in which they had the animal control out there, which made me to believe they were going to shoot her. Luckily, I had her in my car, because they would have destroyed her. It's just appalling how many people were standing in that home, gloating, laughing, high-fiving and bumping a fist like they had accomplished a goal, because they've been trying to get that home for years. And I've reported crimes against that home for years, and not one of them, not one agency took the initiative to investigate the way that I have, to find that a serious crime had been committed. I even have the canceled checks front and back, so it makes it easy as to find who the equity stripper is. But see, that further gave me a clue who is participating and working together.
This is shocking stuff, right? Because and we've got the video, and we're going to be able to ingest some of that as we move forward in this process. But I want to just briefly ask Ms. Mitchell, just to chime in, and I know there's legal here that represents you, then we're going to get a little further into the details of your story, Cindy. But as an overview, Ms. Mitchell, can you give us an understanding, a little bit of background on who you are, and from your vantage, give the public some further awareness of what Ms. Brown is conveying here.
Thank you for inviting me to participate in this very important conversation. One little caveat: I am a lawyer, but I'm not giving legal advice or counsel. Secondly, and as importantly, Ms. Brown, I feel you. I feel your outrage, and I can't even imagine how horrific your experience was and is and will continue to be. And you really start with the whole idea of what's the policy behind this type of experience. And as you were speaking, I wrote down some concepts, because I've been on same and similar cases that are horrendous. And they all start with the notion of this systematic effort to strip you of your dignity. The entire uncivil justice system which is a podcast system I'm bringing forward, is built on the notion of dehumanizing you for your failure to comply with them. I'm not a conspiratorist. I'm not anything like that. But you have to understand that the entire civil justice system was built on the notion of us versus them, has versus the have-nots. And while there are laws and rules on the books, the interpretation and the execution of those laws are driven by who they want to see to succeed. That's the end point. So as I navigate these issues, and I don't really litigate a lot, I do a lot with policy, and I'm writing, and I'm doing some other advocacies, I'm working to educate people, particularly African Americans, about the law of home ownership, because it goes well beyond unlawful detainers. It goes light years ahead of the notion of foreclosures. It starts with the notion of property that started in this country. Who can own property? In law school, I went to Harvard Law School. I'm blessed to have had that privilege. The very first day in real property class, and I'm gonna be short and I'm gonna finish it, is the question was, who is allowed to own property? And when you start with that notion that some people are allowed to own property and others are not, you will walk head into why you're treated the way you are being treated, whereas while somebody else is not. So the policy behind all of this disastrous conduct comes down to the failure to comply, the dehumanization of those who don't comply, and the effort to strip you of your dignity. Because if they take your dignity, you can't fight back. Stay strong, and that will let you prevail.
Thank you.
I deeply appreciate that, Ms. Mitchell, as well as your accolades. Again, thank you for, being a part of this, because if anybody's going to try to poke holes in a situation, it's like typically in this country, particularly in mainstream media, they love to go to people from the Ivy League. Now, I personally think a lot of people in Ivy League aren't talking about this issue, so thank you for doing so. But I want to bring this back to this sort of notion, and Cindy, we're going to come back to your story specifically with the folks here that are representative of you and close to your case. But I want to give it an opportunity because you folks are on the West Coast. Miss Mitchell is out of the Bay Area. You're down in the Inland Empire, and actually Orange County, I believe, right, Cindy? Anyway, but we've got Miss Elizabeth Johnson from the NAACP in Maryland, as well as Miss Baker, a law firm that has dealt with a lot of foreclosures in a county called Prince George's County, Maryland, which I believe is one of the more affluent African-American communities in the United States, and I believe have been decimated by this foreclosure machine that I think, Ms. Johnson, if stats are correct in my mind, I think something in the case of 75,000 foreclosures in Prince George's County alone. Ms. Johnson, can you share with everybody that's on this call what it looks like from where you're sitting, and kind of dovetail into what Ms. Brown is talking about as it relates to what's happening in your neck of the woods?
Thanks a lot for having us, and I'm so delighted to see everybody else, and not to feel that just us in Prince George's County are the only ones who are fighting this kind of a battle. It's what we've gone through here in this county is absolutely incredulous. And I'm not going to step into Kelly's avenue with the courts. I just want to tell you some things about the human kinds of things that we've seen here. I got into this battle myself because I built a house that was supposed to be a generational house for me and my kids, and I'll leave them something when I go to the great pizza parlor in the sky. And before I could even live in the house, it went into foreclosure. And I really didn't know what was happening. And also in my personal business, my small business, I work with developers and builders and architects. And all of my clients were just falling like flies, and they didn't even know what was going on. And so I just thought that surely you weren't after me. You didn't mean to foreclose on my house. So my loan was with IndyMac Bank. My construction loan was with IndyMac. And as you all may recall, It was the first bank to belly up. And IndyMac was acquired by Steve Mnuchin and his gang of henchmen. And what they probably did was to start to just foreclose on everybody who ever had a loan with IndyMac. That's what I surmise. So with that, I joined the NAACP because I thought, surely, we need to have a voice in this. And I just started talking to various people and talking to legal people, and the few people who really were not only concerned about what was happening, but wanted to do something about it. And just to segue a little bit and to get into what Ms. Brown was saying, when she describes that scene of the police coming, I'm sort of harking back to a scene whereby one of the people with whom I was involved was evicted, and her mother was sick. An elderly mother was sick. And when the sheriffs came and evicted them, that they took the mother literally out of the bed, put the bed up out on the lawn, and put her in the bed out on the lawn.
Wow.
Yeah, I mean, it was just unbelievable. I thought she was lying to me. And I also have another story that's very near and dear to me, where a woman had 20 acres of what they call air property in Cecil County, which is a rural county of Maryland. And she had 20 acres of land, and she was fighting her case in the court. And unbeknownst to her, her house was sold, and all her 20 acres of land, 2 houses, 2 tobacco barns, and a cell phone tower that was on the property. And they stormed in her house on the 16th of December and evicted her. So she took what she could take out of the house and put it in her car. She had nowhere to go. So for 2 weeks, she slept in her vehicle in the driveway of a house where she was reared. She and her brothers and sisters were reared. And she slept in her car for 2 weeks and didn't dare go near the house. She was afraid to even try to get back in the house. So those are a couple of the stories that I don't want to take up all your time with all the stories that I've known and seen, because I'm sure Kelly's going to talk about some as well. But here in the courts, no matter how hard we fight, we don't seem to be able to get justice. And it was not until I saw the con that took all the wind out of my sails, because I thought, well, what the hell? What can we do? What can we do when the whole entire system, there's an entire system out there that says, no, you are not going to be able to prevail, you Black folks. So, I mean, for about the past 2 weeks after Patrick finally got me to watch it, I thought, I don't have time to watch that, who has time for it? And also, I began to give it to some of my colleagues. I really have just been, I've been sitting here in my chair, my X chair, got a new X chair, sitting here in my chair, just trying to figure out what the hell is the next move. Because this is so profound, because even the people with whom I've been working on over the years have finally decided to look at it, and they're calling me saying, Liz, what can we do? I'm like, I don't know. I mean, it's just so profound. And I want to thank you guys, Patrick and your team, for doing what you did, because it gave me a new awareness about what needs to be done, what we should be doing, and what we should be shooting for. So then I've got a bunch of notables to whom I'm sending this the con, with the hope in mind and encouraging them that until you see this, we can't even have an intelligent conversation. We really can't, because I can't tell you all of this. And we had been working with MSNBC, I think I might have shared with you, Patrick, to see if and they were asking us questions and things like that. And I so naively thought that the story that you told was one that we could tell. And it's the story that I felt needed to be told. But we just didn't have the wherewithal, the know-how. We didn't have your access. We could not have done that. So without the con, I believe my trajectory and everything has changed. And I'm just going in a different direction in terms of seeing what we can do. And certainly it occurs to me that what you have said, we need 20 million people talking about this. Because thank you, Steve. And so, because to go and try to fight the way we've been fighting is just, it's useless. And Kelly has some bright ideas we were talking on that she may share with you today. that she and I were talking about yesterday as to how to proceed. But one thing is for sure, until this is out in the open again, until 60 Minutes airs and until it's on HBO, until we've got thousands of people screaming about this, it's just not going to go anywhere. We're not going to get any help.
And I couldn't agree with you more. And I'm going to bring it back to you in a minute, Cindy, again. And I know I want to get to everybody. Please have a little patience. I apologize. We do have a lot to get through. But Steve, I want to ask you to respond to what you've seen so far, based on what you know, what we've laid out in season 1 of The Con. When you hear something like Cindy say, she's literally accosted by almost like a paramilitary force. And when you find out the details and realize, well, who knows who they are to begin with? I mean, it's like, what? In terms of it potentially being a criminal racket, which it is. But you've got the same stories in your neck of the woods, Steve, in Pennsylvania, in Maryland, I mean, on overdrive. And we're going to get into the details of the courts as this goes on. And you're hearing it all over the country. Tell our viewers what you're sensing right now.
Well, so the first things first is that, my focus on pretty much everything that I've done is in my activism has been unearthing the truth of how our monetary system works and understanding modern monetary theory. And that conversion between what Patrick and Eric and Bill Black and the others that put together The Con, the combination of modern monetary theory and understanding how this stuff works at the Federal Reserve and the whole business model that Wall Street employs to make these things happen is very complex. It's very behind the scenes. It's very shady. It's very in the dark on purpose, and yet right in front of your face, happening right in front of your face. And the average person, even a well-educated person, people from Harvard, as we've seen, people that have years of experience, people that are well-known publicly, like Bill Black, who has been in front of Congress, and others like Richard Bowen, who have been in Congress, have made no advancements in getting this thing taken care of because they don't want it taken care of, number one. And number two, the most challenging thing is the fact that they predate on all of our ignorance, not just some, but all. Because if it was just predating on the ignorance of Black buyers and Black communities and hoping to prey on them, it wouldn't be so widespread. But it is absolutely this is a real epidemic, a pandemic similar to what we're going through with COVID, in the sense that this has happened in every state in the country. It's happened to people of all walks of life, but we've noticed specifically that the people that did the work within each of those companies, those pop-up tent companies that were sending these young kids out to sell these subprime loans and so forth, and all the straw buying, that they did this with knowledge, with intent, and targeted African-American communities. And if you look back, one of the best books I've ever read was Race for Profit by Keeanga-Yamahtta Taylor of Princeton. She outlines everything that happened once redlining ended to present. And it's really terrifying to see that this fraudulent model has been going on now for a very long time. I want to say half a century. It's been going on for a very long time, and it keeps shifting and changing. The players keep shifting and changing. And what I'm seeing from these individuals is much more of the same it's like, but yet the most important thing that I heard out of all this is nobody's listening. Nobody's paying attention. HBO won't touch it.
Exactly, Steve, because this umbrella of the people that we're talking to today is extraordinary from the standpoint that what Americans have got to wrap their heads around, okay, is that this story never ended because it got drawn out in the courts. I'll give you guys a quick example. Goldman Sachs right now, of course, the famous Matt Taibbi called him the great vampire squid, and there's reason for that. They're in the Supreme Court right now, which they were able to elevate a case, Goldman Sachs versus the Arkansas Teachers Pension Union and the American Plumbers and Pipefitters of America Union, which had done a class action against Goldman for a $13 billion class action based on illegal reps and warranties. So everything that we're looking at here and we're talking about in terms of Cindy's process, what Ms. Mitchell is telling us, what Ms. Johnson's told us so far, is that when, Cindy Brown's a professional athlete. She was worth a lot of money. She's college educated, very smart. There was a lot of bad loans that got generated through this business. Miss Brown wasn't one of them. But the thing was so gigantic that the good loans got put in with the bad loans that ended up blowing up the global economy, that ended up getting bulldozed in the courts after the government literally had a $25 billion national mortgage settlement predicated on illegal reps and warranties and all these things that we're talking about. But the public doesn't understand it because the media doesn't understand it. And then ultimately, guess what? The Supreme Court doesn't understand it because they're not looking at the facts of what we're going to present to you today. And on that note, I got to turn to you, Ms. Kelly. Your law firm has worked within the context of Prince George's County. Can you give us an idea of what Ms. Johnson's talking about in terms of things that you've seen in the court and how crazy it is that illegal foreclosures are happening all the time? Can you put that into context?
Well, sure. A little bit about me. I started out as a real estate agent out of college back in 2002, and then graduated law school in 2006. And so throughout law school, I conducted a lot of sales in Prince George's County. And by 2008, by the time I had my law license, the real estate clients were coming back with foreclosure issues. And so, I signed up to volunteer with nonprofits in Maryland that were trying to stop the bleeding, but no one really knew what was going on. And I took on a few cases pro bono to start. What I found was initially is that the facts didn't matter. And so no matter what fact pattern you had and no matter what challenges the homeowner had, the narrative was there a loan? Was there a default? And okay, you got to go. And so I didn't quite understand what was going on at that time. And I do want to mention the woman that Ms. Johnson spoke about that was evicted on December 16th that had to sleep in her car. Mind you, her father, they foreclosed on her father's loan. He supposedly took out a reverse mortgage when he was most likely incompetent with Alzheimer's. And so she's yelling to the courts, my dad couldn't have signed this. He had Alzheimer's for the last 5 years. How could he sign a reverse mortgage? Secondly, with the commercial cell tower on his property, you're not eligible for a reverse mortgage because that's commercial property, not residential. And so even with the facts in hand, the judges turn their eye. And I love what Ms. Mitchell said when she said, who can own property? I'm going to tell you, when I'm in Prince George's County courts, even though there are Black judges, even though in our county there are Black legislators and Black representatives, I feel like 3/5 of an attorney. And I feel like my clients are 3/5 of a resident of our county. And so to be the most affluent Black county in the country, we are still 3/5 of the most rural white county in America, as far as I'm concerned, because our judges are programmed not to listen, to turn the other cheek, and they are actually robo-stamping denials, no matter what your fact pattern are. And so that's what I found. In our county, I would say that what I see a lot of is the American dream lost. And so there were a lot of people who sold their townhomes, their condos. They had a lot of equity. The market was booming. They put a $100,000, $200,000 down payment down on their dream home, a $800,000 home built by a reputable home builder. What these home builders said was, use our lender and you'll get a $10,000 credit. And what we didn't know, and I've noticed, I'll put the bank out there, it was Wells Fargo on the majority of these new home communities. Yep. And what happened was, what I found is, here are people making six figures. I mean, I'm talking households making $250,000, $300,000 a year. Why do they have such bad loans in the first place? That was the only loan that was offered to them. And I had someone who moved into the same neighborhood. She was adamant that she was going to go with her credit union, and they almost wouldn't let her go to settlement. She said, and it's because she wouldn't use Wells Fargo. She said they didn't even all have a 30-year fixed option. She said, well, so, but other homeowners, when you're given a teaser rate, we can give you 3%, 4%, don't worry about it, or it'll adjust. Well, poor people's loans adjust from $4,500 a month to $8,000 a month. And most people are not prepared to deal with that. And so
what?
Yes, even though, people might say, oh, cry me a river, you guys are making, six figures. It stole the equity. Their $100,000, $200,000 down payment is gone. All the houses that were appraised for $800,000 are now $400,000 on the short sale market. They can't refinance. Oh, and let's not forget, because watching the con did jog my memory about people who held on to those great credit scores, because all you have it, you got to keep your credit score. They call their lender, I need help. I can't pay $8,000 a month. We're working people. We bring in $12,000 a month. We have 2 children. We have this, we have that. What can you do? Well, just stop making payments. We can't help you until you stop making your payments. All right. And after 3 months, then we can work with you. So what happened is people thought they were dealing with their bank, and they're dealing with this servicer who represents God knows who. And when they go into default after the 90 days, then next thing send in your paperwork. So what I saw as an attorney, and this is still around 2010, only because I had so many people, every single person said, they keep losing my paperwork. I sent it in, and they said they didn't get it. And I sent it in again, and they said they didn't get it. And they need this. And so they're playing this rat race of, okay, I'm turning it in. I'm employed. I had good credit. Just work with me. Neighborhood bank, but it's not your neighborhood bank. So finally, in court, they have in Maryland, it's quasi-judicial. And so it's a lot of the process occurs outside of court. You just file the plaintiff's trustees file and say there was a default, and unless you reach out to the court, they will just railroad you and you'll be out of your house. So assuming you were served, assuming that you challenge anything, the next step is mediation. Now you go to this mediation, 99 out of 100 times there's no resolution reached. However, turn in your paperwork one more time, and I'm sure we can work with you. And within that next 30-day period, your house is already on the auction block. Next thing you know, your house is sold. Everyone thinks they're alone. I thought they were working with me. I don't understand what happened. You called the servicer. Oh, it's out of our hands, our attorneys. So everyone thought their story was individual to themselves. But when I hear this story 50, 60, 70, 100 times, it's the same story. And so
every time.
And right, exactly. And in Prince George's County, they're slick. We have 23 judges in our court, but they assign every foreclosure to one judge. And this one judge, usually all cases are spread amongst the judges. Maybe you'll have a fair shake. But this one judge was specifically assigned to deal with foreclosures, and she specifically denied every single challenge. And so unless you have the money to appeal, which requires a bond and things of that nature, then you are out of luck, and the sheriffs are coming to your door, and you call to find out when, they won't even tell you. I mean, it's a mess.
You nailed that brilliantly, and I got to tell you, I'm so grateful you hit all those touchstones, because I'm going to bring this back to you, Cindy, and I want you to guide us through the rest of this and ask any questions to some of the folks on the panel if you want to. But I know you've got some specific things that we need to roll out before we're done with time. But I just want to wrap a couple of things up here real quick, guys. Listen, there were 16 million filed foreclosures by 2012. Okay. Now we know, and we're going to lay out this in our podcast this afternoon. We know all the tricks of the trade. We know exactly what all the big guns, and I'm talking about the vertical lenders from Goldman with what they call the warehouse pipelines, and I'm talking Chase and Wells Fargo and everything else, all the way through down the pipeline, through perverse incentives, to the brokers on the field searching everybody. And like what Ms. Baker just said was exactly right. Even if you made, like, let's say you were an African-American attorney or doctor in Prince George's County, you came out of Georgetown Law School, even you could get set up in this whole thing, right? Where you got put into these subprime freaking loans because the brokers were making more money. It's called high yields premium. high yield spread premium. As you know from Bill Black, Steve, it's all about control fraud through the whole system. And it's amazing that nobody understands what we've been trying to get to them. But of course, like you were saying in our first podcast, Steve, it was all technocratic stuff with whistleblowers that could tell you all the ins and outs of what were going on, and they did. But now America's seeing these folks tell you what's happening on the front lines in the courts. And I got to turn this back to you, Cindy. Look, take us home. Walk us through your people here. Tell us what the country needs to know. And like I said, you got some heavy-duty people on this call. If you want some questions, I'd recommend you ask them questions as well. But it's all up to you right now.
You know, everyone is so spot on. It's so rewarding to hear this fight is really finally starting to blossom, where people can actually get in and compare notes, and we're all saying the same thing. I've been saying it since 2005 that it's like an American Holocaust for people of color who are being snatched out of their communities, out of their homes, and then they're like being pushed into like a homeless situation or a ghetto, as they would define, and they're leaving us without any hope. Well, spiritually, I can say that they can take us from out of that box, which they call a house, but spiritually, we are stronger people. We are so powerful that we combine and we unite and we take a stand and we push back. And though they think they're winning, they're not winning, because we're all here in this forum right now talking about it. We're re-strategizing. We're getting the details together so that we can formulate a team, how to get inside that court and how we can get to the floor, change the laws. Legislators need to know what's going on out here, because we're the evidence. We are the evidence, and there needs to be a policy change. And I'm just so excited I feel like I'm on a team. And Joan Jackson and James Imperial, who's also here, they're also special appearing attorneys that work with me and several other homeowners in the community that can't afford to get inside the courts. They are some of the greatest advocates out here from San Diego, because we also work with other people who are experiencing disabilities. And these disabilities, it is so overwhelming when you come out of the court, you're traumatized. The post-traumatic stress disorders, anxiety, the withdrawals of your cognizant functioning. You know, I'm a certified administrative coordinator for the American Disabilities now, nationally. And I became a certified coordinator because of all the trauma that I had been going through these 16, 17 years. I felt like something was missing. And it was the unprotected elderly, senior citizens, people of color, people who had pre-existing conditions. It just goes hand in hand with the fight with advocates, these fine attorneys who are willing to take a stand. And I stand right there, right behind them, and I push, and I get in there and fight with the judges and let them know that we need access to the courts. You don't get to discriminate and pick and choose who can get justice and who's not. I think this is part of the other reason why the courts have really kind of shown and fluffed and, you know, puffed their chests out at me, because I stand with the people. And we're still currently in court and we're fighting, but it's this group that has combined together that's really going to give us the push, you know, to get back into that court and open up. Imperial and Joan Jackson come in, because they can tell you from firsthand and personal knowledge what they've seen inside better than I can.
Joan and Mr. Imperial, why don't you tell us what you have? I'm so sorry because we've got a tight window here, but you guys please lay out what we need to hear.
I mean, I could tell you that I spend my time in the courtroom every day. I had 3 cases on Friday. I believe that if I was someone who grew up in the 1960s, I would have been someone that fought for the civil rights of that era. It's important to understand now that housing civil rights are the rights that need to be fought for in this era. I've paid dearly. People have burned down my building in downtown Cincinnati. I've had multiple fires lit outside my office in the last couple of years. Doesn't mean I'm going to stop what I'm doing. But there's a lot of opposition when you're trying to change the course of where the money is going to and what the thieves are doing. It's a lot of unjust enrichment taking place. And part of the biggest problem is that the government's complicit in it, because when the houses are worth more, they get more tax revenue out of them. So they've been incentivized for years and years through the tax structure to have the artificially inflating the price of these homes well beyond what the average salary of an American is. You know, back in about 2003, 2004, you had a wild divergence between the average price of an American home and the average salary of an American. The homes went up, they've never come back down. And until they do, or until the average salary of an American comes back in line with them, people are going to remain homeless. And we're going to have to continue to fight this down at the courts.
You hit a very important part there, and I'll briefly just talk about that because we show that soup to nuts in the con. And there's a reason why we have appraisal fraud, because lenders loan against the value of the home. That's the entirety of our system. The Federal Reserve gives trillions of dollars to the black box casino that are controlled by what we call the asset managers, which are BlackRock, Blackstone, and all these guys that came in after the great collapse and bought all of these foreclosed homes for pennies on the dollar that they hyperinflate, and we're right back in this bubble economy again. And there's cash, you know, like we could go on and on, but you're right. But but at the very end of the day, there's follow the money. Who's making the money and why? And you'd be shocked to find out that it's the Treasury and the Federal Reserve that has become the demand when the foreclosures happen. And when you have an understanding of what that spread is, they're incentivized to foreclose on people as opposed to what we had right after the Great Depression, which was to modify the loan. And that was the whole purpose of that. I think we're going to have to wrap it. Ms. Joan Jackson, I want to give you a chance to pipe in here because you've been so patient with us. Can you give us a sense of what you told me on the phone, of what you've seen? I think that's a great way to close this up. What have you seen firsthand in terms of the soup to nuts process that you've observed?
I think they messed up when they decided to target Cindy Brown. She's an Olympic gold medalist. She does not know how to quit, and I've nicknamed her the Terminator. Her story is here now today because she has prevailed over 15 and 16 years of this trauma. I got involved because what was being done to her in the courts was so wrong that I couldn't stay on the sidelines. They have systematically denied her any kind of investigation. She's gone to the FBI, that's been denied her. And the court system tried to deny her legal counsel. Anytime I've tried to help her by just e-filing when they closed the court doors in her face because of COVID. And they made it impossible, literally, for her to litigate after she'd been removed from her home. And I e-filed documents for her, and the court system came after me to sanction me for e-filing when I wasn't technically representing her. They would allow the attorneys on the other side to do all kinds of criminal acts inside of the court system, abusive process, and they wouldn't even get their hands spanked. So one of the attorneys, when she got her TRO to stop the eviction while she's litigating her case regarding the title, another set of attorneys swooped in and removed the case to federal court. They did not comply with any of the requirements for removal, and they waited until her TRO lapsed as a function of law in the federal court. Didn't even tell the state court that they had removed the case. When she goes in for the preliminary injunction hearing, they're like, haha, remove the case to federal court, too bad. And the judge is like, I can't do anything, sorry, it's been removed. Like Kelly said, facts don't matter. The judges aren't trying to promote justice. Everybody treats wrong as though it's normal. Cindy has been in her car for 6 months, sitting in front of her house, living in her car for 6 months to keep them from further damaging her camera systems, stealing her property inside, and everyone treats it like it's normal. in the midst of COVID, trying just to find a bathroom. Cindy is driving around, is hit and run, car accident. Nobody cares about her story. Justice has no role in this. And I'm watching judges say, oh yeah, you know what, Mr. Mays, you were wrong for removing the case without doing X, Y, and Z. But you know what? We're going to let that stand anyway. We're not going to address your bad behavior. Too bad for Ms. Brown. I'm going to find that, my goodness, this is a federal court judge who, without any underlying state records, said in her hearing, Mr. Mays, you were wrong. You even conspired with county council to force the sheriffs to evict Cindy because they weren't willing to do it. You went back, you threatened county council, you effected this wrongful eviction, but we're going to let her stay in her car. But you need to explain yourself to me. And I show up and I say, my God, I read your ruling, Judge, and it was so bad that I went ahead and e-filed for Cindy so that she could try to get relief. And the judge says, I'm going to spank you, Ms. Jackson, because you had no business e-filing for Cindy. You're not representing her. So now you show up, I'm going to spank you, and now you just go away, because we can't have Cindy having lawyers actually caring and fighting for her. So I get spanked. I'm officially admonished for e-filing, while this attorney, who was not even the attorney of record, removes the case to federal court, doesn't abide by providing the underlying documents. And this judge makes a ruling, a substantive ruling, that says literally, I understand the defendant's frustration. They've waited years to get access to their house. And I'm like, oh my God, is this woman signing her own indictment by deciding that she's going to favor the defendants, the bank, and she doesn't even have the underlying documents in her court? And so when the attorney from the other side calls me and says, oh, by the way, you're about to have problems because you e-filed for Cindy. And I told the attorney, I'm not worried about this, judge. She let you do what you did and she didn't sanction you, so I should be fine. But sure enough, within 3 days, the judge came after me. So I did my declaration. I said, I started off to be a civil rights attorney because I wanted to make a difference. And Cindy Brown is the exact reason why I went to law school. This wrong is so horrendous. I have no choice but to act. And if you want to sanction me for e-filing, you go right on ahead. And I told Cindy, I said, if she spanks me, she better beat this other attorney to death. And do you know what she did? She did nothing to him. She gave him 21 days to explain himself. And all this time is passing, and she does nothing to this other attorney. And then finally, Cindy gets it back into state court, and the judge acts like everything that the other attorney did was all legitimate and okay. Nobody is addressing his criminal actions, literally abusive process. Everybody's treating like this wrong is just normal. And we're saying, get Cindy back in her house. Do you realize she's still on the streets in her car? And they're just arguing points, distractionary points that these other law firms have brought forth. I have seen more criminal behavior amongst the judges and the attorneys than I ever could have imagined. It is horrendous what's going on. And all of these legal actors, judicial actors, are on board with this criminal conspiracy that's been going on for way too long. And I'm so happy that you're shining light on this situation. I know it's not going to make on 60 Minutes. They're not going to have it because there are all these folks out there that are meant to catch this information before it gets out to the public. And it takes programs like yours, podcasts that get out there for people to understand just how big and how horrible this is. But mainstream media is not going to put it out there because they're part of keeping it concealed. So thank you so much.
Mr. Imperial said that there was an issue with the states inflating the prices of these houses to get so that the states can receive that additional tax money.
That's another revenue stream. Yep.
Let me explain to you why this is so mind blowing to me. I can't believe I didn't even think about this before now, because I typically am focused on the federal level because the feds have been the one that have basically backstopped the entire thing from Obama and Bush and Geithner and Paulson and you name it all, Robert Rubin, that whole gang of fools. But then to realize that the reason why the states allow what Ms. Jackson just eloquently laid out is because this is a funding mechanism for the state. And so by allowing the states, this is the race to the bottom. The states are cash restricted. They have literally cut the bottom out of the tax rate because they're trying to lure businesses into their state. So they got to find revenue by any means necessary. And what they have done is they've enabled a criminal syndicate to predate in their own communities that they live in, to allow this to happen for funding for the state, when this could all be solved quite easily at the federal level by them simply providing block grants to states to keep them solvent, so that the states are not left trying to play these horrific games where they literally destroy lives in the process of receiving a few extra tax dollars to stay in motion. I find this to be one of the most important things that I've gotten out of this. It may be a technocratic point, but it fuels all the evil that I see in it, all the pain.
That's the point. And I want to leave this for the last comment. I want to give it back to Ms. Mitchell for a second, because, look, first of all, I want to say from the bottom of my heart, as we close this segment out, Ms. Jackson, you just made the hair on the back of my neck stand up. Thank you. My God, Ms. Johnson, Ms. Kelly, Mr. Imperial, of course, Cindy, and everybody else. We could go on, Steve, for hours. We've not even scratched the surface of Ms. Brown's case, let alone the zillions that are out there. But you got some prescient points. It's a setup, and the courts are freaking in on it. What? Sorry, Ms. Mitchell. Let's give some credibility to probably the most academically gifted amongst us to tell us what we need to know.
Okay, well, I'm going to thank each and every one of you because you've enlightened me with your stories. And I do want to follow up with some members of the panel. In the last few minutes, I want to make this point. If you're going to defend the siege, you've got to re-engineer how you attack them as they attack you. Facts don't matter, law does not matter, and the judicial system is manifestly corrupt. Those are three things that we know. However, those are all three things that we have. So for you that's on the front line, and for you that are behind the line, you've got to use what they use against you. I've found success by reading every document of my opponent in every case where they have prevailed. And you find the small points. We've had a great conversation today about the big points, but you will take them down by finding the small points, because from the judges to the big lawyers to the big banks, they all have one thing in common. What's in it for me, and how do I protect myself from the downfall? You find that one little pinhole that will humiliate them, implicate them, or make it harder for them to do what they're doing, and you have your wiggle room. And all we can ask for right now is a wiggle room to stay in the game. Whatever you do, you've got to stay in the game. And so my last word to everybody is stay in the game.
We're going to provide emails to everybody here on our website so that they know where to find Ms. Mitchell's information and so on and so forth. But I do, because I know that Ms. Johnson shares my passion for creating a lightning storm around this country to where we surround the Capitol with 20 million Americans that say enough. Ms. Johnson, take us home. What do we got to do? What do you want to see happen? Who needs to listen and why?
Well, I love what Attorney Mitchell had to say. And just as I said to one of the people on my team, okay, so what is the plan? How do we intend to do this? And so Kelly had a great idea that I was sleeping on the other day. Kelly, shall I tell them what it is, or do you want to tell them? Go ahead. Let Kelly tell you what her idea was. Because one of the kinds of things that I'm hearing Ms. Mitchell, you got to hit these people where they live. And they live like WIIFM. What's in it for me? And the only language they understand is money. So then Kelly had a great idea, I felt, where the money was concerned.
Okay, well, our Prince George's County is in the process of suing Bank of America and Wells Fargo, saying that they caused the county financial strain for all of the bad loans and foreclosures. And other cities such as Miami and across the country have done this. And they get settlements from these banks, and it doesn't reach the people. just like the attorney general money doesn't reach the people. However, I thought we could piggyback on our lawsuit and other cities' lawsuits against Bank of America and Wells Fargo and boycott them. Pick those two, and we can piggyback on that. So we seem a little innocent, like, hey, our county is suing them. You're against them, so shouldn't we be? But I look at how much money is being held, and the trillion in Bitcoin and other places. There's other places and credit unions. There's other places to put your money. So if you do have money, maybe pick those too. Our county is picking that. Other counties have sued them.
I think this is the very beginning of what could be some smarter contextual conversation between the professionals out there. I'm glad we can make the connection on this call, but we can never forget, of course, who it's all about. I'd love to see Ms. Brown right there front and center. You're a hero to me, Ms. Brown. I love you. I love anybody who fights for freedom and liberty and justice for all, because that's what we got to do. We got to overcome this corruption, because it's killing what we are. And if we don't make everybody else aware of it, nobody else will. So I am deeply, deeply grateful for all of your time today. I hope we can do it again soon. I have a feeling we're going to create a groundswell. Let's keep pushing. Steve, take us home.
Absolutely. I want to thank each and every one of you for joining us for this broadcast. Folks, the facts are that millions upon millions of people have been affected by this. And we've seen White House after White House after White House after White House not do anything about it. In fact, we even heard Obama say what they did may have been morally wrong, but it wasn't illegal. We need to make sure that we bring the spotlight to this and get the people in the streets and not let them slurk away into the dark, but keep the light bright on them and end this thing forever for everyone. So with that, thank you all very much. I really appreciate your time and can't wait to talk to you all again soon. Hopefully we can talk about each of your specific issues in much deeper context. With that, I'm Steve Grumbine. It's Patrick Lavelle. Missing our third wheel. We miss you, Eric, but with Eric, we'll be back in future episodes. Without further ado, have a good day. We're out of here.
Hey, this is Steve Grumbine, founder of Real Progressives. Welcome. Real Progressives is an organization that is founded on the principles of modern monetary theory and understanding how that knowledge can help us achieve a progressive agenda. Within that, we are delivering 4 key pillars so that we can impact society at 4 different levels. The first one is policy. We'll be creating a think tank for the common man. The second one is education. We will be teaching regular voters, everyday citizens, politicians, and like-minded organizations how, in fact, we can pay for the policy initiatives and proposals we'd all like to see. The third one is activism, because how can we take this knowledge and take action to change our society? And the fourth one is media, because no one ever gets the full story without having a solid, fact-based, truth-driven media presence. And that's what we seek to provide. With these 4 distinct pillars, we will deliver information across 7 key knowledge areas. The first one is economic justice. Then we have environmental and ecological justice. Third one is peace with justice. Fourth is equality with justice. Fifth is democracy, because what nation can survive without an active, democratically elected government for and by the people? Sixth, most importantly, health and well-being. And seventh, technology and innovation. Through these 7 knowledge areas and these 4 pillars, we hope to change the world forever. We hope to radically change the knowledge of the voting people of our country and around the world. Real Progressives is not just in the United States. We have friends all over the world, from Australia to Ireland and Mexico and South America, on every continent on the planet. We also have a podcast called Macro and Cheese. Macro and Cheese takes the keys of the progressive agenda and maps them to the economists who understand how to pay for each of the various programs, from a Green New Deal to Medicare for All and everywhere in between. Real Progressives understands that we are up against entrenched, moneyed interests that are very well organized and have the ability to really, really tip the scales against the 99%. We want to be an antidote for that. We want to provide the absolute answer to all of your questions so that we can give you tools to become not only an empowered citizen, but an effective one. Through our 7 knowledge areas and our 4 pillars, we will build a grassroots movement across the nation, building home groups and all sorts of different media outlets around the world. Our goal will be to teach everyone that we can in fact have nice things, that we can in fact afford to survive climate crisis, and that our government can indeed afford to take care of the very least of our most vulnerable citizens and everyone. To shift from a welfare-based approach to a citizens' rights approach, to a humanity-first approach where we understand the public purpose. We understand the power of the public purpose and the power of the public purse, the power of public money, and the ability for our federal government to take care of its citizens. We are not afraid, and we are hoping you will join us both as volunteers and as donors. No organization like Real Progressives can survive without your help. Real Progressives is made up of 2 entities. The first is a 501c3, that is Real Progressives, Inc. And the second one is a 501c4 called Real Progress in Action. We hope that you will support both organizations. And in the future, you can find us on YouTube, you can find us on our websites, you can find us on Twitter, and you can find us on Facebook. Our podcasts are on every major podcast platform, but you can find us at www.macrocheese.com. In the meantime, enjoy our website at www.realprogressives.org, and we wish you well. Please become a monthly donor and help us take on the establishment. I'm Steve Grumbine with Real Progressives. Enjoy the ride.